encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of ahead, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies
one at the moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's how we go. Live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bag. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We barely fought this one, crashing pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's how we go. Live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bag. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
I said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, take to be found. It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Where I belong. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin. Crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all. It's prom time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit it with the boom, then we get him with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve him with defeat. I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, take to be found. It's my time to fight, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Where I belong. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin. Crush the foe, look at me now. the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the starlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscients are like two branches growing in opposite directions. The misty marshes watch as quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Mom, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess. Let me help you tidy things up. It's almost time! Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us! Who will come to help us? No. How interesting! Very interesting! You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrin. It's been a long time.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscience are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The misty marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin? The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend.
This is her passive ability. Each basic attack applies a mark on the target. Ranged basic attack damage scales with attack speed, and repeated rebounds increase ranged basic attack damage. While in melee mode, basic attack deals multiple attacks rapidly. Skill 1 enhances Umbrosa. After use, it damages and slows enemies within range. Umbrosa then enters a fevered state briefly, gaining a large amount of movement speed and attack speed. Skill 2 is her only movement and recovery skill, enabling her to both dash ahead and knock back enemies. Missing an enemy reduces the skill's cooldown. Landing a hit on an enemy activates their Featherblade marks and transfers the mark to nearby enemies. This skill deals damage multiple times to enemies within range and recovers Umbrosa's health. Umbrosa's ultimate is her core enhancement skill. Actively using this skill boosts her movement speed and health temporarily and causes her to briefly enter the Indomitable state. If she dies while her ultimate is not on cooldown, she will slowly resurrect.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher. And only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
How's it going, everybody? And welcome back to the Kings Major East League Fall Season 2025. And we're no longer ranking these teams. We are seeing who survives, especially within Group A. I am Blam, and with me once more is Sagi. How are we feeling as it all amps up and it heats up into Survival Week?
They are surviving. I'm surviving. I'm looking for them to see who can survive the Survival Week. But yeah, Group A, they have to fight for that one slot. That's about like the Group A way, right? 4 teams, one makes it out alive, and Group S, all makes it out alive. Just who goes to the top bracket and who goes to that bottom bracket.
Exactly that, right? Like Group S is all about, hey, do you want a second chance in the playoffs, or do you want to basically like, right, okay, we got one shot, one opportunity, and some of these teams are able to do that. But let's look below us. So obviously we are going to get to the 24th of September very soon, and there will be a new version of Honor of Kings, also with the new ranking season and the new hero Umbrosa as well. So make sure you are logging in on that date. There's going to be a lot going on with an Honor of Kings on the 24th of September.
And talking about more updates, there's also this new mode called Ultimate Awakening that's going to be released on 27 September, which, you know, You're playing rank, you're playing normal games, you're kind of tired of it, you're looking for a new mode, a fun mode. Ultimate Awakening, it's kind of that thing you're looking for, whereby all the ultimates, all the spells are jacked up and even more crazy compared to the normal version of HOK.
Yeah, because I don't normally play those casual game modes, but when I saw the trailer for that one, I was just like, yeah, man, I'm definitely going to give that one a go. I want to see, like, Angela's ultimates go absolutely crazy on that mode. So definitely tune in and watch. I mean, play that one. Don't watch that one. It's going to be a lot to go on within Honor of Kings. I mean, we will get into obviously the 10th anniversary as well soon, as that's going to be interesting. A decade of Honor of Kings and seeing what we get with that as well. So a lot to look forward to, not only with the esports, but also in game. So make sure you get yourself onto the Gorge and get yourself on the Honor of Kings streams as well.
Yeah, I gotta get more of these tokens for myself, you know. But enough about tokens, let's talk about the prize pool that all these teams are playing and fighting for in the KME, right? We have like what? 15,000 USD in total, 10,000 goes to the champions, 8.5 goes to the second place, and then you have 7,000 for third, 6.5 for the fourth place, and 5th to 7th, which is the last 3 places, will back that 6,000 US dollars.
Yep, so even if you do become last place and you get kicked out of the competition, well, a lot of these teams don't want to be, you still get that 6K prize pool as well, right? But these are going to be today's matches, and honestly, I don't think there is a match here that could not go the full best of 5 here, Sagi. Nongshim against Crazy Raccoons, which we've already seen, and has already been a 2-1 scoreline between these two teams. Scarz against R8. Scarz did take that one a 2-0, but obviously with an extra round, anything can happen. But Nongshim against Gen.G. What a way to end day number 1. This could potentially be the grand finals matchup of the KME. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. They've all got to play within this survival week to see where they fall within the playoffs.
Well, at the very least, if you're Gen.G, if you're Nongshim, and also the likes of Crazy Raccoons, you're like, it's okay, we can test around the waters, play some compositions that we never really got to try out. But if you're the other 4, which is like A-Star, Scarz, CMF, and also RA, you're going to be sweating like, every game matters, I gotta break through, I gotta win these BO5s. If not, we only have like 1 qualifying slots, and that qualifying slots only send you to the lower brackets. But enough about that, let's introduce our first team of the day.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
So this is Nongshim RedForce, the greatest red, as they enter the first match of the survival week, and it's obviously represented by none other than Kyung9. Haku into the jungle, Illusion into the mid lane, Siri as their farm, and then Faye as their support player. And obviously this team has been a stellar team within the Honor of Kings Esports international stage so far within 2025, right? They peaked at Season 3 Invitational. They carried that performance on through to the KME Spring Season, became the champions of that. But then KWC came around, and that's where we started to see a little bit of those cracks starting to show here as they were trying to go up against other international teams. But we are going to be looking at other international teams here, and their opponent is going to be none other than Crazy Raccoon. Let's check them out.
You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The CR Nation, represented by the KJL, the Crazy Raccoons. In the clash lane, we have Kai, Kong, their star MVP player in towards the jungle. Cliche in the mid lane, Nano Hannah, and Nia is your duo into the farm and roamer side here. So far here, Blam, this team has been bringing us success and like stories whereby they're flipping the giants, taking games out of the likes of Gen.G, Nongshim, RedForce, almost forcing that win against all these teams, but they were always one step short. But coming to BO5 is when all these teams, their poll get tested, especially against Nongshim, where they're traditionally known as a team to play from a slower tempo into a BO5 or BO7 kind of style.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we're obviously, hopefully, going to start to see Nongshim kind of come out of their shell a little bit here. I mean, they haven't had the worst ranking week, right? Like, if we were to say that, then I think we'd be doing a bit of a disservice. But the head-to-head here is going to be Raccoon going up against Kong. Kong obviously having 8 of the MVPs onto the side of Scarz as well, right? So this head-to-head is looking quite fruity here. 74 kills to 57. The damage is obviously going to be by a magnitude of 20k difference. And then obviously with the gold, average gold per minute is still all going into the favor of Kong here. Kong looking very mighty and really showing why. He's got 8 MVPs all to his lonesome self.
First things first, coming to this draft, is Fade gonna be bad? Because this man's Fade has been an absolute menace coming in from Crazy Raccoon's Kong. And so far, we've seen his assassin jungles pop up extremely hard. So coming to this series, are we looking at target bans towards Kong? Because it's gonna be a long BO5 here. We have seen from time to time, teams like, which names are not the Nongshim RedForce, Arlie doesn't seem to be a much consistent pick, but it's a BO5. You have to pick up Arlie.
I mean, us casters, we're a bit of nerds, aren't we, before we get into these games come through. So we do our research, and honestly, we was looking at it, and I looked at all the matches, and there was only really one game where we saw Kong play a tank, which was Dune. And that was one game he lost and didn't have the greatest performance on. So maybe you are right there, Sagi, with your expectations that they are going to kind of look in and go and ban towards Kong. But speaking of bans, we're getting into the BP of game number 1 between Crazy Raccoons and Nongshim RedForce, the first game within the survival week.
And already kicking off the pick and bans, we've seen Luna, we've seen Pei being targeted towards Haku here. So are we looking at a first pick Ogren coming in for the side of Kong to deny this heavy pick away from Haku? Are we going to see the Arlie that we talk about so much? But no, it will be the Dharma. So far, Dharma, this star pick, so many of these crazy knockups, crazy truth mantras, a very, how would I say it, assassin-like clash lane.
Yeah, Assassin like Clash Lane sets up the team fights, has great potential at kind of trying to make a turn-tail difference, especially if you're kind of like on the losing foot. But if you get one good catch, one great truth mantra, you could definitely set yourself back onto the horse and get your saddle back on as well. But Nongshim here, they have obviously changed into the latter part of the ranking week, right? We saw a huge focus onto Q1 as their first pick on the Royal Blue side, but Nongshim don't want to give that pick up just yet. But speaking of this, it looks like Nongshim are tearing a page out of Gen.G KWC's draft book here with the Nutsa.
Yeah, the Nutsa going in as a flex pick here. It can go towards the jungle. It can also go towards the clash here. So already opening up the draft here, but this is a Crazy Raccoon special. They always open up the Arlie, they pick a Dharma, and they always pair it up with a Fade to lock down this Arlie with a lot of assassins and backline engages. So when the Arlie goes in with the Paracel, you will immediately see the Dharma, the Fade, jumping in on this squishy marksman.
Intertwined.
Yeah, exactly right. Like, we have obviously the Fade come through here to try and counter out the Arlie, but here we are, we're having the Diadea come through as well, which is going to be a good way to try and obviously lock down that Fade to try and stop Kong having that great kind of mass that we've known him had within the ranking week of KME. But now we get into the second ban phase here. Neither of these teams have a mid lane, right? And normally when we see Crazy Raccoon, they like to try and pair into something like the Lady Chen, because we've been seeing that kind of combo go off with the Fade and Lady Chen. So maybe that could come through here for Crazy Raccoon, but we'll have to wait and see. Gen.G being taken off the board here as a natural counter to the Arlie.
Yeah, more of these Arlie counters are being removed from the side of Nongshim RedForce. They did have a pretty good Arlie showing so far coming into last week's ranking week. It was all good plays coming in from Siri. Maybe they didn't have the best of the finishes in their final game against Gen.G, but in terms of tempo, they did pretty darn well with this Arlie here. So coming into the ranking week, coming to the survival week, I do say picks like the Arlie that's so popularized in all these other regions, it's exceptionally important. But that lady Zin that you talked about that is traditionally paired with Crazy Raccoon's draft has been stolen away by Illusion.
Very interesting there. Obviously, they took the Lady Gem, right? Obviously, CR took away the Nua because, again, they need that long range kind of like artillery mage into the mid lane. It's going to be great against the Lady Gem because you have to get nowhere near her. You're going to place one box out of vision, another box next to Lady Gen, and then get that CC up on her. And then out of nowhere, you could have the likes of Ali come through or even the Nutzer. But now they're going to try and figure out what they're going to go for into this mid lane. Do they need a little bit more control into the team fights? Will we look at something maybe potentially like a Princess Frost here? But now we have the console you come through, so in terms of range, we're going to do pretty well in that 1v1 down to the bot side of the map, and also trying to cleanse out a little bit of that physical damage that we know that the Arlie can do in the early game.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case here, and especially Consort U does decently well against a Nutza going to the late game because it has that protecting winds to protect yourself. But oh my, is that our first Angela of the KME?
Oh, potentially here. I mean, it makes sense going into the Nutzer, right? Like if they try and dive onto you with Skyfall, then obviously you have the CC immunity of the Blazing Brilliance, but it's also the anti-tank properties of the Angela, right? Like you're able to kind of burst through this hero that has been known as a very tanky pick, and they're looking for even more, right? They're going to look like they're going to flex it into the Clash lane, and it's actually going to be Haku picking up the Monkey here, which is also going to give aid to the likes of the Angela.
This is very interesting as well. We have our first Angela game coming into the KME fall, and also the first Nutza Clash lane as well going in for our Nongshim RedForce here. So already we're seeing different drafts, different picks going into best of fives coming into the survival week here, Black.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we wanted to see, right? We didn't want to see the same kind of gameplay that we've just been watching for the past week within the ranking week, because if we did see that, not only is it kind of like we can start to guess if we're a viewer watching these streams, but it also shows that the teams aren't able to adjust to what they've just witnessed within the ranking week, right? And that's a problem for some of these teams, is if they aren't going to adjust now in the survival week, unfortunately, they're not going to survive.
Yeah, they're not going to survive, especially like you mentioned, right? The viewers can already start guessing, oh, he's just going to pick up that Arlie, he's just going to pick up that Dharma, that rinse and repeat. We see the Yuhuan, we see the Fatih here. But good change here coming into day number 1 of the survival week. We're starting to see more interesting picks, more pocket picks here coming in from none other than Nongshim RedForce and also Crazy Raccoons. And one more thing, the side of Nongshim, they picked red side this time.
They did. The Greatest Red finally picked the red side. I mean, the last time they played against Crazy Raccoons and Gen.G as well, they like to go into the blue side, right? So I feel like it's also an adaptation to the best of 5 format. So like if they do lose red, they could potentially go into blue, maybe lock in the Hue 1, which has been such a prize pony within the KME and even the KM West as well, right? So there's a potential here, and the fact is that the change of format means you have to play a little bit more of a long game if you really want to survive this series. If you really want to get to that game number 5, you got to make sure you're playing each piece at the right moment.
Each piece at the right moment, each meta pick counts towards your pool here. So it's not just about players having the deep hero pool and hero understanding. It also comes into the factor where the coaches have to be able to draft long games, plan ahead of the series, right? So if you expend overly expensive drafts in game number 1 and game number 2, that may cost you heavily, or in a way, a reverse sweep coming into 3, 4, or 5 in the best of 5.
Yeah, exactly that. You have to play a long game of chess. You have to make sure that you've kind of not only done the necessary preparations onto the Gorge, but the preparations off of the Gorge, right? So we're going to be looking at players like Nia, we're going to be looking at players like Nanahana onto the likes of Scarz, which we've seen very predominantly within the ranking week, love to pick those tank support heroes. So if Nongshim lose the first 2 games, but they get rid of the Liempo, they get rid of the Zhongfei, they've then got a chance to be like, right, okay, let's go for a reverse sweep. Let's get those silver scrapes on board, and let's take that 3-2 victory even faster than we had those first 2 games. Because if we look back at the ranking weeks of Saki, the only game that Crazy Raccoons won at Nongshim was when it went almost to 21 minutes.
So apparently we have a bit of a difficulty with the pick and ban here, so we'll revisit that just shortly. So let's talk a bit about what you mentioned just now, right? So like from last week, week 1, I think so far there's been a lot of situations where, like you mentioned, Nongshim will always drop game 1, then they'll bounce back 2 games. That just shows how well they adapt to situations and try to change up their momentum in terms of draft or in terms of gameplay. But KME Spring, they didn't have this situation because they were just dominating everybody in the regular sprint. So right now, coming to fall, things have changed. Teams are starting to get games from Nongshim RedForce. Teams have been starting to beat Nongshim RedForce like Gen.G. So what is the expectation here coming in from Gen.G and Crazy Raccoon in this series?
I think the expectation for me is just making sure they're able to kind of outperform Nongshim within the best of 5, right? 'Cause I mean, if we look all the way back at what we've seen predominantly so far within the international scene so far in 2025, is the time when Nongshim thrive is when those longer formats come out. So if you take Season 3 Invitational, for example, they started with a BO5 format in the group stages, and then it moved on to a BO7. Where did Nongshim fall in that whole competition? Top 4, top 2, you know? Like, they literally went almost the entire way, almost won the entire thing from Nova Esports, but that's fine. The moment they fell, and this is the strength of Nova Esports as well, is the fact it's the Ultimate Battle. Ultimate Battle is a different kind of pony. It's going back to, like, the blind draft. It's going back to being able to pick whatever you want to go for, whether it would be meta, whether it be the pick that you know is going to get you through to that competition. But where Nongshim start to fall, on the opposite side of this argument that I'm creating here, is if we look at KWC, what did the format start off with? A best of 3.
Yeah.
Where did they get? Not into the last chance. It was very difficult for Nongshim.
It was indeed very difficult for Nongshim, and especially from an outsider perspective that's not a player or that's not a professional team, you will feel like, hey, what's with Nongshim? What happened from their top 2 performance in Invitational S3 to their not so great of a result in KWC 2025? So these are the strengths and weaknesses that we are seeing, right? Especially, you mentioned as well, Ultimate Battle. Why is Ultimate Battle so difficult even though all the picks are open for your usage? It's not just for you, it's also for the enemy team. And when it comes to the enemy team, it's not just about drafting your favorite few heroes. It's also about thinking, okay, can I pick the proper draft for my team? Can I counter? And there's a bit of a gamble, like a betting style whereby, okay, it's blind pick versus blind pick, and they always use this set of 5 picks. Can I play towards that advantage and guess your picks? So there's always these mental warfares happening for Ultimate Battle as well.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, the spring season of the other leagues as well also made this a very apparent thing. Like, I don't think there was a league where we actually didn't get a full Ultimate Battle. Obviously, the majors back then in the spring finished at a best of 5, so there was no Ultimate Battle to be had for the majors, but now we do have that best of 7 format towards the end. So really, we're looking at seeing if that's going to be the same kind of song and dance within the fall seasons of all the leagues, all the majors. But you are right. Like, we saw the fact of, like, let's take the PKL one, right? Like, obviously, Just.G, he went for something like the Luna rather than going for something like the Orgren or something a little bit more kind of like, that's not going to be at the detriment of a early game or of your resources. It's kind of just like, right, they funneled the carry over to Just.G rather than pulling the carry over to something into the farm lane or wherever. So there is that mental warfare that does take place within the Ultimate Battles, but that's one of the most exciting things, right? That's where the excitement starts to build. It's like, oh, are they going to go for the kind of like really sort of like go to draft the Ali into the bot side of the map, either the Zhangfei or anything like that into the support role, maybe even go for the Diadea or something, and then you kind of like get onto the Gorge and then the action happens. So to me, that's what I'm really looking forward to, especially towards the next week for the KME and the KMW.
Yeah, exactly. And things like this, they really make a point whereby if, let's say, certain picks, like the Arlie, like the Mai Shiranui, like the Augra, Luna, Pei, all these things, they are more mechanically demanding that you cannot play towards the best of 7. That will just put you in much of a disadvantage. It's not to say that you must play, but it will put you in a disadvantage because the enemy team can play. So it forces you to always put them on tops of the bands or put them like always on lockdown, because you have to think like, oh, I can't play Mai, I can't play Arlie. So I'm already at a lower standpoint at the starting ground in this BO5 or BO7.
Exactly. You've got to kind of make sure to see, especially if the mid player on your team can play the Mai Shiranui, right? Like if you go into an ultimate battle, and it's just like, hey, we can't really play the Mai. We know the enemy team's going to go for it. What do? Do you try and go for the rank counter of the Milady or something? Do you try and just keep her in that mid lane? Which is another part of the exciting part of Honor of Kings Esports. But for those that are just new tuning in, there is a bit of an issue with the Angela pick onto the side of Crazy Raccoon. So we are just looking at getting that sorted and getting that resolved for you guys at home. But we will obviously get to the Gorge ASAP. But that's obviously, in terms of the draft, bar the Angela, what do you think will come through rather than the Angela? When maybe like we did say obviously Yixing, maybe potentially, obviously trying to get a little bit more control. We'd like to see when Yixing comes onto the Gorge with the likes of Zhang as well. What would you go for, Saga?
Okay. Like you mentioned, Yixing is already a very good pick because Kai has locked up the Dharma, so you make walls with the War of My Board ultimate, so you give Dharma more walls to play with the ultimate, right? So that's one. Or you pick the Shi, so you give the resource over to Kong's Fei, and then you start going in, pulling in enemies with your Silk Imprint. And I'm pretty sure Cliche has had a pretty good run so far with one of his games being the Shi. So I will have to say either Yixing or either Shi. Not so much towards Yixing because maybe the fact that if, let's say, you pick up the Yixing, are you burning too many picks in game number 1?
Exactly. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of big picks, right? Obviously, if we look at Crazy Raccoon's draft as a whole, so Fade is not the biggest of picks. Obviously, it's a pocket pick for Kong, and he has performed on it very well. But if you look at the Dharma, like you were saying, huge pick. Zhang Fei, huge pick for Nia as well, right? So yeah, Yixing into the mid lane, it would be expanding a lot of big picks, but going into a BO5, we say it's a lung game, but it's also a mental game, right? So if you can get game 1 on the board, if you can, obviously lack their better words with Yixing, if you can get game 1 on the board here with Yixing, Zhang Fei, and Dharma being expanded, you can then kind of look elsewhere. You can kind of draft your core into another lane, right? Maybe try and get a bigger prio pick into the farm lane, maybe try and get the U1 next game as well. So there's all those kind of different avenues both of these teams could really look at.
Yeah, so, okay. Game 1, you win. Game 2, you bring a different draft. Game 3, Game 4, Game 5. So that puts the teams to the test. So we already discussed that. But moving into this game, another thing that's very, very interesting is actually Nutsa pick. So it's not going to the jungle like we've seen that Rock did back in KWC. It's going to the Clash lane for Kyung9. So it's something that we don't really see that often, but it's showing up on the radar recently in the other pro leagues.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's it was a good place to put it into the draft, right? I mean, you could either try and counter it, try and go for obviously like anti-tank kind of heroes, know that you got to deal a lot of true damage onto the likes of the net set, or they're like, right, okay, is he going to go Clash? Is he going to go jungle? And we honestly thought it was going to go into the jungle. It's more statistically beat into the jungle than it has in the Clash lane, right? Especially within KWC, just because obviously Scarfall can come from anywhere. You don't have to be sort of venture too far from your Clash lane to activate your ultimate, right?
Yeah, so we really have to see in the very end what comes down to the execution. Is the lane going to be favorable for this Nutsa into the Dharma? We don't really have a lot of data, nor we don't really see this pick much often even in ranked games. So we'll have to see how Kyung9, does he have the mechanical mastery and hero mastery to really showcase us this pick? Because usually when we see a Nutsa is when Nutsa gets paired with a Dolia for that double knockback and double global ultimate where you can push the enemy back to your team.
Exactly right. You need the Dolia. They haven't got the Dolia onto the side of Nongshim RedForce, but they do have something just that's kind of frightful, especially trying to shut down the likes of Fade, right? And I feel like that's probably going to be their biggest game plan within this one, is the fact that they need to lock down Kong. Kong, as we already seen already, has 8 MVPs, which then comes to a different point that I'm going to throw to you, Sagi. Would you rather have a team that's able to secure MVPs as a whole, obviously Haku for Series 3, Illusion 2, and then Fei and Kyung9 with 1? Or would you rather just have a one solo carry MVP player like Kong?
Always the first one. I will always say this one thing, Blam. HOK is not a single carry player game. If not, the strong imports will always dominate the games, like the side of CMS Wei, R8's Guxing, or even CR's Kong, for example. You will always need 4 other good teammates as a sole 5-man unit to actually win games. So if you always have these players they're all mechanically strong, like you mentioned, MVPs like Nongshim RedForce, it's more solid going in for the long run, because you know for a fact that when your picks runs out, there's still different players that can stand up with the likes of the RL, with the likes of the Maestro Nui, with the likes of going for the different compositions like, oh, this game mid lane needs to carry. Let's put him on a Yuhuan. Let's put him on a Kong Ming, for example. Oh, this game jungle needs to carry. Let's put him on the Luna, a Pei. Now, the next game, the farm lane needs to carry. Let's put him on the RL alone. So, it's always good to have 5 people that can carry and share the MVP title rather than 1.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Because, I mean, you can then shift your core around the draft, which is basically the point you were making there, Sagi, is just that the core needs to change within a format like this. Best of 3, you can get away with it. Super duper easy. 2 games, give me 2 carry jungle heroes, I will get you the dub. Whereas a best of 5, it's like, I can give you 2 games, but after that, I've expanded 2 of my carry picks. The enemies are banning out the rest of the carries into the jungle. Guys, do you want to step up? Do you want to, like, are you looking over to the likes of Cliche maybe? Like, hey, do you want to fancy going as a carry into the mid lane? Would you look down to the farm lane as well? So I do agree that having a MVP roster, having teammates that can secure and procure performances that are MVP worthy rather than just one carry, especially in a format like this in a BO5.
That brings to the comparison, right? So if you were to compare why Nova Esports from the MKL region or a level above, which is AG from the KPL region, are so strong, it's because there's always different players that can always stand up and carry the game, right? So coming to KME, I think Nongshim, RedForce, and recently Gen.G Esports, they're really showing signs of this happening, right? Whereby all players are starting to be more strong, more of a backbone for their team. But this will be the pick and bans going back in time and going into the 4th pick all the same, and that Angela will be replaced by that Shi.
I mean, the shirt makes sense, right? The shirt makes sense, especially if Netza comes in, he then tries to get the Skyfall. You can then use the Silk Imprints, shift him about. He's meant to be there using the Skyfall to nudge you into the enemy team. What can Shirt do? Just move you around. Like, hey, buddy, no, we're going to dictate the pace. We're going to dictate where you go within these team fights. But thank you very much for bearing with us. Thank you very much with obviously putting up with the yapping that we do. But we're just trying to make sense of what could happen here and what could potentially happen in the future of the survival weeks within the KME. But now, there it is. Full draft coming through. Monkey still onto the jungle. So the only change here is going to be that Shirt for Cliche.
I called it. I'm so good. I'm kidding. But yeah, I am a certified yapper. We are certified yappers here. We gotta keep the show going here. And you guys can always tell us what we need to talk more about, and we can educate you guys, or you guys can educate us by sharing us like maybe your best nerds out combos or whatnot. We will always highlight it when we get to see it. But that will be the 5v5 picks locked in for both of these 2 teams going into game number 1 of this best of 5 series.
Yeah, soon we'll get onto the Gorge, and obviously the action will then ensue, and then everybody's lives will change. We'll have action-packed days from going on forward. Hopefully we'll have no more draft technical difficulties, or else you will be under the scrutiny of our yapping for another few moments as well. But no, we're going to get on. I mean, the shirt here, I really like it. It's obviously the Angela, we saw the approach. Maybe it still made sense, right? It's not like they locked in a hero that made completely no sense into the draft. But now, obviously, we have the shirt come through and makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense, especially like what you mentioned just now, whereby Skyfall comes in, and then you use a Silk Imprint, pull them towards your team. So it really limits the approach you're coming in for the side of Nutza to really find those angles for the backline here. So if you target the backline, there's always Splendors, there's always a Silk Imprint waiting for you. So it makes you at a much more passive state compared to the likes of Angela just now.
Yeah, exactly. So I think there's a lot more, obviously, potential here within the team fights for the shirt pick to come through right now. But this is it. We're going to wait to get into the Gorge. Nongshim, RedForce got up against Crazy Raccoon. Can they take a 3-0 after Crazy Raccoon started the upset that constantly ensued and followed Nongshim RedForce into the ranking week, right? Like, it was Crazy Raccoon that started with the issue of, hey, you're not going to have that undefeated streak anymore that you had within the spring. So really, can Nongshim be like, okay, we've had our break. We've had, what, 4 days break potentially here. Let's come back swinging. Let's come back with an undefeated streak within the season survival week.
Yeah, survival week will be key here for Nongshim RedForce to regain their tempo here. Or will the Raccoons actually bite harder into that trash can to find even more gold here? So this will be your picks here, and I'm loving the shirt here that you mentioned here. So without further ado, let's get on to the Gorge for game number 1.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. And this would not be possible without the Real Me official gaming phone. The 15 Pro official gaming phone is going to be the Real Me 15 Pro. Built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just like Glam, and just like the way Esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
I can definitely feel the difference, especially when all these teams are playing at a much more higher level compared to Spring. Maybe that's a device issue, maybe that's a player issue, but we are going into the game right now with Faye starting off with their clash lane here on the Diadea.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely giving over the support here to the top side of the map. But you're kind of seeing a very much of a focus into these side lanes, right? Obviously, they need to prop up Siri. They need to make sure Siri's not getting picked up into the early game, because as we saw on his performance in the early, if he's left unchecked, he can then become the masterpiece and the king piece within Nongshim's draft.
Yeah, being the king piece towards Nongshim draft will be a pivotal point here coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce here, but we see 3 members being committed towards the side of Crazy Raccoons to really secure this lead for Kai on this River Sprite here. So that is actually 1 lead, because just now, Nongshim was like, okay, let's allow Siri to have a fun lane as well. That's why we're giving so much resources to Siri, so much jungle camps.
It's not only that as well, right? Like the fact that they have the Lady Gen down there, it means that once Nanohana gets to level 2, that protective wings isn't going to do as much of a kind of like full save potential as it would be if it was just a 1v1 Siri, right?
Oh yeah, so when you have protecting winds, it allows you to be much more aggressive as a Consort U, but Consort U's real potential against the Arlie only comes out after, per se, 3 items or 4 items. She outskills the Arlie even harder because of that protecting winds, but look at it though.
Oh, yeah, they're going into a team fight here. Monkey getting pretty low. It's going to be the execute that comes through. The Jade Crystals come onto the gorge already. 2 minutes in, and Crazy Raccoon Kong gets the first blood.
I like the roam here coming in from Kai, right? He knows that, okay, they want to fight for the 3v3 objective here, but hang on a moment, do Espe might fall again!
This is not good for the side of Nongshim. We always say, though, Nongshim have a little bit of a harder early game to actually conduct, but then they get into the late game, and then they come online. But is Crazy Raccoon going to allow them to do this, Sagi, after those first 2 kills in 2 minutes?
Of course not. Right now, the Raccoons are actually riding on the momentum, and all those kills are going into their star player, which is CR Kong. Time and time again, he always gets his MVP pick on this Fade pick, and so far, it's working out majestically well.
It's working out beautifully, right? I mean, he's not even died once. This is the MO of Crazy Raccoon's Kong, right? Like, he dies once, that's it. He comes back online. He's only ever died once, and then that's it. Is then basically back onto the horse again. But right now, you're already seeing a clear disparity in that jungle. 2.6k to 1.9k. So already starting to splinter. Is around about a 800 gold difference.
800 gold to 1,000 difference in favor of the Raccoons here. But let's jump back to the topic just now, right? So we're talking about, okay, why Consort U does well against the Arlie. In the laning phase, it favors their Arlie because Consort U is not that strong in the early game. You have the Maple Dance to block up projectiles. But Haku here, getting pulled again, not much in danger, but that's the thing, right? If you're an Arlie, you win out the lane, you don't snowball in that mid game, you start to feel the difference in terms of the late game department. When Nanohana hits that 3 item, hits that 4th item, that's when the Consort U outscales the Arlie.
Yeah, exactly. More of a late game potential here onto the Consort U, but also obviously using that ultimate as well, right? Like, yes, it's a lockdown in place onto an Arlie, especially if you manage to catch her as she goes back onto her Parasol. It's going to be a lot harder for someone like Siri, players like Siri, to get out alive onto the Arlie pick. But we are seeing a lot of tip-tat here into the mid lane here. We have obviously Nia, Cliche, Kong just trying to convert this into a nullified mid lane so they can potentially try and take a fight at the neutral objective.
But it will be difficult, right? Because Kong on this Fate, that hardened Jade Seal can secure objectives with ease here, but they do seem to be like they're not trying to secure it, but look at Kong here. He's looking for a steal.
Yeah, looking for the steal, but they're not going to get it. In Bright Light Burst lands a little bit too late there for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Gets hit with the stick, but Siri into the backline gets taken out for Cliche as well. It's going to be that 1-1 drape between both of these teams. It's going to be the Dream Roll back into the backline to give aid over to the side of Nongshim RedForce. Keep Young9 alive, but Young is looking for more blood. He gets the takedown under the net there. He gets the double execute as well. That's a 4-3 trade for Crazy Raccoon.
That last moment ultimate when it just got back off of cooldown was insane coming in from Kong here. He did miss out that one ultimate here on that Tyrant, but that subsequent follow-up here coming in from the side of Crazy Raccoon was just so clean. Let's check back the replay here. So, ultimate here missed by Kong here, but a wider Albus catches on the floor. Look at the backline. Arlie got pulled in by Cliche before she died here, so that is a crucial catch-up here. So right now, 3v4, 4v4, execute, slams one down. Look at Kong here. He's waiting for a CD. Gets the knockout, gets kill 9. Ultimate before he dies. Beautiful. Crossing that 4-3 trade.
Yeah, he was playing that to a time, and that was so well played by Crazy Raccoons. But it's like you said, yes, he whiffed his first ultimate. Obviously, wasn't able to secure the Tyrant. But then, unlike other players, it's not like he was like, oh man, I missed out, kind of beating himself up. He's like, no, let's go again. Let's go again. Let's get the catch onto Siri, which Cliche really did. So now, Nongshim have really got to look at Siri's positioning into these team fights, because Cliche knows how to catch this guy out.
Yeah, he knows how to catch this guy out, and he definitely has to look for these aerial assassinations here coming in from Kong, these backline punches here coming in from Kai here. So as an Arlie, coming to game number 1, that's a lot of stress here that's being put on Arlie, especially on this player known as Siri.
Yeah, I mean, they've got it right. Like you said, obviously, Ali has a little bit more kind of like leeway into the early to mid-game, obviously getting those power spike items like either the Sparkforge Dagger or Doomsday come through first. Then that's when we start to see the Ali and Siri trying to get online. But right now, we are seeing that 1.4k gold difference happening between these two teams. The Dream Roam having to be committed here defensively for Haku. He doesn't want to get caught up just yet.
Doesn't want to get caught up just yet, but the goal lead is still in favor for the side of the Raccoons here. But look at Haku, he might be caught out, no room.
Yeah, double knock up there, obviously, thanks to Kai with the Truth Mantra. That execute's not going to come through too well there, so the hardened Jade Seal is not going to get that execute.
Pretty tanky boy here coming in from Haku, right? He stacks all of the mass, so allows this tanky boy to sustain so much damage. That was like, what? Kong's ultimate, Kai's ultimate, and then he's just like, okay, I'm just walking out with no harm here. All good, don't worry about me.
That's why I love the Monkey pick, man. Monkey is just one of those kind of like, you don't expect him to be a carry, but you expect him to kind of just like be the front line, do that damage over time. Obviously, you build the likes of the Blazing Sun Cape as well. The Blazing Cape, sorry, just to kind of do extra little bits of damage over time as you kind of just soak in the damage. And you also obviously just hit it away your basic attacks to still dealing more damage. So I really like Monkey pick. I love playing Monkey in my ranked games. But back onto this one, Crazy Raccoons not only get first blood, but they get the first T1 priority into the top side of the map. They are trying to take away the pressure up to Siri though, because Siri's left alone down to the bot side. But now, speaking of being left alone, is Kai, and he gets taken down here by the side of Nongshim.
They get the red buff, they get the crimson, but they drop Kai, and right now Siri getting that freebie towards the bot side. Not what you want from the side of the Raccoons here, because it is not such a worthy trade. But Goldie still falls in favor of the Raccoons here, but look at the map state. Bot side goes down. Lesser player coming in for Raccoon, so that leaves the top side tower open for Nongshim to grab.
Yeah, to follow on with like just dominoes, right? They need to get this domino effect come through for Nongshim since Crazy Raccoon had such a great early game in terms of kills. But kills aren't going to win in these games. It's obviously turning that into the objectives, but Illusion has to force the flash out there. Just get hit by the Unbridled Airburst just onto the last little bit of precipice there. But Chert trying to get the Silk Imprint onto the enemy line, but it's going to be the takedown of Nia there onto the early part of the team fight. But immobilized, kept in place by that Prison Spirit. The Prison Sprite means they keep this T1 alive.
And when Siri joins the fight, you better be sure that this man is coming in packing with items right now. Already finishing up that Doomsday, already finishing up that Shadow Ripper, working towards that Eternity Blade. Once that 3-item hits, this Arlie will spike so hard at that 10-minute mark.
Yeah, they're going to be careful, right? Obviously, Nongshim at 10-minute marks are going to be scary, and the games that they win against Crazy Raccoons, they win around about 13 and 12 minutes, but Cliche has to get out there. Destiny Counter doesn't hit on point. They get down Faye, but they also take down Kong. So down goes your carry. Can they get more? Down goes Haku thanks to Nanahana. They are looking to try and get a takedown onto Kyung9, but they get the T1. So really, for me, Nongshim comes out on top of that one.
3-for-3 trade, right? You get 2 kills on the side of Nongshim RedForce, but they get the mid tower as well here. So that opens up the map for the side of Nongshim to play these aggressive flanks, to play these aggressive engages here. So for Nongshim, it's pretty worth it to the equal trade.
Yeah, pretty worth. They also obviously got Nia's ultimate off as well. So obviously, you know the Unbridled Airburst isn't going to come through, put pressure into that side lane. You know for a fact that Siri and Illusion have the wave clear to keep that mid lane in check as well. So really, there was no chance of Crazy Raccoon to try and reclaim that T1 that they just lost in mid.
Oh yeah, no chance to quick claim. It doesn't just respawn out of timer. So it's good stuff coming in from Nongshim RedForce here. But Goldie is evenly tied here coming into the first Tyrant of our Best of 5 series here. So we have to see what is the setup, who draws first blood in these engages.
Yeah, we have to wait and see, right, as the Shadow Tyrant is first onto the board now and onto the Gorge. Do you have pressure into the bot side of the map onto the side of Crazy Raccoon? So Siri is away from this team fight. We're creating a bit of ambiance here. We're making sure that Fog of War is on the board, so neither of these teams know what's happening. We're getting the same vision of Crazy Raccoon and Nongshim, but it looks like Nongshim is going to start off at the Tyrant. Looks like Crazy Raccoon's like, you know what, let's leave it. Let's go for the Overlord.
Yeah, let's trade it a 50-50. The timer is not right because this army right now is so darn strong here. We need Nano Hana. We need Kong to have more of these items. Only then we can fight them in a 5v5 situation. And look at Siri right now, finding the engage.
Yeah, getting the engage onto Nanohana. That's not what you want, right? That's a lot of damage onto the side. Crazy Raccoon's been taken up already. And Haku, he knows that that's going to be one less damage output to get the takedown. But Kai gets taken down as well up to the top side of the map. This is not looking too good here for the Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, it's not looking good as well because, like you mentioned, both your silence are already down, and with the Shadow Tyrant, they are gonna be just forcing those pushes and potentially getting that high ground turret that's so important.
Yeah, they've got to get the high ground turrets that are very important here as well. I mean, this is where obviously we can start to see Nongshim trying to come back with a little bit of boom boom pound, maybe even trying to get those finishing shots off here. The T2 down into the top side of the map gets taken down as well. So really, for Crazy Raccoon, they just need to play this quite defensively.
Yeah, they need to play this defensively, slow down tempo, let Nanohana scale more of these items, right? So when he hits that 6 item full slotted, then he's on equal footing or slightly above Siri in those exchanges here. But right now, they have to play rather passive because that Shadow Tyrant is giving so much value for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, they've definitely got to make sure they're able to scale Nanohana into this one, right? Especially if they're able to try and keep themselves into this game number 1 of this best of 5 between Nongshim and RedForce. Nongshim, however, they only have about 4 seconds left on that Tyrant, so really, they didn't make full use of the Shadow Tyrant, I don't feel here, but neither did Crazy Raccoon have the opportunity to use that Overlord.
Yeah, and this is why Nongshim is so strong, right? When it comes down to these late game team fights, how united they are, their rotations, it's so much cleaner compared to the Raccoons. But look at this, they found the target.
Yeah, Dream Road does actually land on the Kai. That could be pretty scary for the side of Crazy Raccoon, but they do get the shutdown onto Illusion. Phase already gone down as well. That's a double kill going up the side of Cliche, but Khan gets taken down, gets focused early into this team fight, but this is looking like it's going to be a Crazy Raccoon Fiesta here as they get a 4-2 trade overall. Yes, they lose Kong. Yes, they lose Nanohana, but they still have Cliche. They still have Kai and Nia.
Beautiful exchange coming in for the Raccoons because that was a 2-for-4 exchange and we see the double carry Kong and Nanohana fall down. But once again, Cliche finding back-to-back pulls here of that shirt, allowing Crazy Raccoons to find that success. Look at the replay here. So, first thing first, holding that Lady Zun here, making her out of position here. Faye has to force himself to sacrifice and allowing him to die here. So, Kill9 doing a good job here, dropping down Nanohana. But look at that final pull here, pulling the nuts up back to the tower here. So well done by Cliche.
Yeah, very well done by Cliche. The only other member on the side of Crazy Raccoon that has a MVP as well, right? So we're already seeing here that he likes to dictate these picks like the shirt and is able to kind of like make the difference within these team fights. We are obviously seeing now that this could potentially be a comeback here for Crazy Raccoon. They don't have the greatest, obviously, priority in the lanes right now. Every minion wave at this point is crashing naturally. So for the side of Crazy Raccoons, they need to make sure they're getting these team fights, but also getting these priorities into these lanes as well.
I feel like the priority will come from this upcoming Shadow Tyrant fight. Whoever wins this will have even more grasp on the entire game here. So, question is, who will draw the big engager? I'm looking at Kai, I'm looking at Kyung9. These two players will be key here if they want to find an opening on towards the backline.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you land one devastating Truth Mantra and then obviously you pair that up with the Hardened Jade Seal, it could be huge, right? But speaking of that, Illusion has to use the Splendor right now to keep himself alive, just to keep himself into the team fight. But this gets taken down here by the side of Khan. But Kai goes down, Cliche, Nanohana, and the Khan goes down as well. That's going to be an ace here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. They've still got Siri. They've got the minion wave down, but they could make some waves.
That's game for Nongshim RedForce. They find an ace, just sacrificing Illusion and Fake here. Siri is the man of the game here. Haku and Kyung9 allowing so much space for this early to find that backline, to find that 1v1 against Nanohana, and that has proven so much success coming in for the greatest in this game number 1 as they take the crystal 1-0 in this best of 5 goes to Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah. Nongshim RedForce, the greatest red, they naturally go over to the red side and they get the dub here. And I mean, we were saying in the early game, obviously Kong had a very devastating performance there. We were able to get up those first 2 kills into the early game, 2 kills onto the board for the side of Crazy Raccoons. So it wasn't kind of like, it was a stomp onto the side of Nongshim. They just knew that what was happening in that early game, they needed to adapt very quickly. And what do Nongshim RedForce do very well? They adapt on the spot.
They do adapt on the spot here, and Kong was always being caught up for paying the price, right? He was going for the backline, and it was always being locked down by either the idea with the bit of farewell spell too. So you just like kick him down for the wall, lock it in place, and all the damage comes piling on towards his Fei pick and on towards the backline. You always see 2 things: Kyung9 and Siri jumping on Nanohana, making sure that all the gold that this farm lane of Crazy Raccoon has is going down to the dumpster of the Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, exactly right. Like, they're able to get into the back line, able to put the pressure onto Nanohana, which really, realistically, was the only range that they had, right? Obviously, sure, once you get the Silk Imprint, you have to be within range. You have to make sure that you actually make the most of your positioning, right? But whereas Consort U, you can be a little bit more daring with it, thanks to the Protective Winds, as well as second skill that kind of cancels out a lot of that physical damage. But ultimately, when you've got Kyung9, when you've got Haku, when you've got these tanky boys on top of you, there's nowhere to run.
Yeah, there's nowhere to run, and come to think of it, right, Nanohana is not having the best of the environments because all your team is just jumping on towards the backline like the Dharma, like the Fate, and also the Zhangfei. That leaves you end towards the backline thinking like, oh guys, who's gonna save me from the monkey and also Kyung9's target lock ultimate here? And also Siri's just always looking at me, so it makes the situation very difficult for Nanohana on this immobile pick to play.
Yeah, there was no one really there to save them, right? Like, there was no kind of like AoE they could have popped down. There was like, as soon as Cliche was taken off the board, that's it. There was no real Silk Imprint, no real control coming over to the side of Crazy Raccoons. I felt like Nia's Zhangfei here, there was not many unbridled outbursts that actually made it impactful or even a huge pick within this draft to make it like, right, okay, there's a reason why they went for the Zhangfei. It felt like a little bit of an underwhelming performance here from the support player of Crazy Raccoon.
I think this also goes to show whereby Nia was always finding illusion on the Lady Zhen, and Lady Zhen, she has that Splendor and Spell 1 to provide that double stasis and invincible effect here, so that actually drew a lot of attention going in from Crazy Raccoon's side, which opened up a lot of these moments for Nongshim to really dive on towards Nanohana, to really hit Kong from the sky, making him fall towards the ground. So that, I think, contributes to a lot of success why Nongshim RedForce found those team fights, found that winning game push.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they was able to obviously take out Faye quite frequently there, 0-5 KDA, but he was able to actually set himself up with 12 assists. So even though he was getting taken down, he was still doing his bit before the team fight was even over, and it really gave over the assist. But to be honest, if we look here in terms of the damage output, we've really seen that obviously Kong was the main kind of spearhead here, followed by Nanohana onto the side of Crazy Raccoon. But if you look over the side of Nongshim, it's a little bit of a different story, right? You've got 2 heroes around about that 7k pool here. Obviously, Haku on the Monkey and Illusion as well. And then you also had, obviously Netza, Kyung9 as well as Siri also doing a lot of damage here. But you can already see with this gold map where CR's dominating moments within this game was.
Yeah, CR did actually very beautiful early game. That was why we saw like the first blood, those 2 additional kills going towards the mid lane, and then that Tyrant fight, even though they were looking kind of sloppy, they still got 4 extra kills in return. But our MVP of the series will be Haku on that monkey here. Although he got first blooded in towards the mid game, he was finding all these angles, being this frontline tank, securing objectives for his team. What a solid performance going into that mid late game scenario.
Oh, absolutely huge, right? I mean, you even saw there that he was obviously one of the more damage outputs for the side of Nongshim RedForce, which just shows that, yes, Monkey is a tank, but he can do quite a lot of damage frequently, especially when you pair it up with the Blazing Cape as well, right? that is going to be just doing damage over time. Not only kind of physical damage, but the magical damage comes through also. But Haku here, MVP, game number 1. Honestly, he was always in the team fights, always spearheading these movements, using the Dream Roam pretty effectively as well. Not just dodging out and just going into that backline like we just saw there, the takedown of Cliche very early on within the Tyrant fight.
And it's always Kyungran and Haku, right? They were finding the backline either on Cliche or Nanohana, making sure that there's always room or exchange coming into these team fights here. Yes, this early game plays fall in favor of the side of the Raccoon here, but going into that mid game, this is where you see Kong trying to make more of these mistakes here, getting hit from the sky, getting CC'd by Fade's Diadea here, kicking him so that he cannot go for those safe plays. And moving on towards these kind of late game scenarios is when we start to see Illusion using that Splendid bait out spells here. Yes, in this moment, it's still in the favor of Kong. Why? Because Cliche is finding all these beautiful silk imprints here. Hence why we see a much more favorable state here. But coming into this late game, Illusion dodging out so many spells here, dodging out the Truth Mantra, dodging out the Unbridled Outburst here, and look at the backline. Who's left alone? Nanohana is there to fight the world, and he cannot single-handedly fight 3-person, which is Haku, Kyungman, and also Siri. So that leaves the demise of this team composition here that's being dropped from the side of the Raccoons.
I mean, that was just mastery gameplay there by Siri on the alley, right? You saw that last clip, obviously not the Crystal one before that. We saw Cliche very aggressive into the backline, thinking nobody was going to be there. So he was punished for his kind of like negligence of not knowing where Siri was. Then Siri comes from behind. Faye obviously was already at the front. And then Siri comes in, boom, 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 takes down Cliche, boom, 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 takes down Nanohana. There goes your damage. But that's only game number 1, guys. We're going to be on a short break before we get into game number 2. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. But battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and that was game number 1 between the Raccoons and Nongshim RedForce, where Nongshim RedForce drew first blood in that game number 1.
Yeah, Nongshim RedForce, obviously, they were unable to get the first blood from Crazy Raccoons, but Crazy Raccoons, they had that solid early game. We saw it on the gold graph, where it looked like it was going to be a Crazy Raccoon fiesta, right? But then we saw Nongshim, and as we know, the best of Nongshim is it comes towards that 10-minute marker. Obviously, not only thanks to the heroes that they drafted, but also just thanks to their playstyle. They need to find out what they're going up against for them to adapt, for them to overcome, and that's exactly what Nongshim did to get that first game onto the board. But this is a best of 5, so unless Nongshim take another 2 back-to-backs, there's still a very long way to go for Crazy Raccoon.
I think coming to the second game of the series, Long will be indefinitely targeted by both of these two teams. Especially Nanohana and Siri, these two players are looking to really pick up this pick here, because for Nanohana, there's no more concert you that does extremely well against the Long, so it will fall in favor if they pick it up. Especially Siri no longer has that early as well, so it will be a priority for both teams.
Yes, once again, the greatest red going over the red side once more. So they've clearly found some kind of speed, some kind of angle that they like with going over to the red side. I mean, it also gives over... Yes, you give away the prior blue pick to your enemy team, but then you get to react with another 2 counters, right? Like you either go and lock in your farm lane, you go and lock in something like a flex pick, like we saw earlier in that game number 1, right? You'll lock in the Nutzer. But now, here is obviously the updated global ban pick as well. Game number 1 draft on the board there for you, but game number 2 BP is under the way.
Under the way, and to start it off, Luna will be banned away from the side of Nongshim RedForce, and it's still a bit of a repeat of game number 1, where we see the Mind Shiranui being removed from the side of Nongshim RedForce. So it does signify that they don't really want to change out the bans, because it's still working out for them tremendously well.
It works out tremendously well for them as well. Like they may potentially look to ban out the Hu1 once more for the side of Nongshim RedForce, as their first 2 bans was obviously the Mai and the Hu1. Obviously, with them not being over to the side of the blue side, it looks like it could go over to either Nia, but I don't think we've actually even seen Nia play the Hu1, right? It's normally flexed onto either Cliche or Kong, but they're going to ban it out here as well. Don't want to give it over. Give over that prize pony, man. That seems to be the strat here for Nongshim. If we don't go against the Hu1, they don't have that sustained team fight.
Yeah, the sustained team fight, the ability to flex that pick in towards the draft, that's what makes Yuhuan so darn strong here. And that is the loan that we talk about in towards the draft here. It will be locked by Nanohana towards that farm lane. Nongshim RedForce, however, they have a lot of options, right? They still have the Ogren, they still have the Fatigue, they still have a lot of these picks that traditionally does well against the Long.
Yeah, I mean, they could have gone for the Dharma as well, right? They're trying to get the Truth Marchers come through. Oh, okay. I mean... Wu Yun here would be pretty crazy, but I mean, we've seen already the Nerdser come through, but they're going back to basics now. Hyung 9 gets one of his spare big picks, as well as Faye. Looking to lock up the Motsu here as well. So could we potentially be starting to see the opening of maybe a Haku Orgren game here?
Well, we gotta see, right? Because so far, Faye's Mozi has been performing quite well. He's been finding these key cannon blasts. He's been finding these backline controls. So it does seem to be a really darn decent pick here, especially when the Ogren comes in. You know for the fact that Faye is gonna be locking Ogren in place.
Yeah, trying to keep it away from the side of Nongshim is going to be Crazy Raccoons locking in that Orgren. So Kong actually not going to be going for much of a carry pick. We're here. Obviously, you can carry with Orgren, but it's not the kind of like assassin playstyle carry, right? You have to kind of farm up. You have to get your gold over, get that itemization, and then you're just going to soak the damage, but deal that damage out. But hey, natural counter to the Orgren comes through, and it's going to be Haku on the Musashi.
And then Musashi not just counters the Ogren here. You have that spell 1 to block up projectiles coming in from Long's Flaming Palm and also Nua's creation block. So it's a pretty darn well pick here for the side of Haku in towards the jungle here. It counters all 3 heroes in that first rotation coming in from Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy, right? Like, we've seen the resurgence of Musashi. Like, there's been, like, international tournaments where Musashi's not even, like, considered. Like, I don't think we saw many Musashis within the KWC. Obviously, it is generally in towards that longer format, but it's been very recent. It's like, hey, the teams like to pick a lot of healing. Who's great against getting healing? It's obviously going to be that state that you can imbue onto your enemy team there. Just make sure that that healing has been reduced and it doesn't reach in time. So we've been seeing that re-emergence here from KME of the the Musashi pickup here. But looking at those final two ban picks here, you got the Guan Yu and the Lian Po, obviously big counter, I mean, big great creation for the side of Nia as well, right? Like Lian Po was one of his second big picks, as well as the Zhang Fei. So taking off the board there, that normally got paired with the Orgrin is pretty scary.
Pretty scary as well that they don't really ban out the channel here. That does exceptionally well against the Long in the laning phase. So that is a bit of a questionable decision coming in from Crazy Raccoon's banning phase, but they are the pros, so we respect that with full heart here. So Crazy Raccoons, they're looking to fill up the remaining slots here. Is it looking to pick up the Dahlia that's going to pair up the Nua and also Long for that double Annihilation, double Flaming Palm burst potential, or what is the case here coming in from the Raccoons?
Raccoons here, obviously, they need to go and lock into their Clash lane, and we may be getting a lane here. Obviously, that's one of the better Clash lanes that pairs nicely with the Dahlia as well, right? Like, we're really going to be expecting the lane to be diving on top of the likes of the Charnos, making sure that he kind of is able to get out with the double, obviously, death on Sunset as well. This means that you're able to just climb farther and farther into the enemy backline, because we're really looking at this kind of mid lane pick here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. More than likely going to be more of a backline. Potentially maybe look at something like the Yixing to kind of trap in the likes of the Orgrin, trap in any one of these key pickups onto the side of Crazy Raccoon.
And what's interesting is this composition that's being dropped by the Raccoons. It's actually one of those Game 7 drafts that you will see for teams that do not favor the early, but favor the Orgrin, Dahlia, and Long combination here. So it makes a lot of sense why they actually put out the channel here instead of the Shouyue, because Shouyue, you have to get away 3 stacks of it. You can easily kite against the lane, but channel, you don't have solid disengage here. Hence, this Elaine and Dahlia combo will be pivotal in soloing out this channel or Yixing in towards the late game.
Yeah, I can say the only way you can get away from with Chano is obviously his first skill, but that's only like a little bit of a knockback. So if you've only got one little bit of like an inch of a knockback, but then Elaine can cover miles with his ultimate, that's going to be a little bit of a hard matchup, or at least a hard escape here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. But nice draft here by the side of Crazy Raccoons as well as Nongshim RedForce. It depends on who is going to play this one a little bit more better. They did obviously, they flirted with the idea of the Princess Frost to try and counter the AoE of the Orgrim, but instead they went with the Yixing.
So that, what makes it interesting, I will want to really see Haku's performance on that Musashi. When it comes down to finding these key targets towards the backline, finding these projectile blocking with the spell 1, he will play a very important role here coming in from Nongshim's draft, because in the end of the day, they don't have a solid front line. They have very aggressive scaling and laning phase.
Very aggressive scaling early phase, laning phase for those teams here. But really, on the side of Nongshim, they do have obviously the Chano good against the Lung here in terms of obviously 1v1. It's going to be a little bit easier for him using obviously those Spirit Wolves, using that long range knockback of his first skill. But then also, obviously, just the late game assurance as well, right? Like both of these players, Nonohana and Siri, are looking for that late game positioning within this game too.
And look at what Kong is doing right now. This one, he pulled it off against Nongshim in that first week. And right now, he's looking for that play again and might look to punish Kyung-Knight in towards the Clash lane.
We've seen a lot of this, right? A lot of 2v1s up into the top side of the map. It seems to be a little bit of a KME that seems to be like, right, let's get the Clash lane. Let's get a little bit of Clash core gameplay going on here. Let's get high up into the, have the greatest early phase here, going up against the Byron. Because, I mean, to be honest, a lane against Byron, for me, Byron, as soon as he gets to level 4 as well, it's going to be a hard matchup here for the lane.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely hard for the lane because Byron is known for that early game power spike. And the laning phase always falls in favor if it's a 1v1 here. So it's still understandable why Kong decides to do it. So they capitalize on Kyung-Knight's aggressiveness and they force out his flash in towards that early game here, which you see on their right side, Kyung-Knight's flash is on cooldown.
Yeah, that's on cooldown. I mean, that's going to be a bit of a problem for him, especially when if Kong decides to revisit that lane when he's level 4 and he's got the Conductor of Souls. It's going to be harder for the likes of Kyung-Knight to get out alive. But we've seen no contestation into either jungle because they're playing quite respectively here as well. Obviously, Crazy Raccoons have to play a little bit more respectively. They can't play as aggressive. They don't have the likes of the Fade. They don't have that Execute coming on board. They do have the Death Precipice, but it's not as scary and frightful as that Hardened Jade Seal.
Hardened Jade Seal is one of the most interesting mechanics here coming into Honor of Kings, whereby it bypasses any form of execution, and if solely focuses on your execution, which is the hardened Jace. You're coming in from Fate. So coming into this game, however, since there's no Fate per se, so that Precipice, that path of passing, that Seer State from the Ogryn will be pretty darn commanding here coming in from Kong. But that's if they can find that early game aggression.
Yeah, they got to find it first, right? They have to make sure they're able to find that early game aggression to make sure they're able to capitalize on the playstyle that they could potentially go for here. Obviously, Kyung9 used that ultimate there, trying just to keep away Kai from this battle. Also means that they can go and get that teleport sprite as well, clean up another one of those in terms of that extra gold. But Siri's not having like the fullest time down to the bot side of the map. He's having a lot of pressure, obviously thanks to Nia and Nanohana sticking together like glue.
Yeah, Nia and Nanohana here, the double end combo here, just casually laning, providing that sustain that long need. So Siri getting ganked by Cliche at that moment, he definitely has to be able to force that flash away here. But so far in towards the early game here, it's still a stalemate coming in for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are just trying to create that pressure into either the mid or into the farm lane as well, right? Just to make sure that it's able to just open up the neutral objective that's coming onto the board in a matter of like 50 seconds, because that's where the real team fight's going to happen, right? Like, we've not seen a lot of tit-for-tat like we saw in game number 1. Game number 2, it's been a lot more coy. They're waiting for these neutral objectives to take that fight.
Yeah, and comparing the late game potential coming in from both teams, Siri has really good late game here, but if you were to compare to Crazy Raccoons, however, that's a lot of backline access here coming in from Kai's double ultimate here, and also Cliche on that spell here. But Infinite Advance has already been expended before the Tyrant in 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's a bit scary here for the side of Crazy Raccoons. That's kind of like maybe a little bit of a touch and go issue, right? Like, it's like, oh, I can commit, but I'm probably going to die here. But to the side of obviously Nongshim, able to get that off the board into that team fight, as well as a Death on Sunset as well. That's one Death on Sunset being taken away before that's up. The teleport is going to be onto the side of Nongshim. They can just teleport down into the mid, rotate heavily down onto this Tyrant fight, and that's looking like what's going to happen here.
And we see all members of Nongshim RedForce already present and ready to contest for this Tyrant here. What is the call here? Is it to start, or is it to put focus back on Haku's buff? Just because Haku is playing a assassin jungle here, so prioritizing his farm is much more important than the Tyrant compared to a tank like Kong on this Ogryn.
Yeah, I mean, definitely gives over more damage up to the likes of Crazy Raccoon's Ogryn here, making sure that he's able to kind of clean up and get those Crimson Golems. Because, I mean, at the moment in time, while you're seeing this kind of like brewing moment before they actually go for the neutral objective, that's sacrificing gold up to Kong. But Haku's like, no, I need that gold. I need that XP lead here over to the Ogryn. And now that they know the Ogryn's going to be at the Azure Golem, this looks like it's going to be an easy setup here for the side of Nongshim RedForce to get that Tyrant. So it was just a waiting game at this point.
Waiting game, and I like what Nongshim RedForce did. They purposely rotated themselves faster compared to the side of Crazy Raccoons. The Crazy Raccoons had no vision because they couldn't walk up, and then when Kong was like, okay guys, I cannot waste my jungle clear timing, I have to go get my Azure, that's when Nongshim strike, and that's where they strike cleanly and they take the Tyrant. But look at Faye right now, he's looking for a Cannon Blast shot.
He's looking for a setup, right? Looking for a setup for Siri. He's not able to land it onto anybody there into the T1 territory. And you can already see that Haku's like, hey, let's try and get something from their jungle. Let's try and potentially get a gank here. Maybe he's looking for that rotation from Cliche.
Look at Haku.
Look at this. Look at this. They're looking for it. There it is. Think inside the box. There it is. The duel to the death as they get the first blood onto the side of Nongshim RedForce. Can Faye get out alive? I mean, Kong is nowhere near around, and it looks like Siri has got this one dead to rights on this T1.
Such a clean play here coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce. They found the flank on towards Cliche and also the bottom tower without getting any resources on towards Matt right now. We can see Nongshim RedForce ahead by 1.5k already in this early game.
A lot cleaner gameplay by Nongshim, right? Like, they've taken these 4-day breaks and they've run with it. They're like, you know what? Our ranking week performance isn't the one. We need to step up, and they are definitely stepping up right now. Like, this is looking like the Nongshim we saw from Season 3, from what we saw from the spring season as well. But now, Haku looking to try to get a bit of a bait here onto Kai, maybe try and force out that duel to the death, but it looks like Haku might be getting taken down here. He gets locked in place. The Fabled Flames do come through. Now Kai goes into the back line, looking to get a shutdown onto Siri as well, but Siri shot does come through, keeping him alive. Emergence on top of Kyung9. Is he going to be able to last the damage of the Nua and the Elaine together? And the answer is yes.
Damage potential still very high here coming in for the side of Crazy Raccoons. You can never count them out because their late game is 3 heroes here coming in from Kai's Elaine, Cliche's Nua, and also Nanohana on that long flaming palm here. If Haku were to overdive, he's gonna be in for a treat because that's a lot of damage.
it's a lot of damage, and you've only got 2 extreme speeds, right? Like, you can only get out as far as possible, and the fact that they can cover so much range with Kai's lane makes it a bit of an issue here, and a little bit of like a thing that's always going to be in the back of the mind of Haku. But we saw some obviously good comeback here for Crazy Raccoons. Like you were saying, Sagi, their late game potential is a lot better than the side of Nongshim RedForce, just because the fact that they have rescaling heroes rather than just the likes of Siri and Illusion onto the Yixing.
Yeah, Siri will be that important factor here coming into the late game for the side of Nongshim RedForce. So we have to see how this channel positions himself, because it's not going to be easy. There's a double out a lane that's going to be chasing you.
Yeah, you're going to hope for either like maybe Faye going in with the think inside the box first and maybe trying to catch off with obviously the Storm Strike from Kyung as well. But no, they're just using Siri as a bit of a siege mechanic, right? They're just basically making sure they can get that damage onto those T1s into the side lanes. They're looking to replicate this onto the side of Crazy Raccoon into that mid, but that board has been committed. It does lock down the Dragon, but the Infinite Bastards has been taken up and now he escapes.
But still, ultimate for ultimate here. So the next time Nanohana decides to appear in mid lane, that gives a bit of a engage angle for the side of Nongshim RedForce, because they know this spell is about like a 50-second cooldown timer as of this point.
Unless we get the Celestial Melody be given over to Nanohana here as well, right? Like, that could still come through if they really need to. It looks like it is going to be given over to Nanohana. And they're looking to just kind of, like, trade, like, who do I give over it to? Do I give it over to Kai? Are we being aggressive? Let's give it over to Kai. Are we being defensive? Let's give it over to Nanohana and let's keep him alive. Because really, they're counting on that damage, right? Like, if you lose Nanohana into any of these team fights, just like how they lost the console you in game number 1, it's going to be really hard for Crazy Raccoons to try and come back in team fights.
Oh yeah, especially when you are a scaling marksman, you do not want to be dying so much. And Haku here, he's just gonna walk away. It's not that hard for this assassin to be able to position himself, but if you're a marksman and you falter in towards the 6 to 10 minute mark, your item will be delayed extremely hard with each death you falter to.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard for them, but the fact is here that Nongshim are making a good use of these neutral objectives, right? They're able to get the 2 Tyrants onto the board, gives over the extra little bit of damage here to the likes of Siri, which is really going to sort of like pay dividends for this next 70 seconds or so into these team fights.
And right now we see much of a gold lead here, 2,000 already compiled for the side of Nongshim RedForce here, so they're in a very healthy driving seat right now, as we prefer to say. And Kyung, look at him. He's just aggressively finding vision for his team so the team can actually path toward to. And right now, Kong, once Siri hits that Daybreaker, Kong wouldn't be able to tank so easily compared to later on.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him, right? But at the same time, you kind of seen a little bit of a joint excursion here from Haku and Kyung. One trying to get kind of intel from the right, one's trying to get intel from the left. But it's all been played very nicely, because you can see that Nongshim are just trying to make sure they can have the right intel to take the right team fight.
Crazy Raccoon is still fine, right? It's just a 2,000 deficit. So if they were to drag this 2,000 deficit to a 14-minute mark, equal state of the game, it could be anyone's game in this game number 2.
Yeah, exactly. It's nothing at that point in the game, right? Like 14 minutes, 2k gold lead is not where you want to be. You want to be kind of like very far ahead. You want to be punishing the enemy team. But Faye actually landing some really good cannon blast there, catches onto 3, trying to get the stop and take down onto the Shadow Tyrant. But it looks like it's going to get reset here. Oh, wait, no, you managed to stop and mitigate that damage. But Kai onto the back line, trying to get the locks onto Siri, but gets taken down by Yixing. The taking liberties do fall through and stop Kai in his tracks, and down goes Nier as well. Nanohana has to use the Infinite Bastards, is going to get taken down. Haku is on his tail and gets the kill. That's a 3-0 trade for the greatest Red.
Crucial mistakes here coming in from Kai and Nanohana. Then Nanohana, he was soaring on towards the sky. When he landed, he got immediately caught on by the Taker's Liberty. For Kai, he overestimated the damage that he could take on the lane, and he got shot down super duper hard here. And they were punished heavily, and Cliche gets taken down as well.
Yeah, I mean, amply named Cliche, right? Like, he tried to keep that mid lane alive, but unfortunately, unlike most Cliches, they're a little bit weak, unfortunately. But now, Nongshim have definitely found their footing, right? We were talking about a 2k gold lead just moments ago. They're now up by around about 4k gold lead as they're transitioning into that 12-minute mark. Also open up the map more onto the side of Crazy Raccoons with that T1 in the mid lane.
And much more cleaner gameplay here coming in from Nongshim RedForce compared to game number 1. Compared to week number 1, this Nongshim RedForce is starting to show why they were the KME Spring Champions.
Destroyed a tower.
Exactly right. Like, you can already see in here that Faye's just giving over the room for Siri just to make sure he's get these split push potentials. Obviously, get that T2 into the top side of the map. A little bit more resources going over to the favor of Nongshim RedForce. Cannon Blast are now hitting. Faye is activated.
Activated and Siri as well. With that Daybreaker, Kong wouldn't be much of an issue going in towards the backline because this channel has already reached peak laning potential.
He's reached it at this moment in time, right? I mean, he can still go for the likes of Sun Chaser if he really wants to towards his itemization there, just to get a bit more range and a bit more damage before Kai gets in onto it. But taking liberties actually being dodged out there thanks to the dash of Kai's kit. But now they're almost losing that T2 into the mid lane. They're looking at giving a bit of an assault onto the high ground turret as well. But still, it's going to be Nongshim. They're just driving Crazy Raccoon back into their base.
And Kai is having a very difficult gameplay here because he's getting kited so well by Siri and Faye. Every time he wants to go in for the Death at Sunset, look for the double ult reset, he's just getting shot by that soaring shot, forcing him to back off every time. So if you're Kai, it's such a frustrating way to play against.
Yeah, it's also going to do a lot of damage as well, right? Like, you're going to get chip damages before you even get into the team fight, so you can bet your sweet bibbity that Siri's going to drop his ultimate, right? Like, he's going to drop the ultimate, use that leader stance, and then you've got Wolves, you've got Chano, you've got Siri just hitting you late game with damage that you can't handle. And we've already seen so many times already that Kai is taking up a little bit more than he can chew.
Taking a bit too much of a chunk on the side of Nongshim. RedForce here, and right now with Nongshim RedForce lead, you're sitting comfortably at 7,000 with Shadow Vanguard marching at all 3 lanes. Right now, it's totally in control, but look, Kai's going in.
Yeah, Kai's trying to go in with everything there from Sunset. Gets caught by the box. That's not where you want to be. You're trying to claim some distance onto the side of the enemy team. Now we see here Kong's just trying to zone out the enemy team with a Canuck Assault, but it's not going to be doing the damage and the defense that it needs. Faye almost took him down with that Cannon Blast, but he is able to live very briefly. But I can't say the same things for those T3s.
Again, the same way Kai went in, he got taken down as well before that second Death at Sunset. That is another critical mistake here, and I gotta say, Nongshim RedForce, Illusions taking liberty, and Siri's soaring shot is doing heaven's work for that healing department.
Exactly. It's only brief moments of CC, but it's enough to stop Kai in his tracks. Like, you really need to be aggressive, really need to be getting those kind of stacks up onto your Moon Slash, your Hack Slash as well, right? So you get the CC and the knock-up of that final hit. But he's not just had that chance. He's just always been pinned dead to rights.
And if we look at the gold department here, Nanohana is sitting at 8.6k at 14 minutes. And if you look at Siri, however, 12.2k on that channel, fully slotted at 14 minutes. The experience and the gold gap between two farm lists is just so darn wide.
Oh, absolutely wide. And speaking of wide, he's going to be able to create a wide fissure now that he has that Sun Chaser as well, right? Like, he has that extended attack range. He has that attack speed as well boost if he really needs it. But at this point of the game, Siri has not been caught out just yet. And I feel like it's just the pairing of, like you said earlier, Sagi, those taking liberties, those series, those single shots. It's just too much for Kai to get the jump on.
Yeah, and Kai always manages to not pump out the second ultimate here, which really spells the demise here coming in from Crazy Raccoon, because you need this lane in that late game to actively hunt for that backline. But look at the end of the game here as we see a board go through.
Board being committed, but the minions are going to get wiped off here. So Nongshim RedForce, they do have the minion waves being pushed through again once more. They're just trying to get the chip damage onto the likes of Nia, onto the Dolia. But now they have to defend. Triple waves here. Can they do onto the side of Crazy Raccoon? But now it's going to be Nongshim trying to get a little bit of a flank. Young Nine just trying to get the pick off here, but they are going to be able to do it. They do survive the assault here. There is one minion left within the territory, but nobody's gone down onto the side of Crazy Raccoons. They are playing the defense the best they have in this game number 2.
But how many times can they do that? Because every time we see the minions come forth, you always see Kyung9 and Siri find these chips on towards that crystal here. 1 or 2 more times, that base will go kaboom, and you will go into game number 3 with a 0-2 deficit.
Yeah, and that's not where you want to be if you are Crazy Raccoon, right? Especially after such a prominent performance within the ranking week. They definitely thought there was going to be a little bit more give and take here between Nongshim and Crazy Raccoons. But maybe game number 3 is where they will activate. But they're still on the board, right? That Crystal's still got health, so there is still momentum here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. They've just got to find those prime opportunities.
Nongshim RedForce not giving them those comeback potentials here. They are playing it so slow, so safe, making sure that they take all these neutral objectives, being the Vanguard, being the Tyrant, and then they look for that game-winning push here. So Raccoons, where is your angle in fighting these late game team fights? Because if you don't find him, it's over for you in this game number 2.
Yeah, exactly. Because they're going to be trying to avoid that mid lane now, right? Obviously, we see the Shadow Vanguard being popped down there. So if Crazy Raccoon's trying to take a team fight here, they are going to take a lot more damage thanks to that Shadow Vanguard.
Yeah, the Shadow Vanguard is currently marching towards that mid lane, and look at bottom lane as well. You have super minions paired with another Vanguard here, so that is a lot of wave pressure here. Can the Raccoons hold this point?
They're going to try and hold this dumpster as if it was their own right. The board has been committed as well as Kai's Death on Sunset tries to kind of drive away the side of Nongshim RedForce at this point. But Kyung9, he's not been driven. He's into your backline. He's looking for that takeoff of one of your teammates. Kai has to use the Blood Rage to get out alive at this point of the game, but they are still doing it. Crazy Raccoons, they're keeping that Vanguard away from the Crystal. Haku chased away, but now Nia gets taken down. The Vanguard gets taken down. They're able to keep themselves alive for a brief moment, but this could be it.
Yeah, 4v5 scenario is coming in from Crazy Raccoons as the Vanguards are currently marching in. What is the call?
What is the call indeed? The Sage's Sanctuary is going to be being up for now. Kai gets taken down because he gets baited by that Sage's Sanctuary. Infinite Fastness used defensively here, but the Cannon Blast lands him in place. It's going to be the double kill going over to Illusion as well. Is this going to be a teammates as they take game 2?
A flawless game queue coming in from Nongshim RedForce. No towers going down. 11-1 in terms of scoreline here. What a form that Nongshim RedForce has shown us compared to week number 1 here, Blam.
A very good performance here from Nongshim. I mean, in the ranking weeks, they did fall to a 2-1 here. It was Crazy Raccoon that blemished the record of Nongshim RedForce going into the ranking week where they were undefeated in the spring season. But now Nongshim taken this very personally. They may have not made the kind of ample decisions that they needed to make within the ranking week to make those teams pay their flurried their blemish of their ranking week, but now they are looking to get back on the board, looking to be the top dog of the KME.
2-0 already, and I don't know how well they want to jump back into the series, because after the series, they will be meeting Gen.G Esports in that final day clash, but it's still in the series here. The Raccoons are still in. It's a best of 5. There's still 3 games of a potential reverse sweep if the Raccoons can pull off that miracle that they had in those BO3 scenarios here. But game 2, Nongshim, what a cleaner performance.
Absolutely clean performance here. Obviously, they did struggle to finish up that game. It was obviously at the detriment of Crazy Raccoons. They played a very good defense, right? I believe they kept up at least like 5 waves of minions, and then obviously the Vanguard as well as the Shadow Vanguard. But there's only so much you can do, right, until Kyung9 finds that backline, until they get the pick up of the Yixing. That double kill really just opened up the side of Crazy Raccoon and in that game number 2. But it was like you were saying there, Sagi, like, they could still come back with a reverse sweep here for Crazy Raccoon, but realistically, we don't have Fade anymore. We don't have the Orgrin anymore. And if we look at the previous 2 ban phases, they've taken a lot of carry assassins into the jungle. So Kong is being focused here, and it's going to be frustrating for the guy.
And also coming into the draft as well, Crazy Raccoons are the ones to voluntarily ban out the Luna and Pay here. So does that signify that Kong does not really want to pick up those picks against the likes of Haku? Or how does it work here? Because there was a lot of bans being invested on against Haku.
Exactly. I mean, they definitely were trying to kind of like lock down Haku here in terms of obviously getting those bans up on the board. But the Masashi, like I said in the BP, right, like there's a resurgence of this hero, and there's a reason why, especially going up against the Orgrin as well, right? Like we know it's a true tested counter for the Orgrin, but also when you have Dolia as well, you're really hoping that those Odes are going to give over the healing that you need to keep you within that sustained team fight. And it was hard for a man. Crazy Raccoons didn't seem to have that team fight etiquette that they've been having in the ranking week, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the Elaine Dolia that we put so much focus on along with the Long, they're not really performing in those team fights with only like a 40,000 damage coming in from Kai's Elaine and 33,000 coming in from Nanohana. And this is not what you want to see with these late game picks, right? It's a bit devastating for the side of Raccoon. So you have to wonder, what will it take for Raccoon to draft to come back 3 games in a row against Nongshim in this form?
Well, they need to bring out their strongest draft, right? Whether they're just going to be like, you know what, let's not bring it out in our day number 1, right? Let's make sure we bring it out in maybe day number 2, because they only really have 1 game here. So I feel like there's more up to scratch here for the side of Nongshim. But speaking of which, Kyung9 is holding this hostage once again with an MVP on the Chano, that 503 KDA. 36% of the damage dealt, and he barely took a scratch with that 15% damage taken. He was really hard to get catch up.
He was hard to get catch up, and he was pulling the range so well against Kai's Elaine. This man definitely deserved the MVP title. His positioning so well done in this game as Chano.
Oh, very, very well. Like, he knew that Kai was going to be on top of him, and hey, it's maybe not Chano's kind of thing. He doesn't want that lane on top of him, so he was like, right, I have to make sure that my positioning is played very well, which we're going to see into these replay highlights right now.
And this was one of the beautiful early game gameplays coming in for the side of Nongshim. They found the flank and they found the kill here. And this is the first one, right? So Seri and also Illusion found that CC. And when Nanohana realized too late, he U-turned, he wanted to go back, but gets caught by the Taker's Liberty as well. Uses that flash, but it's too little too late. As of this point, the team has completely blown wide open with Nongshim RedForce, collecting the Shadow Tyrant, and also all 4 of those kills here. And in towards the late game backbend as well, you see Kai just getting blown down almost immediately, and Nanohana dropping down once again with Infinite Vassals, gets blown apart almost immediately here. So all these events, it signifies one thing. Nongshim RedForce, their kiting game, their skill shots, their skill positioning is way above Raccoon's in this state.
Yeah, I mean, if that highlight reel being so short, is it a big indicator of how many little team fights actually took place in that 17-minute match? I don't know what it is, but that's only game number 2. We need to get to game number 3, but first, let's have a mini break, and we'll see you back after the break.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Welcome back to the Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. We're into Survival Week, and it is day number 1, and we're currently watching Nongshim RedForce go up against Crazy Raccoon, and Nongshim are looking at a healthy state within this best of 5. They're up 2-0. Can they make it a 3, or will it become a 2-1? We'll have to wait and see. But I'm Blam, with me is Sagi, as we get into game number 3.
And game number 3 is already on and going with Nongshim RedForce defaulting towards the red side with the Raccoons picking towards the blue side here. So plan. Is this really about Nongshim always going to red side? That's why they are winning. That's why they're called the greatest red.
I mean, to be honest, it's not their choice, right? Like, it's the loser's choice that takes the position of where they want to go. And it looks like that Crazy Raccoon's like, hey, we like blue, we like water. We like to potentially try and get that Hue 1 first prio pick, or maybe even try and get Pay this time around. Because, I mean, it's now the global ban pick. So for those tuning in or new to Honor Kings Esports, this is all operating on the global ban pick format, which means that if you play one hero one game, you cannot play it for the rest of the series. So it becomes more of a game of 4D chess in this BP. But now we get into the BP and it's looking like the same bans are coming through here, Sagi.
Now Luna is blocked away from the side of Haku here. My Shiranui as well here below will be the ban coming in from Raccoon here, as so far this pick has proven to be one of series best pick in the KME and also all the international events. But Nongshim RedForce, since game 1 and game 2 the bans are working out extremely well, they go with the same bans as well, which is the Yu Huan, which is the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, I mean, maybe here they were looking for Nongshim. We were just still looking for those slipperier kind of marksmen, which we've been seeing, obviously, for the likes of Asiri here. But now Kong finally gets another carry, and it's going to be that Pay. So maybe Crazy Raccoons are going to try and lock in the Byron, right? Because obviously Nongshim, they've already taken it. They need to make sure they draft something that's going to be able to counter the Byron, and potentially the party here is going to be the one. But the Gen.G is already spelling to me, are we going to get the fake here? The Sakir and the Gen.G combo that was huge within spring season for Nongshim.
It may be the case, right? Because Gen.G and Fatih, both very strong laners here coming into the draft from Nongshim RedForce. So already in the early game, these two picks are a focal point for Nongshim to really push out that lead here. But the Crazy Raccoons, however, they got themselves a pretty decent lineup as well in towards the early game. You have the likes of Kong on towards the Pay, and also the counter matchup for the Majin into the Fatih. It's also reasonable coming in from Kai here, but whether or not he can pull it off, that's another question.
Exactly, they've got to make sure that they can pull it off and execute that trigger. But now we're going to be going for another near big pick, right? This is going to be the Liam poke going through with the Mayin as well. Kai on the Mayin, we've seen a lot of devastating performance into the Clash lane, especially in terms of trying to get those 2v1s in the early game. But speaking of devastating performances, we haven't had one from Haku previously on the Ogryn within the ranking week, but now when the survival week comes through, he has been performing, and now it's his time for the Ogryn.
As his signature pick, and he's picking it up for that game number 3. He's saying that, hey, as game number 3, we want a 3-0, we want to get as much rest as possible before we face our rivals, which is none other than Gen.G Esports here. But it's not over for the Raccoons. It's still 0-2. There is a potential of that 3-game reverse sweep here for the Raccoons.
Ooh, potentially here. I mean, they are looking to draft like a really good one, a really good draft so far. It's really promising here for the side of Crazy Raccoons. It's very team fight orientated as well, right? So if we take, for example, the difference between game number 1 and game number 2, game number 1's draft was very scrappy, which was what we saw it gave over the early game to the likes of Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon now in game number 2 didn't have as much of a scrap one, but now in game number 3 they do. But I do want to point out, that's why I kind of wrapped up that point clearly. They wrapped out and banned out the Sakia, so fake here is not coming on to Gorge, unfortunately, for the side of Nongshim.
Ooh, they know Nongshim well, and they lock away the Sakir here. So roamers are quite limited here coming in from the side of Nongshim. However, there's still the Dolia, there's still the Zhangfei for the side of Nongshim. The pickup, oh no, that seems to be bad as well. So what is the pickup here coming in? Because if it's Princess Frost, we might see a Liang last pick as well coming in from Nongshim.
Yep, potentially here for Nongshim, but the Princess Frost makes sense, right? Like, if you're going to take a team fight, you want to take it on your terms. And if you have so many sort of like heroes with movement skills that can try and get them out of those CC AoEs, normally, having that Winters here is going to make it a lot harder for those burst rams to be slowed down. It's going to make it a lot harder for Kai on the Mayin to bounce in and out of the team fights, and even Kong on the Pay.
Yeah, even Kong on the Pay as well here. But full-blown marksman and Gan and Mo, these extremely late-game champions, heroes here coming in from the side of Raccoons, has been locked in here. Especially when we look at these two, they do amazingly against Gen.G in that mid-game, but the early game will be a question here. Can Nano Hana withstand the Gen.G early game tempo?
Ooh, questions here is going to be definitely that one, right? Like, obviously, Gen.G is going to be trying to get to his power spike that he needs to get to, but in terms of the front line, he does have what he takes, right? He has obviously the Ogryn, he has the Farty, they kind of give him that space to just kind of chip away at the enemy team as much as possible. But now we're potentially getting that Liang Princess Frost, that CC combo coming through here. So for the likes of Pei, for the likes of Mayin, it's going to be hard to get in, get out with that suppression here.
It will indeed be very difficult here, but Nongshim RedForce draft, they cannot afford any form of early game mistakes. But if they do, it will put them indefinitely behind, because the likes of Gen.G and Ogryn, once they fall behind, they are very weak compared to what Crazy Raccoons have drafted.
Exactly. Only time will tell, right? Like, let's see what Nongshim do in these team fights. Let's see if they can actually dictate and position the way they need to overcome in this game number 3. Because really, it's riding on a quick success here for Nongshim if they really are able to execute this plan. If not, they may have to go for a full 5 rounds. So it's all in their favor. It's all, the cards are in their hands, right? They just need to make sure they execute it properly.
So first things first, find that opening window for them to control that early game, just like they did in game number 1, and transition into a much more solid mid game coming in from the Raccoons to really challenge Nongshim in their expertise. Because so far, even in game number 1, Nongshim always had that one point where it was always so solid in, and so far that point has been Siri in that farm lane.
Siri in the farm lane has been the core of the enemy, of the side of Nongshim RedForce, but now are they going to shift the core elsewhere? Is it going to be Haku? Is it going to be Kyung9 once again with those dives onto the back line? That's going to make sure these setups are going to be hard for Crazy Raccoons, especially with the distance and the likes of the Ganamo, right? Ganamo needs space. Who's not going to give you space? It's Kyung9 on the party.
Yeah, Kyung9 onto the party will be an interesting matchup here. He will have a lot of eyes on him because he will be the key difference maker here in finding those backline accesses onto Cliche's Ganemo and Nanohana's Flowbomb Marksman.
Yep, they're going to make sure that they're able to get onto the back line of Crazy Raccoon here. That's the whole point of Kyung9. But right now, we're obviously just trying to take away a lot of those resources from the side of Crazy Raccoon, take away and contest that Spike Tail piece.
Ooh, Siri does get away that Spike Tail Beast, so that's 2 Spike Tail Beasts falling into the pockets of Nongshim RedForce. A decent win so far for the Greatest Red.
So far, the Greatest Red is going to be onto the board. In terms of just resources, right, we're seeing the same kind of thing as what we saw in game number 2. They're looking just to make sure that they're not going to take those team fights that we know Crazy Raccoons can have, right? Like in the early game, they just want to make sure that they get the resources up, give it over to the right heroes onto the side of Nongshim RedForce.
And this is the usual gameplay style that we see coming in from a Princess Frost Liang setup, whereby the Liang will go with the jungle to speed them up the jungle clear, get Liang that level 4 ASAP, and for the Princess Frost, she will be voluntarily giving all this farm towards the hands of Haku and Faye. And then we will see this super raid boss of an Ogryn here going into that early 4 to 10 minute mark.
Yes, but they've got to make sure they kind of set up that 4-minute mark into the favor of either of these T teams, right? Because I mean, Crazy Raccoons, they haven't had the greatest kind of like possession of those neutral objectives, right? Like he's always kind of like, they've always struggled to try and take those tyrants other than game number 1, whereas the last game, Nongshim was very sort of like devastatingly present in that game number 2.
And that was a fun fact about Kyung9. So his name comes from the anime known as Korean Shinchan, and that is why this engage comes to the top side, whereby they found the flash power control into the stun combo from that ice prison to prison.
Yeah, very well played there by the side of Nongshim RedForce. That was the 3-man. Obviously, they tried to give over a lot of resources. They were able to actually get what they wanted, right? But still, that's a lot of resources being expended by the side of Nongshim, but they're able to get that kill up at the top side of the map and able to create that lead that they have now, which is currently kind of converting to around about that 1k gold lead.
And this is why the Ogryn strat and Princess Frost Liang work so well, right? Because the Liang in the jungle will share farm, allowing the Liang to fasten that tempo to level 4. I think he was about like what, 45 to 30 seconds earlier towards level 4 compared to Nia's Lampo. So that really caught Kai off guard if he's not constantly looking at the minimap.
Yeah, now we've got to look at the minimap here from the side of Nongshim. RedForce Fate gets caught out there. It's going to be those couple blades coming from a distance to get the takedown onto the side of Nongshim. So Crazy Raccoons are like, right, okay, if you want to play that game, if you want to be aggressive into our lanes, we will match that tempo.
Okay, he used Flash to catch up Kai here, so the least they can do for Raccoons is for Nia to flash back on towards Fate in that river attempt here. So that is well played here coming in from the Raccoons to find that return kill, but look at Illusion here.
Yeah, Illusion maybe get caught out here as well as Kong. I mean, Kong doesn't want to go down. Now those neutral objectives are about to come on the board in about 15 seconds because he's got to run from base to get to the neutral objective to even contest it at this point in the game. I mean, right now, Nongshim really could have just taken away their Azure Golem, right? Like, it's up for the taking here to the side of Nongshim RedForce.
And that is exactly what they're trying to do right now. We see Haku already passing the passing towards that blue buff. Just a smart what to do, that execute comes in from the Seer state, and it is just like that, easily picking up by Haku in towards the jungle matchup.
Yeah, that's already kind of like already punishing Kong for that one little overextension there. We thought he was going to kind of like get a kill onto the side of Nongshim RedForce, but there it is. The Witcher is here as well as that suppression come through. Really kept Nier in place and almost killed him just with those two skills.
That was a tank and almost got eliminated from the Princess Liang combo itself. So you gotta wonder if Haku was there, if Siri was there, that Liang pole was not there to be alive for the next play here. But up to Nia, very good reaction and allowing himself to really escape. That was what is more important in this setup.
Yeah, again, we've just kind of seen the same kind of thing with Nongshim here again. Like, they're not rushing to go for this Tyrant. Like, even though they had the kind of position of preference going into that fight and going in to take it early, they're looking just to make sure they don't give over any of their jungle camps to the side of Crazy Raccoon so they don't lose this gold lead that they've curated very carefully right now. But it's definitely going over to the favor, and Crazy Raccoons are definitely trying to bring this back here because it's gone from like 1 point something K to around about 500, 400 gold. So they gotta be careful. Nongshim could lose this one with a moment's notice.
And Nongshim could lose it as well, but we see Haku here coming to defend his craft laner here. So Kai and Cliche might be forced away here with that damage here. Haku is so insanely, but look at him, taking 4 members.
Baited them all in, but the Conductor of Souls is going to be enough to keep him alive. The answer of that one is no, because there's too much CC. It's going to be the takedown of Kong for Haku, so jungle for now. But right, it's going to be Kyung9. He dodges those couple blades and keeps himself alive. This is the pure sustain and damage from a pick like the Fat.
2-4 coming in from Kyung9 and Haku, and what happened on the cross map? Siri getting that double turret towards the bottom side, so it's still overall a Nongshim RedForce win in terms of the map.
Oh, absolutely. They definitely kind of put all their chickens in one basket there, and it really opened up that bot side of the map, like you were saying there, Sagi, that T2 takedown from Siri. But that's the whole thing about Nongshim, right? Like, they make sure that Siri flies under the radar, but then when he wants him to get online, boom, he's there. He's there to do the damage. He's there to be in that team fight, to create that presence. But it looks like they're going to try and go for a bit of a Hail Mary play here for the side of Crazy Raccoons by taking that Tyrant and trying to mitigate that gold lead that Nongshim have.
And that Tyrant, I think it was the first of the game, and it's one of the latest Tyrants secured so far in the whole of KME. So you can see that Nongshim RedForce, they're putting a lot of pressure against Kong in that jungle because Kong so far is not having the greatest of the series with how much pressure he's being put on from the side of Nongshim.
Ooh, I mean, nice face check there. I don't know if Haku was like, hey, he's in this brush, Kyung9 come and jumping on him, or Kyung9 was just like, you know what, he didn't check it, I'm going to make sure I'm going to check it, and found out near into that brush there. But now, Siri just being used as that Gen.G macro marksman here, just getting those turrets wherever he can, and maybe even trying to create pressure into the top side of the map, replicating what just happened down to that bot side. Crazy Raccoons are not kind of playing very reactive here.
Has destroyed a tower.
If they just volunteer giving all these resources away, this is because of Nongshim RedForce, right? They're so strong because Haku is so ahead and Kong is so behind here. So look at him, he's just solo diving here.
Solo diving and does get taken down. Too much damage onto the side of Nongshim RedForce, but they do get the Liempo takedown as well. So it's kind of like a 1v1 trade there. Yes, you lose your jungler, you get the enemy support, but really now it's all about can Nongshim RedForce keep this T1 alive in the mid lane. But it's going to be Kai going into the back line there, onto the damage onto Siri, but uses the Frigid Prison to keep Kai away, trying to bait him into that freeze.
And Kai has to burn the flash to really escape towards safety here, so it's still a bit of an exchange here. Crazy Raccoon still yet to find that mid tower push or any form of a map control that's being given over to the side of Raccoon here. So far, Nongshim is still in the driver's seat, but late game is where the Raccoons are slowly scaling up because members like Nanohana and also Cliche, they are starting to ramp up.
They are starting to ramp up. Cliche, Nanohana, they are looking to try and get those itemizations on the board, right? I mean, we can kind of see the Spark Forge Dagger with
Blue
the
team
Doomsday
has
for
destroyed
Nanohana,
a tower.
but it's going to be that important Venomous Staff that's going to be what they need to take down Haku on this Ogryn, right? Like, if he has an anti-heal going up against him, like he's going to have onto the likes of the Liempo as he builds that blazing cape as well, that's a lot of anti-heal. That Conductor Soul is already showing its cracks in its armor as well.
Yeah, and so far we've seen just now from that exchange where Haku just immediately blew up. It wasn't like the 2v4 attempt here because I believe Cliche didn't really apply that Imperial effect on towards Haku, but when he applied, you can see how fast Haku just exploded in that team fight.
Yeah, exactly right. He's just getting run down. I mean, obviously, as he gets more itemization, it's going to be harder for him. Obviously, that flash from Faye is just going to put him in the right spot for that Tremor Smash. He gets hit onto, connects 3, but Haku gets a pick up there once again onto Nia. So support for support. We're looking at a 4v4 fight here into the mid lane potentially as Kai is just trying to clear out this minion wave and make sure they have a stronger footing into this team fight. But it's going to be at the behest of Nongshim. Can they clear out the minions? They have.
They have, but you can start to see Cliche Nanohana, their range coming in from that Freshly Forge and Nanohana's arrows is starting to outreach Siri in towards that farming department because yes, Gen.G is strong laning, strong power pushing, but you're against a Ganem, Mo, and Flowborn Marksman. Both of these two heroes, they're known to be stronger than you in that late game.
Oh, absolutely. They're very late game orientated heroes. They need that itemization. They are going to do a lot of damage, especially if you are positioned well, especially onto the likes of Illusion and Faye, right? Like, I feel like one couple of blades could just basically run them down to 1/3 of health, and then that's it. Just wait the tide, get the pounce on, and then it's going to be hard for them to try and get out of that one. But maybe that's how they're going to try and compose this next team fight. But suppression there onto the Liempo means that Tremor Smash is going to come through into the backline. It's going to be Kai. It's going to be Kai. But down goes Nanohana into the backline of Crazy Raccoons, which is exactly what they want to do. 3-1 trade for now, but Cliche is looking like he's going to be paper mache for the side of Kyung9. He gets a takedown. They're looking to go for another team ace, and they get it. Triple kill for Kyung9.
Kyung9 finds the key flank and he makes it work. So what, Siri falls. Kyung9 and Haku, they find and they make it work right now. They can potentially take this tier 3 with their bodies stacked against this turret. They do, and they are looking to take that Shadow Tyrant into their pockets further, pushing the 3,000 lead to a 4-5k game winning push here. But this is the replay here. We see Faye controlling Nia. Nia gets taken out in the start of the fight here, but the backside, Kong and also Kai find Siri here. But with all the spells expended here, Kyung9 is just having a field day towards like Cliche and Nanohana, and you really need to defend from the side of Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, it was very hard for them, right? Obviously, Nongshim played that one very well. Yes, they lost Siri, but really, when it's a Gen.G, when you've got damage coming from Haku, when you got damage coming from Kyung9, it's not the most, like, detrimental pickup, right? Like, it's not like if when Crazy Raccoons lose Nanohana and Cliche, that's it, boom. Damage potential gone out the wazoo here for the Crazy Raccoon, whereas Nongshim, if they lose Siri, it's not that bad, and they can still take these team fights and take those team aces like they just displayed in that team fight.
Yeah, and you know for a fact that Kyung9 is starting to play so confidently when he's trying out for those 1v2 against Kai and Kong, forcing them to run away because he knows once you fight me back, my cavalry will immediately come in with Faye's Liam popping that hall.
Yeah, gotta be careful here though. Obviously, they do have the long-range ultimate of the Flowborn Marksman, able to clear out that minion wave in mid. But it's that advancement on that backdoor that Siri ever so nicely created for his teammates pretty much like 7 minutes ago, it seems. Now they were able to get that T3. That pressure is really going to be surmounted here for Crazy Raccoons into this 12-minute mark of the game.
It will be. It will starting to rack up, but we are seeing items such as the Void Staff and Daybreaker being completed by Cliche and Nanohana here. So if the Nongshim RedForce, they're starting to make more mistakes, it could be a potential comeback because Raccoons have a much better late game potential compared to Nongshim.
Yeah, I feel like Nongshim, if they don't catch out Nia in that right moment in time and he lends like a tremendous Tremor Smash, like we saw earlier, when he gets those knockups onto 3, it's going to be so hard for Nongshim to try and take that team fight back in their own favor.
Exactly the case. Very well said here. And so far, the goalie is being locked to a 2000 static here coming in from Crazy Raccoons against Nongshim RedForce here. And cliche, those freshly forged, those daggers are starting to hit Siri extra hard here. That's why you see Siri is forced to give away the mid priority.
He's forced to give it away for now, right? Like, he's just kind of just making sure that he's keeping that mid lane just chipped up and chipper and making sure it's not going to get pushed into the mid lane T1. But right now, Nongshim, they have the push right now. They have the minion waves coming through. Naturally going to crash for the enemy team, but they also have this priority at the enemy jungle as well, right? They have the Overlord here. They have the intel as well. Haku first going on top of here. Mia just trying to put pressure on. Nope, they found Faye. They found more. They get Cliche. That's going to be the takedown. That's going to be a lot of damage off the board here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Kai tries to go in with a bit of a Hail Mary play. Tries to keep them locked down, but it's not going to be enough there. It's only Nanahana and Kai alive as Young9 looks to take the T1 in mid lane.
The most important target coming in from the side of the Raccoons here. Cliche cannot fall into those team fights. He is the late game artillerist coming in from the side of Raccoons that can potentially bring back the game here. But that key play coming in from Faye, so darn crucial for Nongshim's success.
Very crucial for Nongshim's success here. Obviously, base pickups have been phenomenal at this point in the game. But now, Kai has to use the whatever to get out alive. And that's where that crystal is looking like it's going to go down low. I mean, Young9 did so much damage, but all it takes is another lick. And there it is. The Vanguards are there. And there it is. Nongshim RedForce started off the survival week with an undefeated streak. 3-0 to the greatest Red.
3-0 with a clean slate is what they did, and they put up a fantastic showcase. So what? They lost in that week number 1 ranking week. It doesn't matter because they still made their way towards Group S. You're coming into week number 2, the survival week, with a much better form, much more composed, and so far, they're looking very dominant in this game number 1.
Super duper dominant, right? Like, I mean, there was moments within obviously game number 1 where it looked like the Crazy Raccoon may have come out of week 1 and going into week 2 even more furious and ferocious like Raccoons normally are. But then it was Nongshim. They was just like, let me just soak you in our broth. Let me just keep you cool. Let's just actually take this on board and make a flavor out of this Raccoon stew. And that's exactly what they did there. With that 3-0 victory, Nongshim find themselves with a good footing already within the survival week.
It's a very good footing, and every match counts, right? Because it's a double round robin here, but you do not want to be faltered into Group S number 3. That throws away your, how would you say, Sage Sanctuary coming into the upper bracket, because you want that upper bracket, so you, at the very least, you secure that slot of yourself being able to afford mistakes here. But if you are 3rd place in Group S, oh boy, 1 loss, you're out of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it all depends on who comes out of Group A as well, right? Like, that's going to be the issue for the lower place bracket positioning for Group S. But I don't fear it's going to be Nongshim, man. After that devastating performance there onto the side of Crazy Raccoons as well, I feel like Nongshim's back on form, they're back on point, and they're back here to take that top spot from Gen.G.
We will be seeing Gen.G go against Nongshim just later into the day, the final series of the day. So we will see whether Nongshim is back on form or will Gen.G evolve even further, because they are the game changers here. But that series just now coming from Nongshim, clean, well executed, and everybody had their moments here. And so far, I gotta say, Faye was amazing on this Liang.
Yeah, he was unfadable, right? Like, he was able to get through, get onto the back line, get those suppressions, and obviously get the lockdown, which meant that the likes of Illusion never lost a life. Young9 always into the backline to the enemy team, never lost a life. And it was just a really good way they played this match, right? Like you said, obviously Crazy Raccoons have a little bit of a better late game in terms of the Ganamo, in terms of the flowball marksman. But Nongshim knew that. They knew the timers they were playing to. They knew how they had to position these team fights. There were moments where Siri got taken out of the board, but it was only once. And to be honest, to be a D-Ranger, to get taken off the board once is not going to be a devastating defeat here for the side of Nongshim as we look at these damage dealt, damage taken, and gold.
You can start to see, right, all these damage, they're actually very tied in the numbers department here. Cliche was not available for 2 fights, and he's still tied with Pong in that damage department here. So imagine if Cliche didn't get caught out by Faye, and he was always this artillery mage, and towards the back line, he would be a very big force that's suppressing Nongshim from getting that game 3 win here, but it was Faye. He did found that key and decisive engage, which led that goal lead from a 2,000 towards that devastating 5,000, and then Nongshim found that key winning push.
Hey, I mean, don't count it out there, right? I mean, it's not completely dominant for Nongshim RedForce. If you get your magnifying glasses out, you can see 2 peaks at the early part of the game, and it was for the blue side. But MVP is going to be none other than the Lupa himself. Mr. Kyung9 getting that ferocious performance there on the party was huge. 408 KDA, 26% of the damage dealt, and then 15% of the damage taken. Played very well, always active into the team fights, always actively taking damage, but never going down.
Phenomenal performance coming in from Kyung9, right? He was this backline jumper coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce, always finding those key targets here. And you can look, even towards the early game, he was finding so much success finding these key kills. And if you look towards here, this is the moment where I'm saying like, oh, Haku is a bit over aggressive and he gets punished for that. And this as well, Faye finds the ultimate on towards Nia, but gets treated back because there's still a Ganemo in towards the backline. That is where Cliche starts activating himself, and this is the last one. We were talking about the front line here, but look at the back line here. Kyungma is single-handedly slicing Nano Hana towards the back line while all of this is happening here. And by the time that this stopped, Cliche has nowhere to run and he can only slowly fall towards his demise.
Yeah, only slowly fall towards his demise there at this. I mean, this was like the second ace of the series as well, right? Like, that's 2 aces in 2 series that you do, in 1 series that you don't want to take, especially with the best of 5, especially within the survival week. But it's just all this positioning, right? Like, just look how they're always situated at the back line there, always forcing the flash. Yes, Siri has to go to the back line, but still untouchable there to the side of Crazy Raccoons. And then this base rush was just crazy. Solo damage from Kyung9. And then that's it. Vanguards come through. Siri finishes up the mark, gets the dub, and then that's Nongshim with that 3-0 victory for now.
Clean 3-0 victory. Game 1 a bit shaky towards the early game here. Looking kind of 50-50. Raccoons were kind of angry with that one. And moving to Game 2, Game 3, much more solid performance that's being showcased from the Greatest Dread itself. So that is definitely a masterclass performance compared to week number 1. But that's Game 1. Let's move on to set number 2 after the short break.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Realme 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the Misty Marsh's first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sagi, and alongside of me is Blam. And so far, Blam, we've seen the Greatest Red take down the Raccoons from dumpster and gave them a bath of a 3-0 scoreline here. So, are the Greatest Red, the Nongshim RedForce, are they back on track?
They're back on track, but I mean, we're back on track to obviously get some new updates within Honor of Kings as well, right? Like, this is a new version arriving on the 24th of September, and it's all going to be new stuff, new heroes, new rank season as well. And obviously, we'll also get a new game mode, which is going to be a little bit more casual if you get sick of your ranked and you're getting punished in there. You can also get into the Ultimate Awakening, and it's a super thrilling MOBA combat, which means that you are going to get the ultimates that are basically just on steroids, right? Like, these ultimates are going to be so powerful, so crazy, you definitely don't want to miss that game mode.
Yeah, it's like Angela, triple lasers, Hoi with a lot of ultimates, like no CDs. That's just a 4-5 game mode for those who are tired of rank or normal matches. So do check it out once 27 September comes, and 24 September will be that new game mode, new version of HOK that everybody is talking about and waiting about, especially Umbrosa. That's been teased from time to time. She will be finally joining the Gorge in just about a week from now.
Yeah, exactly. So Clash Lane mains, jungle mains, you will be having a new hero that you can try and master and see if you like this crazy lady with all her amazing damage. But that's enough about Umbrosa. Let's get into introducing the team of today.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And this is Scarz, the real ones, and they are represented by Aruru into the Clash lane and Bang into the jungle, How into the mid lane, ASD as their farm, and Ojik 2 as their support player. But I mean, the way that this roster looks right now could look completely different in Game 1, Game 2, or Game 3, because sometimes ASD likes to go to the jungle when they need a tank, and if they need to play the likes of Alio or Lung, we see that M-Funk goes into the farm lane, so they are definitely a virtuoso of a team.
It reminds me of Gen.G's Rock and Raze dynamic, whereby, okay, Rock, time for you to play Assassin. Okay, Rock, time for you to play the Arlie. But you know what time is next? Let's show the opponents of Scarz, this KGL roster, who's on the opposing team.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
To infinity and beyond is RA Esports. In the clash lane, we have Doma, Gushing, the newest addition to replace BX in the jungle, Xenon, your teacher in the mid lane, Ryoichi and Nidoj in that farm and roamer duo here. So this roster, they had a pretty good run back in the KME spring here, but so far things have been looking rough for them in this fall season. Can they pick up pace and defeat Scarz in their first BO5 in fall?
Exactly that, Sagi. I mean, this is 4th place, currently going up against 5th place, right? So realistically, out of Group A, these are the two teams for me that I feel like can try and get out of it, unless we get some crazy show-ups from CMF and A-Star Esports on day number 3. But to me, I feel like Scarz and RA, from what we've already seen historically so far, seem to be the stronger teams out of these 4, and potentially one of the 2 teams that make it out of Group A. But the head-to-head is going to be none other than Anfang against Gushing.
And both their playstyles are very similar, whereby they excel in that jungle assassin department, similar to the Crazy Raccoon's Kong per se. So coming to this matchup, these two will be the head-to-head that's very well focused by both these two teams. All eyes will be on them.
I mean, we've had jungle to jungle head-to-heads all day, right? I mean, we had Kong and Haku in series number 1. We've had now M-Fang going against Gushing in series number 2. But Scarz like to choose the blue side here, so maybe potentially that prize pony from the ranking week Q1 will get locked in at least once in this series, because the strategy between these two teams are going to be a little bit different. Because if they can't play a carry in the jungle, like I said previously, ASD goes and plays tank.
Yeah, ASD goes towards the style of the Monkey, the Ogren, whereby the Arlie or the Long goes in favor of M-Feng in towards that jungle here. So will we see a bit of a shift up here coming in from Scarz, or are they going to follow the script that they have shown us back in week number 1, the ranking week? Well, to say, Liang has already been banned out, so potentially we might see the Luna here, because Liang and also the Arlie, both very Luna heavy counters.
The Luna heavy counters potentially here, but maybe they'll go and lock in the Lung so it doesn't go over to the side of Ruichi. But Arlie being taken off the board here, as well as the Yang and the Jing and the Pei. So maybe it was the Jing that they were really hoping for here on the side of Scarz for M-Fang.
There's still the Mai Shiranui, there's still the Yuhuan that's up for grabs. That was like, what, 100% banned last game? So, come to this series here, you can see like the setup, the pick and bans is completely different compared to what we've seen from Group S teams. Like, the Yuhuan has been open, and right now, it is hovering over that pick.
Yeah, they're going to go and lock in the Hue one as well as the Mai Shiranui, because that kind of like bleeds into the fact that it becomes a little bit more or less flexible for the side of RA Esports. Can't imagine Gushing going onto the U1, so that would have made it a little bit more obvious where that was going to fall. So now, it's up for the side of Scarz. Did they take the Mai Shiranui here for How?
Yeah, the Mai Shiranui for How is going to be up and available here, but Dharma being locked in for Doma, that could be very interesting, as one of the best backline flankers here so far we have in Honor of Kings.
That's exactly right. Like having that backline, having that sustainability given over to from the Hue one as well, right? It's going to make sure that Dharma's going to have a bit more of an easier setup from what we've seen previously today and within the ranking week. But Scarz looking to lock in the Zhangfei and the Yixing combo, the control-centered combo. There's going to be the Unbridled Outburst. The world is my board to either zone or capture those Unbridled Outburst victims. but it's going to be R8 locking in the Gen.G here. So Ryuchi needs that, landing that token onto the tankier heroes onto the side of Scarz.
But so far, the laning phase does seem to fall in favor of Ryuchi in this matchup here, so I want to see how Scarz, Zhang Fei, and Yixing provide that room that ASD needs, or Enfeng needs on this lone pick to really excel towards that late game, because it is going to be very important as we see another jungler being banned away, which is the Luna.
Yep, Luna, Jing, Pei. I mean, in terms of carries, are they going to go and take the fade off the board here for them or something? But we'll have to wait and see what they go for. The Musashi here to get rid of that imbued stance, right? Stop that, to get rid of that healing reduction that we know that Musashi can go for. But it's going to be Scarz banning out the Ogre in here as well. But I feel like the Musashi here was just kind of like a ban to make sure that Q1 can shine.
Yes, sir. And this Yuhuan can still be flexed towards that jungle. We've seen players like Guxing, like Kong. They played this in towards the jungle here, so it still remains as a potential flex towards mid, jungle, and also roam for our esports. That's why this hero is so important in towards the draft in this meta. But we do see the jungler that's going to be picked up by R8. It will be the Agudo that's being hovered currently.
Yeah, Agudo obviously going to have that great early game tempo that they can set as well. Obviously, great siege mechanic that they need, but also going to give over that wild growth that's also going to kind of enhance Huan's healing also. So Scarz, they're still looking for their clash lane. They're still looking for their jungle. Do they like to go for something maybe like the Byron up at the clash lane right now? Or maybe even something like the Lu Bang here as well. So obviously just giving over aid to the enemy team. Does that mean we're going to see like maybe like a dive in, maybe like a Lam here? Because I mean, Lam going against Agudo is a good pick, right?
Yeah, Lam against Agudo seems to be a very decent pick, and there you have it. Since all these junglers are banned out, Lam and Liu Bang is like a delivery system that sends the Liu Bang full magical build to actually explode the backline here. So it's very interesting that Scarz is picking up this composition. It's still a very Enfeng-centric composition.
Yeah, I mean, it still means he can carry. It still means he's able to kind of like get the stacks off onto Agudo's critters as well, which makes it like an even better counter towards the Agudo. But now we're looking at whether that Hue 1 is going to go into the mid, whether it's going to go into that roam, whichever it is, we'll have to wait and see. But I mean, the Mai Shirino is still on the board here, so if they really wanted to, they could do. But I feel like, yes, they need a little bit more control. They've got Sustain, but Pro Control only really go over to the likes of the Dharma for in terms of like crucial, massive Pro Control. It needs a bit of a setup, so the Lady Gen here makes sense.
Yeah, the Legion does make sense here. It allows that long reach against the lone. It has that self-healing capability on that spell one that allows you to be invincible as well. And also, it gives more of these resources towards the hands of Guxing in towards the jungle here. My only concern coming in from our esports roster for this lineup, it's very early game centric, and it falls off extremely hard if they cannot find that early game win.
Exactly. So both of the teams are either playing to a late game or an early game. So timers is going to be everything that it needs to be within this game number one between Scarz and R8 Esports. But looking at those drafts in a vacuum, which one we're going more towards? I mean, bar the early game, bar the late game, what's looking like it's going to be hot?
I think Scarz has a very well-rounded roster coming to game one. You have the early game being covered by Yixing in towards the mid lane with the Zhang Fei. You have late to mid game covered by the Lam and also the Lone here. And backline is always open for the side of the Liu Bang to access
Enemy
with
minions
that
will arrive
ultimate
in 5
that's going to be
seconds.
bringing Enfeng towards that backline with the Liu Bang for that grand explosion.
Grand Explosion and Grand Explosion onto the gorge for these two teams within the survival week. This is match number 2, game number 1 between Scarz and R8 Esports. Let's see who comes out on top. Is it going to be the 5th or 4th place of the KME ranking week?
It will be interesting because both of these two teams, they only have one shot in making it towards that playoff here. Group A is not to be joked around with. 4 teams, only one makes it out alive.
Exactly. 4 become 1, it becomes a lot harder for these teams to kind of take a little bit of a back seat, you know what I mean? Like, you know what, we lost one series, it doesn't matter. Now it's a case of, oh, we've lost one series, we need to make sure we win the next 3.
Yeah, the next 3 will be even more mentally taxing because it's always on the back of the mind. It's like, if I lose this, I'm closer to getting knocked away. I'm one series short against my opponent, and your fate somehow falls into their hands. So that's not what a situation you want to be here for both of these two teams in Group A.
No, you definitely want to be controlled in your own space if you are on the Honor King Esports right now. But like what we're seeing here, a little tip tap in between the mid lane. We're seeing Purple doing a lot of damage. Actually managed to force off the passive of the Yixing, but now Enfang into the back line gets the pick up there onto Gushing as well. So now can he get even more? Xenon looks pretty low. They force out the flash. There comes Doma with the Dharma, the Truth Mantra, and the Enlightened Mantra lands nicely.
Oh, key teleportation here coming in for the side of Doma to capitalize Enfang over aggressiveness. He got out alive thanks to Ochik's heal, but he re-engaged for even more value here. He got Meteors and Xenon Flash here, so it's still worth it, but contributing 2 buffs towards the hands of Doma, that's not where a situation you want to be in.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a weird one there. In fact, to give it over the buffs is a little bit interesting tail for the side of RAD Esports. They've got to make sure they curtail that.
They do indeed have to watch out for Dharma here. It is going to be one of the key members here that's going to be locking up ASD, Hao, and also Enfang here. We have to see how Doma performs on this Dharma.
Oh, we're getting a bit of a pause. Okay, we got a pause here, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about it. We should be able to get back on very soon. Let's see what happens here. But honestly, between these two teams right now, it's looking like it's the same kind of way as Nongshim and Crazy Raccoon, right? Like they were going at it within the early game, and then they kind of got a little bit more respect as the series went on.
Yeah, and we have to see really who comes out on top in the early game, right? So far, in terms of the jungle contention, we're seeing Enfang outshine Gushing in towards that early skirmish, in towards the mid lane here. So we have to see, coming into the mid game, who finds the backline here on the side of the Scarz. You have the Lam plus the Liu Bang combination here. So Lam is his delivery system, sending in the Liu Bang towards the backline for that grand explosion. For the side of the R8, however, you heavily rely on the pushing tempo coming in from Gen.G winning out the lane, and then in towards the mid game, the Dharma will be finding the key members such as Hao and also ASD on these backline carries that you need to hunt for.
Yeah, you gotta be careful on who they're looking at in these team fights, right? So definitely making sure that the likes of the Lady Chen stay alive, because that's going to be a lot of damage already be taken off the cards there, especially if she doesn't drop down. They just dropped the Luge already, right? Like if that gets dropped down and then she dies, it's not too bad. She's still fighting on your own terms, but if she dies before you can use it, it's going to make that team fight a lot harder to come back from.
And that will be a different story here coming in from the side of like Scarz if they really burn those key spells. So this game will be quite interesting because we've already talked about the potential worries coming in from R8. Yes, they have the Gen.G. Yes, they have the Agudo, but these two picks, they tend to scale off in towards their mid game, especially against the likes of a Yixing, where the range is so long compared to these two's other attack range and the way they reach. But that's their worry. That's for them to figure out as we hop back into this game with a 1-1 scoreline with R8 leading that 600 goal lead.
They are leading by the 600 goal lead for now, but obviously that's going to be a very fickle kind of goal lead in the early game, right? Like you definitely going to get that punish. Already seen that it's already shortened down to around about 400 goal lead. It's not really showing here until you start to see top side of the map as well. Obviously, a lot of econ going over to the side of Doma on the Dharma rather than Liu Bang here. But then onto the side of the Scarz, you see that obviously Enfang is ahead with the gold as well. Just briefly, but briefly, ASD.
50-50 game, right? It could be anyone's game in towards this early game here as we see Enfang and Gushing here. They look head-to-head once again in another lane. Sort of a deja vu here, but that's the role of a jungler. You need to fight for control and need to fight for your laner's freedom.
Yeah, you have to make sure that obviously they're getting that setup that they need, right? I mean, you definitely don't want to punish Dharma going into this game number 1, right? Because as soon as you start to lose those kind of like territories, the T1s and the T2s and T Clash lane, it means that Doma has to be a little bit more proactive with either the roams or with trying to get resources or trying to get these pickups and trying to... His whole shtick becomes a little bit different, right? He becomes less of trying to win the lane, more of trying to get the pickups for your team. And if he falls at that, then it basically becomes a little bit of a non-starter.
A non-starter, not a position where you want to be in here. So Doma, we keep talking about this guy, right? So he needs to find those angles. That is his key job here, but Tyrant has been spawned here. Jungle Assassin Enfong does put priority on towards that blue buff, so it seems to me that they are not looking to take on this fight, as they know they need to scale more and avoid the strong Ryoichi and Gushing factor in this early game.
Yeah, they need to try and get Gushing, obviously, a little bit more stacked in terms of tank items as well. Maybe try and build a little bit more of that anti-heal for Lam when he dives in on top of you. But after getting that Tyrant, they're looking to get this push into the top side of the map using the Wild Growth here to just make sure they're able to sustain that early little bit of team fight damage and try and drive away Aruru and Enfang back into their own territories, and they were able to do so.
To do so, it's still a very decent defense here coming in from Scarz here, so I'm very curious here what and how will the first attack go on for these two teams here, because R8, their engine has already started. You want Ryoichi, Mijoj, and also Gushing to be doing structural damage, which is what they're doing so far in towards the bottom side.
Yeah, Ryuichi's just playing it the same kind of way as Siri was, right? Like, he's just making sure he's playing a lot more macro playstyle rather than going in for these team fights, because Gen.G at this point in the game is going to be a bit of an issue. But speaking of issues being created here, that is the issue of R8 Esports getting the takedown onto ASD. They put the board down, they get the separation of Furball onto the Gudo, but they are reignited. Not much else coming from this one. Maybe R8 can try and get another kill on Ochik, but it's actually going to be a kill traded in the mid lane there. Aruru onto Mijoj.
Where Unbridled Outburst and board going, it was nowhere near the members coming in from R8, and also R8 finding the counter engage, further punishing mid, top, bottom tower, and look at them. They're running through this mid tower that we already discussed about. This is the pushing power coming in from Ryoichi and Gushing's Gen.G and a Gudo combination.
Yeah, the Gudo and obviously Gen.G are very fast at taking these sieges as well, but this is what happened in the mid lane. Obviously, he was able to dive in on top of Xenon, but then got hit with the Destructive Deluge, which means once Lubang's in there, he can't get out.
He can't get out, and he was locked in, and he was sent towards the dumpster along with the Raccoons here. So for Aruru, he will definitely have a lot of stack to pick up, because right now it falls in favor of the R8 Esports 6 minutes in with a 3,000 healthy goalie here. This is R8 Esports showing us a game that we want to see.
Yeah, they're playing very well. Definitely kind of stepping up from their ranking week, right? Maybe they're just holding a few punches back. Maybe they got a bit of punishment within those first few days off between the ranking week and the survival week. But now we're going to see that Enfang is into the backline here, trying to get a takedown onto Gushing. Gushing has to try and fly out with the Gorge mobilization, but gets cut down once again. But payback onto Enfang there. The board has been committed onto 2. They get the trap onto Mijoj. Maybe Dharma can get the pick off here onto Ochik. Support for support. Jungle for jungle. Can they get more blood? Clash Lane gets the Clash Lane kill. Triple kill going over to R8 Esports.
Doma, the person that we keep prizing on this Dharma pick, gets a triple kill and punishes Scarz for trying to defend this Crimson Golem here. More of these leads, more of these jungle camps, more of these towers fall into the pockets here as we see the replay of what exactly happened here. Engage comes in from the side of Scarz here. They do catch on Gushing here, but look at Doma here, finding that knockup here onto Enfang, executing here. So 4 catches onto 2 here. Mijoj, CC Chain, unable to use the Unending Sorrow here, but due to the fact Doma had that early game lead from that first blood, from that double buff, he's so strong here, but going to live, more fights!
More fights, Aruru goes down once more. He was only up just moments ago, and another 3 takedowns onto the side of Scarz. How? Ochik and Aruru, they were up moments ago. How did they die so quick? I mean, we'll probably have to get a little bit of a replay on that one, but R8 Esports are looking for a quick match. That is around about an 8-minute mark. They have the high ground turrets, they have the Vanguard, they're looking to push for some more. ASD having to use the Infinite Bastards right now. But now, the Vanguard's coming through. He drops the Infinite Bastards. Can he deal enough damage to keep them away? But it's going to be Enfang into the backline, gets a takedown onto Xenon once again. But now, we see a comeback here for R8 Esports. Mijoj getting that heal onto his teammates as they're looking to push more and more. The critters are here, but they have no minions.
Minions are coming in from the backside here. They are marching right now. It's a 2v4 scenario here coming in for the side of Scarz against R8 Esports. Can Scarz, can R8 find that deciding factor?
They're trying to find a deciding factor by wrapping Dharma around that board, but they're trying to get rid of those minion waves. The Bridal Lepus is going to save them for now, but nobody's going to save Ochik. So dying out in a flame of glory is going to be Ochik, keeping this game 1 victory still alive.
a commanding game coming in from R8. Such aggressiveness here. That was so risky on that high ground here. They were really trying to force that end, to force that 8-minute game win for them. But Mijoj keeping him all alive with that healing form, doing so much work for their team.
Oh, absolutely. You can see why Nongshim banned this Q1 for the entire of the last series, right? Like, it's such a big pick. It creates such great positive pressure for your team when you have the Q1, and then just create such great like AoE, so great front line in terms of getting that big old CC to begin with to stop your enemy team from even trying to like even get in on top of your team.
Exactly the case, and right now going back to live again, 9:40 seconds on the clock here as Ryoichi and Gusheng doing more work on that high ground here as at the backline Enfong already being forced away from the team fight.
Yeah, Enfong have to use the help of the Battlefield Command there, but are they going to keep this crystal alive? The minions are crashing through, and it looks like R8 Esports are going to take game number 1.
Game number 1 under 10 minutes. What a convincing victory coming in from R8 Esports here. The same thing that we said about Nongshim. Ranking week, they were looking not so healthy, not so well coming into survival week, week number 2. Yep. My oh my, what a dominating performance coming in from R8 against Scarz. That was what, above them in the rankings?
Yeah. Scarz was above them in the rankings. Scarz were 4th place, R8 were 5th, and now R8 is looking like they want to try and take that 4th place spot once again. Well, actually, no, last time they were in Group S, but it was actually R8 Esports, and now in Group A, they need to try and kind of like surface and re-emerge, so they're actually trying to get back into the playoffs once again for the fall season. But R8 Esports with that game number 1 was very good.
It was very good, and they really played towards all the points that we talk about, right? So Doma finding the backline, that's checked. Then the Gusheng Agudo with Ryoichi's Gen.G, that's checked as well. So the entire game tempo was really on R8 Esports' hand, and they executed it flawlessly to allow them to win such a dominating game before Shadow Variant spawn under 10 minutes.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, I think it's the quickest game we've had so far within the survival week just yet. Not the quickest overall within the KME, but still a very good mark for the side of R8 Esports, because they didn't achieve anything like this in the ranking week, right? So now that they're on stage, now they're against Scarz, and now they are beating them with 1 point up.
And it's not an easy feat. You only had like what, 4 days of adjustment after the ranking week. So to have such an improvement coming to game number 1 against someone like Scarz, who almost pushed Nongshim to 3 games and also almost taking a win out of them, that is crazy improvement coming in from R8 Esports here. And this is the entire scoreline for that game number 1. Mijoj with 5-1 and 8 on that Yuhuan. Lots of healing coming in from this healer, Roamer, and Gusheng. Even though he faltered early in that play, he allowed the double buffs to transfer over to Doma's hand, and the rest was just history. 7-0 and 5 on this Dharma.
Oh, massive. Rest was history, and to be honest, we have to make the point, right? Like Scarz, when they met R8 Esports in the group stage, in the ranking week, they went 2-0 to R8 Esports, but now R8 up on the board. They are happy with where they are, but looking at that damage, obviously coming from Xenon, Ryuchi, as well as Doma, had around about 7 kills and 0 deaths. I mean, if that's not MVP worthy, I'm not too sure what is.
You can't spell Dharma without DH&M and A, which Doma has in his name here. So that's probably why you messed them in terms of the name here. So they're pretty similar, and they really showed up huge. Yeah, almost the same here. And look at the goal here. It was smooth sailing until that 4th minute mark, whereby all these structural damage start being delivered from the hands of the Gen.G and also the Agudo here. But of course, the MVP goes over to Doma on that Dharma with that 705 KDA, and the rest was just so well done by him, always marking ASD, always marking Enfong in those engages with that Truth Mantra.
Yeah, beautiful Dharma performance by Doma here within the KME fall season with a 705 KDA, and he's even charging his fist like Enfong does, man. He was waiting. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna replicate your taunt. I'm gonna make it my own, and we're gonna use it against you. And that's what he did. He used those truth mantras from the word go, right? Like, I mean, that early game team fight in the mid lane really opened up the side of R8 Esports for a fantastic early game domination. But after that point, it was just every truth mantra, every bit of truth started to hit a little bit harder.
And this started the case, right? He got that double buffs here, and this is where it further escalated coming in from Doma on this Dharma here. So, okay, Guxing falls down. Doma looking for that backline assassination, finds Mfeng in that exchange here. So, you drop Mijochi on the Yuhua, but it's okay. Doma's left untouched. He's here to pick up the kills, and the rest is just Ruru getting chased down by more of these punches that's being delivered by Doma on this Dharma.
Yeah, beautiful there. That triple kill was just absolutely on point there for the side of R8 Esports. Doma there. He just needed to make sure he got down to the point. He was making sure that his name was being heard. But I love this Yixing and Dharma combo, right? Like, they were just wrapping the boards around Dharma, and then that's it. It was just like, right, okay, as soon as I got that corner locked in, I'm using my truth mantra, I'm getting the lockdown onto one of the side of Scarz Esports, and it played very, very well.
It played very, very well, and you can see how confident was the side of R8 Esports. They didn't want to back off, they just wanted to force ends. They wanted the quick victory against Scarz, someone who beat them in the ranking week 2-0 easily. And right now, they're returning the favor under 10 minutes, 9 minutes, 50 seconds of victory against Scarz.
Yeah, maybe they'll return the favor as a quick 3-0 over to the side of R8 Esports this time around. Like, hey, look, you took 2-0 from us. We're going to take an even better one from you. We're going to go 3. But before we get into our game number 2, obviously we have to have a short break, ladies and gentlemen, just so we can recuperate. So make sure you join back again. Game number 2 between R8 and Scarz.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked to aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's till the moment the sky rain down. It's till the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. And we're getting into game number 2 of match number 2 between R8 Esports and Scarz. We've had, obviously, a dominating, very quick game number 1 between Scarz and R8 Esports. R8 Esports drafting a very sort of siege-heavy comp there with the D-Ranger and the Agudo made it so much easier to take these T1s so early.
It was really a default composition here coming in from the side of R8 Esports, and it proved to work extremely well. They played it to perfection, and it really paid them dividends, allowing them to end that game just right below 10 minutes at that 9-minute 50 seconds mark.
Exactly, just literally before even the Shadow variants even came out onto the board, right? Like, that's scary if you are Scarz. You need to make sure you're drafting something that maybe has that same kind of pace matchup that you can kind of create your own tempo for the side of Scarz Esports. But it's going to be Scarz going over to the side of red now, and R8 Esports are onto the blue side. So in speaking of those prior blues, maybe we'll potentially get the likes of the Mai Shiranui come through in game number 2 if it falls through the ban.
And also the picks, like the early picks, like the Mai Shiranui, like you mentioned, will be more prize coming into game 2 of this draft. Especially, we've seen just now, I think it was about like what, 4 jungle bans being targeted onto Mfeng's head. So, Scarz, if Mfeng is shut down, that doesn't seem to be a very good news coming in for the Scarz roster.
Yeah, not good news at all. They've got to be careful though. Like they don't want to go down 2-0 and then have to climb back up that Mount Olympus within this best of 5 format, because it gets a little bit scary and a little bit hairy if you are Scarz if you lose this game number 2. But the pay, the Liang ban, both the same as game number 1. Maybe Scarz are just try and get another assassin jungle off the board, right? Onto the board, sorry. So maybe they go for the Luna this time around that they banned out the Liang. But last time they tried to go for the Lamb. They tried to replicate a combo that definitely has a lot of potential, but unfortunately that time around they just didn't have any for the side of Scarz.
And Xenon here has an open passage here to pick up that Mai Shiranui, and also to potentially look for these fancy engages here so far. We have yet to see Xenon pick up the Mai Shiranui coming in for that ranking week here. Potentially they might pick it up here coming into game number 2 of the series.
Potentially here for the game number 2 of the series, but it's going to look like R8 Esports is going to be the prio for the Byron. So their MVP from game number 1 is getting another carry. It's going to be that Byron, and obviously 1v1s early games are going to be very easy for this hero to try and come out on top of.
But the priority giving away Byron over Byron over Mai Shiranui, I think I understand, but that is a heavy price to pay to allow this Byron pick to come through in this draft here. So maybe the Byron is to cover a potential Gushing Luna, because Luna is still up and available for grabs in this draft, and it might be the case here. And also, Long is up and available as well here for R8 here. So it's still a very well-rounded team composition here coming in from R8 that explains to us that they want to focus the early to mid on Luna, hence why they require the Byron in that first pick.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, give it over a little bit of more of an aid, more of a dominating clash lane to aid that jungler that can kind of be stumped in the early game, right? Like if you kind of contest her in her own jungle, it's going to spell a bit of an issue for the side of R8 Esports. But the fact that locked in Ryuchi for a late game marksman like the Lung, it could be causing a bit of an issue here for the side of Scarz. But the thing for R8 with this draft compared to game number 1, they don't have that much sustainability. They've really got to try and maybe focus something either into the support role, or maybe just try and get some kind of healing on board just in general, right? Because I mean, right now they're looking like they have to kind of fully commit into a team fight, or they'll have to commit or die.
Commit or die, but committing, one thing's for sure, is R8 again putting a lot of those bans onto Mfeng's head here. So draft-wise for Mfeng Scarz, you're going to be wondering, what is Mfeng going to pick here coming into this game, as he has already expended 1 jungle pick here, and more of these jungle assassins are getting removed from his pool.
They are getting removed even more and more, right? Like, I mean, who is Mfeng going to pick? Unless they decide to flex the Hue 1 into the jungle role here, maybe. We'll have to wait and see, but obviously Vati, obviously fleshing out the side of Scarz Esports, obviously backline access, going up against the Byron. We've seen many times where clash lanes have been able to kind of get that advantage of the Byron when you're going with Vati.
And so far it seems to be the case, right? Maybe going the Yuhuan jungle, slapping that Dolia can be a potential pickup here coming in from Scarz. They do lock in the lady, so that does exceptionally well against Long in the laning phase here, so that's still a winning point coming in from Scarz here. So where is the Yuhuan going to be heading here for the side of Scarz? Is it going to the hands of Mfeng to pair up with Dolia? Is it going to Chick in that roamer role here? So What is the planning stage here coming in from Scarz?
Ooh, well, let's see, right? Let's see if they go for more of like that team fight kind of commitment here. Obviously, they are potentially looking at the Lubang, potentially looking at the Liam Po here. Okay, the idea would be a good cause, obviously, in terms of healing, in terms of going for the counter of the Mai Shirunui as well. So who are they going to lock into this mid lane? Maybe a little bit more control in their asset. Maybe try and go for something like a Princess Frost, maybe?
Yeah, that can potentially be the case here coming in from R8 here. The idea with Yi Xing, that does seem to be a pretty good setup here that R8 is playing around their Luna here. You have the idea to lock down pesky opponents like the Mai Shirunui. You have the Yi Xing to get that early game priority to really lock away Yuan or Lady Sun from escaping into oblivion, right? So for R8, the game plan is simple. You want Long to scale towards late game. You want Luna to activate from that early to mid game, allowing Long to come forth. So that is the exact game plan here. For Scarz, you always have the late game insurance of Lady Sun. But T and Mai Shirunui will put a lot of backline pressure for the likes of Yi Xing and Long for R8. So both of these two teams, very similar, but the game plan is very different. One is to attack the backline, one is to protect the backline, and Scarz answer with an all-ground last pick.
Yeah, I mean, that Ogren Q1 combo is going to be pretty crazy, right, man? I mean, like, Ogren, as long as he's able to get kind of like ahead in terms of itemization, in terms of getting kind of like those key items like the Blazing Cape, as well as the Eye of the Phoenix to make sure his HP regens up to point. But he has now the assist of the Q1 to give over more sustainability, right? Like, that healing's going to come through. It's going to be scary for the side of R8 Esports because they can go for like a second wind in terms of the team fight on the side of Scarz. Whereas R8, they've got to try and commit or basically just, again, die. Like, if they don't get out of that team fight, then it's going to be hard for them to do anything.
It will indeed be pretty hard for the side of R8 to do anything if they don't find a proper early to mid game for the Luna. But these is the game 2 draft for R8 Esports and Scarz so far. It's looking pretty 50-50, but we have to see how on this Mai Shirunui find those angles to break open this early game wide open for Scarz in this game number 2.
Yeah, I think this is the first time we've actually seen Mfang play the Ogren, right? Because normally it goes over to the likes of ASD when he comes through. I thought there was going to actually be a bit of a swap there. The fact that Mfang would, I mean, the fact that Lady Soon got picked up there, I thought maybe Mfang would go down to the bot side of the map. But no, they're looking to make sure that they are locked in their roster right now. And maybe we'll start to see a big performance here from Mfang on the Ogren. But game number 2 between R8 Esports and Scarz is on the way.
Yeah, and you really can see already how spotting out the jungle pathing of R8's Yi Xing here. So potentially, are they planning for an invade or engage towards Yi Xing? Because we know when you play against a Luna, it's best to control her within your own grasp in that early game. Then you will find a lot of success.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, early game success, but at the same time, they're going to have to contest with that Guardian Sprite, right? Like, I don't think they're going to be able to get that off just yet unless they commit a lot of the enemy team offside of Scarz. But even then, R8 Esports knows that, right? Like, they know they're going to be kind of like navigating and playing around Yu Xing so he doesn't get taken off early. But how getting a bit of a pickup there, early game pickup onto Mijoj on the Diardia.
But the idea has the hard lane, so you can always heal yourself back up to a full here, so it wouldn't be much of an issue here. But the early game so far, in control of Scarz, securing that River Sprite, securing that Fire Beat towards the bottom, and securing both of these objectives that seem to me, they have a pretty decent early game compared to before.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Scarz definitely seem to be a little bit more back on form with this game 2 draft. But I mean, they have like a very sort of like heavy rotation comp, right? Especially their mid lane, especially Farky as well. They're going to be looking for really like aggressive backline access, but also kind of just making sure that ushering over the resources to ASD on the Lady Soon.
It might be the case here, and we see a bit of a poke here from Ryoichi towards ASD here, forcing this Lady Sun to back away here. But boots of 40 do have been purchased by this Lady Sun here, so damage will be quite low coming in from the fire palms here, especially in towards the early game.
Yeah, we try to get a bit of a pick up there onto the ASD, onto the Lady Sun there. Obviously, a bit of pressure from Mijoj as well as Ryuichi. But at the same time, we saw that Mfang was like, hey, your Crimson buffs up. Can I come and have that? And then it's like, nah, but we got to make sure. And this is a thing that R8 Esports have to have in the back of their mind at all times, is that if their jungle gets contested, it's going to be a hard way to come back, especially on a Luna pick.
Yeah, the Luna does fall off especially hard towards the later stages of the game here. So to make it work, you have to see once that 4th minute hit, can this Luna find value in these team fights? And Luna is always this high risk, high reward of a pick. If you miss that ultimate reset, you are donezo. You are no worse than a minion.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's probably a good thing why Scarz don't have the D-Ranger here, especially for the side of RA Esports, because he can obviously use his cleanse to get rid of that mark as well, so you can really kind of just completely upset the whole mojo of Gushing on the Luna if they had the D-Ranger. But fortunately for them, they don't. They don't have any cleanse, so they got to make sure that they make optimal use of this ultimate into these team fights. But we'll get into close and close to that 4-minute mark for Sagi.
Yeah, 4 minute will be quite interesting coming in from both these two teams here. They're actively avoiding fights thus far, but usually if it's 4 minutes for a jungle assassin, you will see the jungle assassin prioritize the buffs over the Tyrant because that benefits themselves compared to a buff here. But ASD taking a lot of damage.
ASD taking so much damage, is able to kind of rolling right out of that Destiny counter ultimate from the idea there. But like you were saying, Assassin junglers are going to be looking more towards procuring those buffs for themselves rather than going for the Tyrant. But maybe if they get it, if they set it up nicely, if they get them all before that, then maybe they'll start to see a bit of a catch in here for the Tyrant. But it's been a little bit of the same story though, right? Like the fact that we haven't seen kind of like shotgunning going for these neutral objectives. It's kind of like a waiting game.
Waiting game, but hang on a moment though, as Hao gets caught out into the board and is executed almost immediately.
Yeah, almost executed immediately there. That's going to be the first blood going over to Xenon. So R8 are looking to kind of set up this Tyrant here in their favor. Not only getting first blood, but maybe getting steal here. That's going to be the steal from Mpong. They open it up. They get the crucial kill fact.
1 for 1, and it's going in favor of Scarz here. Yes, they dropped the kill on Sora Pow, but they still got the Tyrant. That is what they came for. But an unending Sora does get forced through by Ochik here, but it doesn't matter. You get the Tyrant. That is what you are asking and getting.
Yeah, the worst thing is, I mean, it would have been just like a neutralizer if Scarz wasn't ahead in terms of the gold lead, but they are ahead around about 1k, and now they have the Tyrant on top of that. That means they're going to be in a much more healthy positioning in this early game than their opponent.
Yeah, but still, in terms of scaling department, I think it falls in favor of Scarz, to be honest, because Scarz, you have Aruru on the Fatigue, you have ASD on the Lady Sun, so late game is so demanding coming in from Scarz, because alone, you cannot realistically take down a raid boss like Mpong on towards the Auburn here, but the board does go through to catch up some members.
Yeah, Mijo's gonna be careful there. Uses the Heartlink to get out of that bibbity there right now, because he was very dived heavy into that T1 territory, right? Like he could have been dumped on by like the by Hao onto the Maishirunoi, but able to use that Heartlink to get out safe is all good.
Position coming in from Doma though, he's swapping his position with Gushing, so this mid priority will almost always go in favor of the red side, which is the Ogren and also House Maishirunoi, and another unnamed Sorrow gets forced away.
Yeah, they do have the Infinite Bastards, but maybe getting caught out here is going to be Gushing as he's trying to get out. He just get out just with a lick of health, but Ryuchi gets the knock on to Hao.
But it's not over as Mpong gets engaged on.
Gets engaged on. There's a lot of damage, but there it's going to be the execute from the Ogre getting the pick up onto Ryuchi. So mid for farm lane. It's going to be a bit scary here for the side of RA Esports. They're going to be careful. They're going to try and get some more from that one team fight. The board has been committed, doesn't catch anybody, but they may be able to get this T1 for themselves. So getting the kills, getting the torrents, this is what they need to do to get back on the board. And that's RA Esports.
For replay what actually happened. So Gushing face check into Hao. So Hao takes too much damage. Ryochi flies in, gets the fire palm flash towards the face of Hao. He thinks he can go in for the engage here, but he gets knocked back by the ultimate here. Coming in from the Ogren and Aruru making it in time to collect the kill on Ryochi on this low.
Yeah, exactly. Nice little setup there for the side of Scarz. They're able to get a little bit more in their favor than they were in the previous team fight, but they need to make sure they're trying to get that same kind of pressure into this Gorge compared like the RA Esports just emulated there with that T1 takedown in the mid lane.
So far, in terms of tower, our esports is in favor, but we have to see, like you mentioned, who can cause more structural damage, who can cause more of these neutral leads from pushing towers, from getting waves, because every board that I'm seeing so far, it translates to automatically towers for that R8.
Oh, how got taken down there. The board being used perfectly as a zone for the side of R8 Esports. They may be looking for more here. Mijo just trying to bait out some of the skills onto the side of Scarz, but there it is. There's a bit of farewell. The link gets hit there, keeping Enfang in place. But at this moment in time, Ochik is looking low, but he has the unending sorrow. He has the heals.
But still, look at Guxing's Luna here. He's knowing for a fact that, okay, there's no CC coming in from Hao. I can play however I want. I can zone them from defending this turret here. And Ryoichi getting free damage on this tier 1 in towards the mid lane. But look at Aruru.
Aruru tries to get the knock onto Ryuichi there, but he actually used the Infinite Bastards to keep out himself alive. But most importantly, the whole thing for Scarz there within that T5 was making sure that T1 stayed alive.
Yeah, it's still something that they really have to hang on to, because falling on that tier 1 in towards early game, especially a mid turret, it just exposes the map wide open for your opponent to attack constantly into your jungle here. But so far, this game is still in a 50-50 position. Gold lead wise is quite evenly tied.
Oh, quite evenly at this point in time, right? I mean, that's at the detriment of Scarz, right? Because Scarz were ahead by around about 1k, but then R8 was like, all right, bet, let me just enter your jungle, let me just gain some of your Crimson Golems, and they're looking to get some more, but it's going to be Scarz that looking to kind of prioritize Tyrants, trying to give themselves a little bit of advantage at this kind of neck and neck, but it's bottleneck gold lead.
Bottleneck gold lead, more towers going in favor of the side of RE Esports, more tyrants go in favor for the side of Scarz. Look at the bottom wave that's clashing into the tower. That is such a big wave that's yet to be taken up on the side of RE.
Yeah, a lot of wave, a lot of gold that could potentially go up to one of those heroes, right? It looks like Doma is going to go down to the bot side to clear that one up, and they get the Overlord as well. But honestly, to the side of RE Esports, they did have the pressure into the top side, right? Like, they had a mini wave approaching that high ground turret, so the Scarz have only really just neutralized that lead that R8 have in top side. To the bot side one here, but Hao into the back line, gets the double knockup, but he's going to be able to keep alive. He's not, but gets taken down by Dama into the back line. There's going to be unending sorrow once again, keeping Ochik, keeping ASD alive. But now Aruru into the back is going to be met by Dama, the sustainable Byron that he is. But now Guxing not be able to get those links and marks onto the enemy team, has to back out with a dash.
HP bars are so insanely low coming in for the side of RE Esports here, but we see Guxing going in for that steal, successfully taking the Azure Golem into his pockets here, but still, or the one in terms of scoreline, but Goldie still remains a 50-50 so far for both these two teams, as Guxing goes in for more poke, forces and flings Hellfire away, as we see RE Esports have control of this Shadow Tyrant.
They do, but I mean, we start to see Hemfang here is still around, as well as obviously we see Ochik with the U1 having to use the unending sorrow as well, but they're going to be careful here. They're playing the fight on two fronts here, but Guxing's able to get that tyrant, trying to get the hit onto Aruru, but they don't really want to bait Guxing too far into that enemy line, right? Like, Guxing goes too far, he's got no return.
He's got no return, but he plays it splendidly onto with the Luna here, going in and out at the correct timing, allowing this Luna to find so much value in that mid game that she excels in. And so far, with that poking capability coming in from this Guxing's Luna, Shadow Tyrant goes in favor of R8, and right now they have control over the game.
Control for now, right? They have control. They got to make sure it doesn't get into their head that they are ahead right now. They have to make sure that they're keeping kind of like a level situation going into this one. But Dama trying to get to obviously just keep that mini wave kind of not crashing into each other. They want to make sure they get that mini wave into their priority. But at the same time, they're doing the bot side as well. Like ASD, he's trying to get the clear off. But at the same time, Enfang has to use a good crystal to keep himself alive. Q1 is a little bit too far away from Enfang. Hao goes down as well. That is a beautiful R8 team fight right now as they get 2 kills. Looking to go for the T2, looking to go for more. We see the Guxing goes in the back line now to be able to get the kill onto the Ochik, and he goes down.
She goes to diving, and he found ASD, and that might just be game coming in for RE Esports as they have a straight beeline towards the Crystal, which is emptily defended by Aruru here. Crystal goes wide, Aruru goes down, game 2 goes cleanly again to R8 Esports in a 9-1 fashion.
I mean, we say cleanly, but Scarz had a little lead, right? They had something going for them. They just kind of got run away with it. They got bored with their lead, and they left it behind. But RA Esports, as soon as they knew that they left that lead behind, as soon as we started to see some of those team fights coming into place and starting to see Guxing's Luna online, it was trouble for Scarz.
It was indeed trouble for Scarz because if you think about it, at the very start, it was a 50-50 game. Both teams were finding kills, they were finding towers in towards the side lane. But once Gushing Lunos came online, he was just kiting everyone, he was just dashing around the map, doing as much damage as possible before the Shadow Tyrant. Shadow Tyrant goes over to the hands of R8. The rest was just what? Failed engages from Hao on the Maestro Nui, and then getting punished over the fact that it's always a 4v5, it's always a uneven numbers game, and then you see Gushing at the final moment, find that 1v4 angle, choke everybody out of their HP bars, and then he retreated back to safety, and the rest was just Ryoichi diving on the ASD in towards the backline.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't Ryoichi diving into the backline, it was also Dharma as well, right? Like, he was there on the Byron, just making sure that he was kind of like chipping away with his ultimate there, and then also then just going in, just making sure he's able to soak the damage, but then also just keep them in place for long enough for Gushing on this Luna to then just pop up, like you said, Sagi, into the backline there. As soon as he was given the moment, given that green light go, he was on the enemy team like so.
On the enemy team like so, and that really allowed them to get that convincing 2-minute lead and transform it into a game-winning push. Everything was so well set in stone. It was the Shadow Tyrant into Gushing finding multiple flanks into the damage coming in to pick up key targets in allowing them to close out the game just 1 minute after the Shadow Tyrant secured.
Exactly that. Like, that's the only Tyrant they needed, right? That's the only Tyrant that R8 Esports needed was that Shadow Tyrant. It's like, all right, you can have your 2 Tyrants, you can have your fun within these matchups, but we're going to make sure we take you down. And honestly, the way that Ryuichi played is learning to bait a lot of the skills off of the likes of Scarz, especially Hao and the Mai Shirunoi, which felt like a little bit more of a... it was not a controlled chaos. It was kind of like a very messy kind of chaos. He would always commit a little bit too early, try and get some knockups, but then there's no one to follow up. Like Aruru was always kind of too far behind in the team fights to get any kind of like sense of privilege into the team fight onto that party.
T definitely had his decent moments, but when it comes down to full-on 5v5 fights, I think Doma on this Dharma, on this Byron, definitely had more of these moments where he absorbed damage, just like his game 1 Dharma per se, right? You can see the gold lead here. Scarz was always cruising around with the 2000 gold lead, but once that Shadow Tyrant was to click with R8, it immediately landslided into a death blow, into one fight, into a game-winning victory. So it was all in favor of R8's tempo.
All right, tempo went in the favor, and who was creating that tempo? It was none other than Gushing. Yes, the kills are there, but it was the effect he had into the team fights. He was doing so much damage, 25% up the enemy damage, but also taking 26% of that as well, right? Like, so that really just shows how well Mijoj played on that Diadema as well, right? Keeping Gushing alive, keeping that shield come through thanks to those marks after the Luna, and really here, Gushing giving over herself another MVP performance.
And I think Mijoj, like you mentioned, should be prized as well because he was the one to make sure how on this Maestro was constantly on lockdown, making sure that Maestro wasn't able to find that backline here. And this early gameplay was from Mijoj's hard link into that engage, and this was the play coming in from Gushing to bait out those key targets here, allowing Ryoichi to catch out Hao here. So every moment that we've seen so far was Hao just dying on screen. So it's a bit of a pity coming in from Hao's Maestro Nui here. That may be a bit of an offensive one towards his confidence here, because look, the third one was Hao falling down, and then this was the play that I meant for Gushing. He baited out all these spells here coming in for the side of Scarz. Hao was left to dry on towards the left side by the mid and Roman duo, and the rest is just history. 8-1 in terms of scoreline, a very clean mid to late game transition, allowing Scarz to really falter towards the hands of RA.
Yeah, the fact that obviously with that last team fight you saw there as well, right? Like Enfang was way too far ahead of his own team, so like not even Ochik's healing could even hit him, so it's a little bit unfortunate. But speaking of unfortunate, it is going to be game number 2 concluded. Game number 3 on the way after this break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
In this world, only ones in this world, call out my name, cut through the sound of
the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this
And ladies and gentlemen, that was a quick 2-0 coming in from R8. Can they seal the deal with the third game? Or will once again Scarz be able to pounce back 3 games in a row to, or at the very least, find that 1-game footing where they desperately need to find that momentum that they really, really require to get into the series?
Yeah, I mean, this is already starting to show a difference. This survival week, day 1, that these teams, yes, within the best of 3, they can get their carry jungles, they can get the victories, because all it takes is 2 games on the board, 2 carries on the board, and they will get the dubs. But when a tank comes through and you are kind of forced into the likes of the Ogryn, even though Mfang played very well with that Ogryn in game number 2, it just isn't the playstyle that they are known for, right? Like, Mfang is the clear carry for the side of Scarz, and unfortunately, they aren't able to adapt just yet, but like you were saying there, Sagi, in intro, maybe Scarz can come back with that 3-1 victory or 3-2 victory here for them as we get into BP of game number 3.
One could only hope, right, if you're a KGL or Scarz fan, because this is the time that they need to pull up the trump card here, because yes, this is not tournament deciding where you lose this, you automatically exit the tournament. No, it's still the survival week here, but you are in Group A. If you do not win every single or almost all the series, you may put yourself in a situation where you will actually be eliminated from this tournament, because it is survival week. Group A only allows 1 team to move on to that playoffs.
Exactly. 4 become 1, and that's the issue here for the side of Scarz right now as they face that kind of pressure and the potential reality that they may be one of the teams that leave the group stage after such a dominant game by R8 Esports. But as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, you can see that the global ban picks have been updated here, and R8 Esports, Ryuchi, is looking for that Ollie. Is this the final nail in the coffin here, Sagi?
It's an encounter towards the Luna, but he will have to fight against the likes of a Dharma that has been picked up by Aruru in towards the Clash lane here. So it's not the easiest pick per se, with the likes of an assassin-like team composition, and also Chano as well, that may potentially be your counter in towards that lane.
Oh yes, Chano as well as one of the better counters towards the Ali here. Obviously also using the Spirit Wolves to kind of like something that she can't block with her Maple Dance. But at the same time, like you said there, the double catch off here for the Dharma and the Chano. Yes, Chano has to get into the late game, and RA Esports have been finishing these games pretty nifty, but now commit a little bit more team fight potential here with both the Liempo and the Guan Yu. Oh, Guan Yu, I believe, has one of the better win rates of the ranking week, right?
I'm no hero. I do think so as well, and especially you have Guan Yu and Liempo man marking Channel on towards that bottom lane in team fights. That's gonna be very stressful for ASD if he does get his hands on towards the Channel. But the same could be said towards Ryuichi as well. We've seen the Dharma versus Fate combination against the Arlie. It's not fun for the Arlie.
Not fun indeed. They got to make sure that they're not letting that get to the late game, right? But the Shuangzi ban here for the side of R8 Esports. Obviously, they can't really lock that in anyway because they've got Guan Yu up into the Clash lane. They've got the Liempo down into the support role as well. So really, they can't give it over to the likes of Scarz, because Scarz, they need to counter a lot of this CC, right? I mean, they got CC from Guan Yu, Liempo, and the Arlie.
And the Arlie, so that will be something along with the Guan Yu to really lock this channel down, as we mentioned, right? But coming into the second stage of the draft here, like you mentioned, the Zhuangzi being locked away, Liempo and the Guan Yu, props to them. They don't have to worry a single thing about this anti-CC removal that's so pesky in terms of the support role. So that is a good removal coming in from RA Esports kind of draft, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the ban of the Liang here is just going to be kind of like a potential, obviously, just making sure that the Guan Yu doesn't get locked down by that Liang. But now they've got to kind of like combat with the Diadea, which was really kind of like the upset in the pot on RA Esports drafted game number 2, right? Like, that's the thing that really stopped that Manchurinui and having that sustainability in that team fight against Scarz. Ooh, is this a Levi?
Levi? Oh,
imagine.
He's just playing with us. He's just playing with us. There's no way he will pick a Levi here. But Anua does get hovered for the side of Xenon in towards the mid lane here to really find those tempo here. And Gushing is still playing with us with this. Why are we seeing a Liu Bei in action here? Is it really to cleanse away Dharma from that CC?
Potentially, right? Like, I mean, it could work, but I don't think it's going to be that. It's going to be the walking brick himself, Flowborn tank. You're going to get that double knockup from the Liempo as well as Flowborn. You're also going to have, obviously, the late game potential of the Nua as well to kind of like take over the heat of the Arlie into that late game. Also have that long range annihilation as well.
Exactly. So a very round team comp by both sides, allowing multiple sides of carry here. If we will look at Scarz, they have a lot of these strong dueling in terms of a 2v2 or 3v3 department where Aruru and Mfeng can find these backline assassinations with their kit, right? But if you look over to R8, however, you have a lot of backline access, which comes in the form of Guan Yu, Liempo, and also Flowborn tank. So you have to be careful if you are Chano or Ladyzone coming in from Scar's lineup.
Exactly. They've got to make sure that it's Chano's not being contested too often. They've got to make sure that they don't take Scarz into the late game. But to be honest, from what we've seen from RA Esports, they've managed to finish the games very subsequently fast, right? Like, yes, game number 2 was a little bit slower, but game number 1 was pre-10-minute mark. So if they can do that again, if they can replicate that speed, yes, they don't really have that kind of like early game siege from any of these heroes. But if they're able to kind of get to that 10-minute mark and just wipe it out there, then it's going to be harder for the side of Scarz to come out on top of this one.
We'll have to see. It all boils down to execution. First game, we see a clean game coming in from RA Esports. Game 2, we see a 50-50 early to mid game, only to get RA Esports come out on top in those exchanges here. Will Scarz be able to flip the script and bring us to a game 4 or potentially game 5? That is what they have to answer, and this is the time for them to show up in this game number 3, match point for RA Esports.
Yep, this could potentially be a match point here for RA Esports going against Scarz as they are looking to kind of cement their place at the top of Group A within day 1 already. But this is looking like a scary draft from Scarz. And obviously, Mfeng, Kong, they all perform on this fade. So we're looking for those hardened Jade Seals coming through here to secure these neutral objectives and secure these pickups.
Able to do it, it will have to be proven by him so far. But coming into this early game, Ryuichi with their early starts off mid lane with a strong approach, already clearing off the mid lane and taking multiple lanes to farm to allow this Arlie to farm into that mid game monster. With that Doomsday, with another item, you will see this Arlie dominate the game even harder.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as she gets those kind of like power spike items come through for the Ali, maybe like the Sparkforge Dagger or the Doomsday here, it's going to be a little bit harder for ASD to transition this channel into the late game. I mean, ASD played Lady Sun last game. So again, another late game hero. Didn't quite go too well for him. So maybe this is kind of like showing a little bit of an issue with ASD and these heroes that are being selected, right?
Maybe the case here. His positioning is being tested so far, and he needs to prove himself that he is up and available with all the marksman players in the KME. That is the minimum requirement to push his team, because farm lane is not something you play and rely on others. You, in the end, rely on yourself and positioning to challenge yourself to carry the game by your team and from your team. So that is something he needs to really do well in this game. But right now, we see a lot of pressure being committed against this channel.
Potential here. Obviously, the Spirit Wolves are going to clear out that minion wave, so it's going to stop the push here for RA Esports. So nicely done there by Scarz, right? So he knew if he didn't put down that Spirit Wolf trap, they would have basically gone green light go. 3 men on top of that Chano. He's not going to stay alive because his health in the early game is not helping.
It's not helping, and so far they're getting pressured extremely hard in towards the early game here. So not the channel performance in the laning phase that we experienced so far compared to the others, but as long as he's farming, as long as he's getting resources, he will eventually outscale this early in towards the late game.
Potentially outsource this early into the late game could be the win condition here for ASD and Scarz, but if we're looking at this, obviously, Mfang and Aruru need to have some kind of synergy, right? Especially with the Dharma and the Fade combo, which we've already seen already, have such kind of like devastating effects onto the Gorge. If you can set up those great Truth Mantras and then the Hard and Jade Seal comes through, then you can get pickups like we saw earlier with Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon is the one that always brings up these skill picks, right? The Aruru on the Dharma, and then we have the Fade and also Lady Zun here. This is a, how would I say it, a Crazy Raccoon special here, but whether can they replicate the Raccoon success, this is what they have to do, right? It's like they have to find the early here. So it's a battle between Ruinki staying alive and also ASD staying alive here. It's about both of these two marksmen who can stay alive in these teamfights, because that's a lot of things targeting them as Oching.
Yep, Ochik has to use the Heart Link to get out of there. And I mean, it forces out the Tremor Smash as well. I mean, that's decent there for the side of Scarz. Obviously, they use no ultimates there, whereas they take away Joe's Tremor Smash, so they're not going to get that set up for the Liampo for quite some time. But I like this draft of Scarz, right? Like, they've got the Lady Gen there, not for the interaction that we keep pointing out because we were both bewildered by it, but the fact is that Lady Gen doesn't really need those resources, right? She needs to get to level 4, and then she can just give over that lane, that mid lane resource to Fade, who's really going to need it.
Look at Aruru, might be caught out by the hands of Gushinki as Annihilation chunks Aruru away from that team fight here. But look at the front side, man. Aruru healing up with that healing view here might look for a background access.
Yeah, but you've also got Doma onto the back line there as well. Obviously, Guan Yu looking for a bit of a rotation. The forcing the flash out of ASD as well. They're able to get the knock-up onto Mijoj as well as the Destructive Deluge, but it's going to be somebody getting picked up there, and it looks like it could potentially be Aruru. But now we do see Mfang.
Oh, that's cancel!
He gets knocked off the wall. Oh!
Gushing finds him on top of the sky, and he slams him down as we find more kills on towards the mid lane as How gets taken down, gets knocked like a bowling ball.
That was absolute cinema right there, Sagi. They took the fight at the Azure Golem. Then they went between the tier 1 and the tier 2 in the mid lane. But all that moment, they knew that the 4-minute marker was up. So those tier 1s, they don't have that protection. They struck when the iron was hot, and they left the Tyrants sweating for more.
That was beautiful stuff here coming from RA Esports. First, they chunked out Aruru in the start fight, and then because Ochik and ASD was forced away the flash by the hands of Gushing, the rest was just follow-ups here coming in from RA, Doma finding the backline, and then you have Gushing with the heroic play, slamming Mfang from the sky. And so far, 5 minutes into the game, 3,000 gold in favor of RA Esports already. So commanding.
It's such an obvious kind of like point of contention there is that 3k gold right now, but now, I mean, This flowborn tank, I mean,
Bounce
we can't
house.
play tanks, but he's going in. He gets a kill onto Aruru once again. The annihilation onto Ochik means he has to use the art link, but now Ryuchi gets a chase down, gets the kill onto Ochik as well. This is a brutal RA Esports.
It is so brutal, and welcome to the bounce house, Scarz. We have Gushing bouncing you around, we have Ninja sending you to the sky, and we have Doma pushing you back to the hands of R8 Esports. What a bounce house plays here coming in for R8 as look at him. Ryuichi plays super aggressive.
So aggressive there, almost got the takedown onto ASD, but now Aruru gets taken down for trying to keep his teammate alive. But all that time happening, F1's just like, bro, I need to keep that Azure Golden for myself. If anything, Dharma is playing a great little bit of a macro play here. Just keep in check, keep intel on where Mfang is.
Well, Mfang is definitely someone that needs to stay relevant in this game, but so far, 6 minutes in, already 5,000 gold lead for the hands of R8. Where was this R8 in week number 1 plan? Where were they?
They were the sleeping giants of the MENA region. They were just sat back in their chairs like, never mind, we still make it into Group A. Never mind, we can get out of Group A. Like, we are the dominant dogs. And now I'm starting to believe them, right? Like, Scarz were definitely showing maybe too much of their true power in the ranking week. But now, R8's just like, yeah, okay, is this all you got, guys? Crack your knuckles, let's go. And right now, we're looking at a 7-minute match. We're looking at around about a 4K goal difference and 6 kills onto the board and not a single neutral objective going up the side of R8 Esports, but that doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. This is why we say R8 is one of the strongest teams, stronger teams coming in from spring with an addition of Gushing to their roster that makes them something to be eyeing on, right? But yeah, week 1 performance just wasn't there. But week 2, in the best of 5, you're looking to slam Scarz, a team that almost pointed a 2-0 against the likes of Nongshim. And right now, look at the aggressive play coming from Mijo. He's so confident.
He's very confident, but also speaking of confidence, going to be Gushing there. He's taking a lot on his chest right now at this back of the team fight. Damage going on to How as well. They get a takedown. And Bang goes down as well. Looking to go for this T3 at the top side of the map. We see Xenon just pushing away the minions. They get the T3. They're going for a fast game. Can they get it right now? It's all in the cards of RA Esports.
They're definitely looking for it. Look at them. They're marching towards the base as Gushing leads the charge. Are they going for the end?
They might go for the end here. Ochik just gets back to base to get a little bit of healing, but not. It's going to be the same story for Aruru. They have 1 minion, and that's all it's going to take to get this crystal of game number 3. And that's RA Esports in the dominant fashion.
Minutes 20 seconds? If you think game 1 was fast, game 3 is even faster here. R8 Esports, this form is just immaculate here. We have teams waking up in day number 1 of the survival week. Nongshim, and right now we have R8. KGL fans are not happy with this one.
No, not happy, unfortunately. They're both, obviously, Crazy Raccoon and Scarz, both having their upset of the survival week of the KME, but it's more frightful for the side of Scarz than it is for Crazy Raccoon because they still secure the playoffs, just the lower bracket if they do fall to 3rd place. But no, RA Esports, man, they were very dominant in that one. Very quick series, even quicker than Nongshim going up against Crazy Raccoon.
And this goes to show tier list is not 100% effective, and so far, if we were to post that tier list we made a few days ago, we might get bashed for today's result here, but we are a man of our words. We will be posting that video, but props to our esports for showing up and delivering such a fantastic game so far. They have really improved from that week 1.
Oh, absolutely. They woke it up. They just, obviously, they took the flight to Malaysia. They're there. They was like, hey, you know what? We're a bit jet lagged, guys, so just bear with us within the ranking week. And then they're like, you know what? We got used to it now. Let's go in. Let's go beast mode. And that's exactly what they did, right? Like, even though we saw, obviously, Doma onto the Guan Yu there, he wasn't the most driving force part of the team. He was just there to kind of collect intel for the rest of his team. He was keeping check of Mfang. He wasn't there to have those kind of like big, frightful engages into the team fight because they had Liam Po. They had the Flowborn tank to do that as well. So really, they just needed Guan Yu Doma here to get all the intel. And you can see that he died 0 times, 1 kill, and that was just all from intel.
That was just all for intel, and you can see Gushing with that Flowborn tank. His death was at the end of the game where they forced a push. So teams are starting to find counter for the KJL special, which is the Fade Assassin pick. So the answer that R8 delivered was the bounce house provided by the likes of Doma on the Guan Yu, Gushing on the Flowborn tank, and Mijoj on that Liam Po. And so far, we're seeing so much results here because Gushing, as a tank, he's tanking 40k damage and doing 45,000 damage. And mind you, this is 8 minutes game.
Oh, 8 minutes game as well. Like, that's so quick. I mean, almost as quick to Nongshim RedForce's duration, right? But hey, look at that damage, man. R8 Esports, Ryochi, 34k. Gushing, even 44k. So who says tanks can't do damage?
Who says tanks does doing damage? You gotta call Ogren the hotline because he's always doing damage. He's always soaking tons of damage. That is Daddy Ogren for you here. But today, Gushing bringing up picks after picks. His Luna was on point. His assassins were on point. And right now, his Floorborn tank was super duper on point as well, getting back-to-back MVP titles.
That's it. The MVP performance here from Gushing comes through with a 216 KDA, 35% of the damage taken, 38% taken, sorry, but 35% of the damage dealt. I believe he did more damage on the Flowborn tank than he did on the Luna there overall. So that's pretty crazy to think of, right? Like, if you think you have to have a assassin in the jungle to mean that you can do damage, just look at Gushing, man. Just look at Monkey from earlier, from Haku. There's so much damage on these tanks. You just got to play them correctly.
Yeah, playing them correctly. And this is the bounce house, right? See, Aurora was just getting like pushed left and right by Doma, by Gushing. If that's not enough, Mijo's gonna be like, okay, I'm up. I'm gonna come in for the Grand Slam, slamming you guys, sending up to the sky. And this is what the final few plays, right? Where Mijo went in for the engage, does not find onto anyone. But look at how darn tanky Gushing is with that blood rage, with the item advantage. He was just soaking damage under the turret, whereby Doma comes in, gets the execution of the Enfong, and the rest was just history. Look at him, just single-handedly tanking the turret, going in for that final push, tanking until the very end that allowed R8 to force the end at about 8 minutes and 19 seconds. That was just absolute domination from R8 against Scarz.
Yeah, clear domination from R8 Esports. But to be honest, I mean, if you look at Gushing, if you look at the Flowborn marksman, FC, Flowborn tank, sorry, the way you kind of counter that one is obviously you have a lot of CC. But what did R8 Esports do in those team fights? They took away the CC. They knew that at that moment of time, they knew that Gushing had the means to get out. So he could just soak damage, take a lot of the damage, and then still leave being unscathed and not slowed. So really, they played those team fights very well onto the side of R8 Esports, using Ryuchi to the damage, using Mijoj to bait a lot of those skills after using those burst rams, the tremor smashes, and whatnot onto Lianpo. But that, again, another 3-0 for day number 1 within the survival week. I mean, we knew the ante was going to get upped, but to this level, Sagi, oh, it is obviously chef's kiss.
So far, remember pre-casting, we were talking about, oh, today's gonna be probably like a full series day whereby we're gonna see Nongshim go against Crazy Raccoon, where it go to game 5, and it did go to game 5, but it's not the case. We will be catching Nongshim against Gen.G right after this break.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025, and we are in the survival week. It is day number 1, and we're already at the final series. We honestly thought this was going to be a much longer day from what we saw the ranking week, but if we look below us, ladies and gentlemen, you can see that the new version arrives of Honor of Kings on the 24th of September. So make sure you're tuning in and logging in on that day. I literally blurred those two words together. You make sure you are tuning in to Honor of Kings because there is a new version on the 24th. But then we're also going to be getting a new game mode on the 27th, which is going to be none other than Ultimate Awakening. If you think that all the casual modes before have been fun, let's see what you think of this one. Only some heroes will be limited on there because obviously it takes a while for those kind of heroes and what's going to work, what's not going to be too OP. But make sure you log in to see Angela firing like 3 lasers. It's going to be absolutely nuts. And obviously, once again, I'm Blam. This is Sagi as we get you into the final series of the day, which is none other than Nongshim against Gen.G.
Nongshim against Gen.G, the first 2 places coming in for our ranking week. So those 2 teams, they have a lot of history, right? Because prior to the KME fall, Nongshim has always been this untouchable being in the KME spring, whereby Gen.G couldn't really challenge them. But coming into KME fall, the first to bleed in this top 1 and top 2 was Gen.G beating Nongshim in a 2-1 convincing fashion here. But right now, what lies before them is a format that Nongshim favors, best of 5 long series. Who will come out on top is the real question here, coming in from Nongshim versus Gen.G Esports.
I mean, from what we've seen so far today, Sagi, I don't think even we know who's going to come out on top of this one. But first, let's actually look at these teams and introduce them before they go head-to-head onto the gorge. First up, Nongshim.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And for the last time today, this is the greatest red Nongshim RedForce. And this is once again the boys. Kyung9, Haku in the jungle, Illusion in the mid lane, Siri in the farm lane, and Faye in the support role. Will we finally get Faye here onto the board here with the Sakir and Gen.G combo that we were teased about in the last series of Nongshim?
If this goes to Game 5, you best believe it will come out, and it will come out haunting the members of Gen.G Esports. But this is your greatest red that's being shown onto a screen. They are one of the best teams we have in the KME fall. But let's look on the opposing team, Gen.G Esports on your right.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Changers, Gen.G Esports in the clash lane with Wawa, Rock, their solid Rock jungle in towards the jungle will be representing their Inua. I do believe this man has improved the most in their roster, and Monster, the new addition to replace Ray in the farm lane role, and also Clue. Who does not like Clue in an offline event? He is so charming and he is full of energy.
Oh, full of energy and full of all these kind of support picks that we've been seeing in play on, right? Like his Liam Po, his Sun Bin of the the ranking week, sorry. Absolutely huge. And I feel like this is what Gen.G still needs to pull out here onto the side of Nongshim RedForce. But the thing that scares me the most, Sagi, is the fact that Nongshim were obviously getting beaten sorely in the ranking week in terms of just like every so occasional in terms of rounds and stuff like that. And Gen.G, it wasn't the most convincing win, right? Like, it wasn't kind of like, I don't know, like an 8-minute stomp, 9-minute average game kind of play style that we just saw there with RA Esports. It was neck and neck. So is the new and improved Nongshim of the Survival Week gonna be even more brutal against Gen.G? Or is Gen.G gonna go up against head-to-head against Kyung9 and Wawa here?
Well, that will be the star matchup that we will be featuring for these two teams, because they have a lot of like very good players for both teams. These are teams that you would say that they have all MVP players. Yes, Gen.G from spring, they rely heavily on Rock, but coming into fall, they have really improved as an entire roster. Wawa and Inua, they really stepped up a lot in that KWC 2025 run. Yes, they did not make top 8, but they really shined and they really showed up here. And coming to this head-to-head, it will be Kyung9 versus Wawa in towards that clash lane. In terms of statistics, they are really tied neck to neck, aside from that total kills there and average damage dealt. But it is about the commitment, and it is about how they affect the games here. Maybe their signature Dharma, their signature Miyin won't have their spotlight today in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, I mean, even that just disparity in the kills, right? It to me is only because Wawa does a great job at setting up Rock, right? Like, he's able to give over the kills to Rock. Obviously, that's going to be a little bit more gold into his pocket when he picks these kind of carry heroes into the jungle. Whereas, obviously, Kyung9, he likes to be a little bit of a showmaker, a little bit of a showstopper for the enemy team, right? Like, just constantly just CCing the enemy team, getting the biggest team fights potential, but also claiming those kills as well. So I feel like that's the difference here between both Kyung9 and Wawa, is Wawa's here to set up Rock, and he does it very well.
Yeah, and it comes to a point whereby if you are setting up Rock, Kyung9 can also set up Haku as well. So it boils down to another head-to-head that we have in mind, whereby it's the early game plays that will be present on the map. And usually, when we talk about early game, it really focuses on towards the mid and jungle duo here. So whoever's mid and jungle duo plus the roam can take control of the map in game 1 to game 2. Maybe that's where all the tempo will fall into, and that's where teams get their lead and show dominance against each other.
Exactly that. Maybe they're going to show dominance in terms of what they've already displayed so far for the side of Nongshim today, right? Like we've seen a little bit of a change up within Nongshim on how they've been playing with this one. Obviously, be giving Siri a lot of space compared to how he was given space in the ranking week. Definitely showing Siri to shine. Obviously, he didn't get any MVPs in the last series, but maybe, just maybe, this series around, he gets MVP.
We have to see, right? Because he has had a pretty decent early game so far in series number 1 against Crazy Raccoons, and he also had like this amazing performance on the channel as well. So coming into this series against the new addition Monto is where Monto's addition into this roster gets tested. Is he able to fill the shoes that Ray has left for this Gen.G roster, or will this person be this new addition that can take stress and elevate Gen.G to another level?
I mean, either way, I hope they've washed the shoes that he's meant to be filling, because obviously nobody wants to step into used shoes, you know? Like, they could be smelly. I mean, not saying that Ray's got smelly feet. I'm pretty sure he's got very lovely feet. But we don't want smelly shoes. We want new shoes, and we want Monto to show us those new blue shoes as we get into this game number 1 between Gen.G and Nongshim RedForce. Obviously, Gen.G on the red side here, blinding out the Pei, and then Nongshim banning out the Mayin, as they don't want Wawa on that Mayin.
Yeah, Wawa on that Mayin is just crazy dangerous here, as we've seen so far. So coming to this ban, target bans are very obvious here. Wawa gets locked away from the Mayin, Haku gets locked away from that Pei he has such a good performance on, and Liang as well has been locked away as well. So banging out the early here, it does set up Nongshim to pick up either the Long or either the Luna as the first pick here for both teams.
Potentially, I mean, the Hue 1 could come through. Obviously, Nongshim banned it out for the entire of the first series, right? So now they're on blue side. Do they lock in the Hue 1 so they get it done and out the gate for game number 1 and then ban it out for the rest of the series? Try and get a dub with it? Nope, it looks like they're going to ban and get the Maestro Knight, give it up to Illusion here.
Yeah, Illusion picks up his favorite Maestro that he has so much success with, does a lot of these fancy plays, fancy setups here, but Gen.G securing the double bailout here, so it's not going to be an easy task for Illusion to find those key plays in assassination, especially against Yuhuan's Unending Sorrow and Long's Infinite Vastness.
Exactly, right? That's a lot of kind of baiting out skills and maybe trying to kind of like time it correctly that you can get the demise of them, but right now, Gen.G have sustainability, they have the CC, but they also have the flexibility within their draft. Where is this Hue 1 going to go? No one knows, unless they are going to be drafting something in the next phase that's going to make it a little bit more obvious to the side of Nongshim. But Nongshim pick up the Byron and the Motsu.
Ooh, Byron and Motsu being secured from Nongshim here, so they really want to play the aggressive laning that they always love to transition that to jungle lead, or potentially more of these advances that you can do in towards that mid game here. But Gen.G picking up the Guan Yu for Wawa in that clash lane here. So Nongshim, how will you deal against this pesky backline flanker?
I mean, you got to try and have some kind of like lockdown, right? I mean, I suppose you could try and catch in within the think inside the box, right? Like that's been a good way where some of these teams have actually been able to lock down the Guan Yu. Obviously, he does have that CC immunity. If he is timed it correctly, he can overcome that obstacle. But at the same time here, Gen.G looking to ban out the Monkey. They don't want that kind of like big tank that Haku played in the first series there. They really had great access, really great pressure on their first series of the day.
They had an amazing series, like you mentioned, on that Monkey. He was always on the front end looking for these engages, even though he fell short in that first blood. But his presence was always felt, hence why he got that MVP title for that Monkey game here. So good ban coming in from Gen.G. Do they put their focus on to more junglers? It does seem to be the case, as Agudo has been locked away from Haku as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Gudo kind of pairs really nice with the Maestro Nui, right? Like, Maestro Nui has a good, like, kind of like fast pace in the early game, clears the minion waves pretty fast, and then she can rotate down to the bot side of the map to give over Siri some help. But the fact is, if they paired that with the Agudo, the siege potential in the early game, and obviously wave clear as well, would be absolutely nuts here for Nongshim, which we saw on R8 last series as well, right?
Yeah, it does seem to be the case, right? Because if you give over the Gen.G and also a Agudo towards the enemy team paired up with something crazy early game like a Byron, like a Maestro Nui, that early game tempo is so hard to really minimize coming in from Nongshim's draft. But notice the fact that, hey, Agudo must go, and down goes Agudo in towards the draft of Nongshim. So Nongshim still has the leeway of the Luna pick here. Do they really pick it up? Do they want to pick it up? What is the key question here? But Musashi is locked in for Rock in towards the jungle.
Yep, he's going to lock in the Musashi here for Rock. So now we're going to start to see that Q1 will either be mid or it will still be support. So they're still guessing here what they're going to go for on the side of Nongshim. But the Marco Polo coming out here potentially trying to get a little bit of the damage, obviously the laning phase onto the Lung. But they're going to go give it over to the Lady Sun here for Siri.
Oh, Lady Sun and Yao being locked in coming in from Nongshim RedForce. I gotta say, Nongshim in week 1, they were just playing around general picks here. Coming to week number 2 in the survival week, they're bringing in a lot of different flavors here. Yao is the first addition towards their team composition that they haven't picked before. We have seen players like Jing Tian bring it out before, so in the hands of Haku, I think this is a first.
It is a first for Haku. Yeah, I believe we haven't seen the Yao as of yet within the fall season. But if we look at Gen.G, man, I mean, they've got Clue on the Lu Bang. That means Musashi can dive in with a duel to the death, and then that's it. He falls in with a battlefield command. Your backline is way open, and that's going to be a lot of pain gain, a lot of taunt coming through here for the side of Gen.G.
But usually when we see Liu Bang, it's going towards the clash lane, allowing the Liu Bang to have this additional damage built to funnel it into the diver. So you act like a delivery system, right? To deliver in the time bomb. But the problem is, this is going to the roamer role. How realistic are we going to be seeing a Liu Bang in the roamer role? Because it's difficult to put Liu Bang in the side lane because that will be giving resources towards the roamer.
Exactly. So we'll see how this goes down for the side of Gen.G. I feel like it can still be emulated in that same respect, because the fact is they've got obviously Q1, so it's not like they're sacrificing any kind of healing or any kind of sustain, because they still have Q1 Inua here. But I can imagine that it's Inua's going to be building this one a little bit more like a magical damage, right? Because they're going to need a little bit more damage to supplement the fact that maybe if Monto gets taken off the board here, they need to have these great setups, and they also need to kind of like give over and serve those flaming palms.
Do agree with you. This is 100% well said. But talking about well said, will be the official sponsors of the King Major series. It will be the Realme official gaming phone. Realme 15 Pro is the official gaming phone built for performance, made for gaming, and reliable, smooth, cool, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Feel the difference and feel the CC here coming from Nongshim as that Cannon Blast lands onto 2 in the mid lane of Gen.G. But I mean, look at Clue, man. He's playing, he's just leaving Lung in the lane alone. He's looking just to kind of get some rotations on the map here. Just trying to set up Inua in this mid lane in the early game.
Yeah, you do have to man mark the Maestro. No, you don't want this pesky little assassin with so much mobility to hunt down your side lanes in towards this early game, because look at him. She's just throwing out all these Kachosens, trying to look for aggressive steals, but that is a lot of damage on towards Illusion's head.
Yeah, man, like early game, obviously Maestro is not gonna last these explosive kind of like Clue plays, but obviously forced in. No flash there, just a dash from the Guan Yu. Only common skill being used was down to Monto, so at least Nongshim was able to get something off the board there for Gen.G.
Yeah, Kyonai flash for Monto's flash, so both of these two laners are getting a bit of a stressful environment to be playing around, so Monto definitely have to play even more careful coming into the later stages of the game, because that's a 2-minute spell being burned for this long.
Yeah, it's going to be scary. I mean, especially before he's level 4 as well, right? Like, all he's really going to be depending on is that Ride the Wind, and then once he gets to level 4, he has the infinite vastness, so it's not going to be too hard in terms of trying to kind of like mitigate any kind of gank from Nongshim RedForce. But they're definitely playing this kind of like early game very coy, right? They're trying to get like intel onto the likes of the Maestro Nui on Illusion here, but they're also just trying to get those early resources over to Rock, like obviously contesting the spike tails and the board.
And the boards, allowing yourself to get maximum EXP and gold from your opponent is what you need to do here. So more of these EXP sharings coming in from both of these two teams here. That is what you want Brock to be excelling in, so he gets more gold to carry the team.
More gold to carry the team, more gold to kind of push through into the early to mid-game transition, right? Like, we really want to be seeing that Rock is ahead of Haku in the jungle. Because if that's the case, then obviously Haku is going to have a little bit more of an easier time, right? Like, we know that Yao knows how to get into the back line, and then he can just use his ultimate to zip back from 2 seconds ago. So yes, it's a lot more maintenance to find out where you were 2 moments ago. I don't know where I was like 1 second ago. So to know where you were 2 seconds ago for the side of Nongshim is going to be a key factor to making this Yao shine.
It will be, and especially Yao is one of those assassins that does pretty well against the lone because you can just go in, do damage, force out infinite vastness, come back with your ultimate, and then rinse and repeat the process here. So it really works well when you're baiting out ultimates like the infinite vastness from Lung, like the unending sorrow from Inuwa. So a pretty interesting pick that Haku is trying to implement in the Nongshim infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, Yao, prior to obviously other changes, he didn't heal on his ultimate, but now he does. So obviously that's going to make him even more kind of scary, right? Like, he never used to have that second wind. He kind of goes back, gets a bit of a heal, comes back, and then you can kind of just use your second skill, first skill to try and just claim that distance back onto the enemy team. But right now, Nongshim is steadily ahead by about 500 gold. It's not the biggest shift of gold, but right now, Haku is trying to go for a trade here, but it's going to be the duel to the Deepening committee there being imbued and taken down is going to be Haku.
Immediate punish and rotation coming in from Gen.G to punish Haku for wanting to secure that wild boar counter here, but that leaves this Tyrant free and open available for Gen.G to take without any form of contention coming in from Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, beautiful timer there by the side of Gen.G as they were able to take down the enemy jungle as their neutral objectives do come up. So now it just means that, hey, they're uncontested into that one. Oh, Blue with the second kill under the board. I mean, this guy's meant to be support, not taking all the kills here.
He's so clean with it. He's finding kill after kill after kill here. He's always at the correct place, but hang on a moment though. He might be caught out here as he does not have flash, but Clue is too tanky. You don't want any business with him. They are forced to back away and allow Monto to walk safely back towards the base. But top side though, since Haku is shown towards bot side, this Azure Golem falls again towards the hands of Gen.G, but look at it engaged.
Look at the engage here, potentially going in onto the side of Gen.G. He gets a takedown. It's going to be the Kyung Knight, and more going through across to Gen.G, but that's going to be a 3-0 trade here as we go into a pause.
I think what happened was because Wawa was lagging, he was just standing at the river, not moving at all. So maybe that's a technical issue that we will be facing looking towards the game here. So that's for production and the on-site crew to handle. But wow, what a turn of events here. So immediately, early game was won by the side of Gen.G Esports, but that engage just entirely flipped everything back towards Nongshim's favor in a 3-0 exchange.
Yeah, flipped the script completely here for Nongshim. They was having a bit of a struggle in the early game. Obviously, Clue having 2 kills onto the board going into their support player, but it seems to be there may have been a bit of an issue with the team fight there. Maybe one of the team members were lagging, but hey, it was a 3-0 trade for the side of Nongshim, right? Like, that was pretty scary from the side of Gen.G.
It was very scary, especially we do not know the exact issue of what happened, so we can only wait until we are updated here. But so far, both teams are playing very confidently in towards the early game, and I'm liking the confidence that they're showing off.
Oh, great confidence so far by the side of both Nongshim and Gen.G right at this point of the game. Like, neither of these teams are kind of like throwing or pulling their punches. They're making sure that every hit lands, and they got to do that right against Gen.G because the two things that we notice different, they're kind of like two opposition forces going head to head because Gen.G love the early game, whereas Nongshim, they aren't the greatest of gravy when it comes to the early game. They like to just mature, so they kind of like sit around in their own kind of like gravy juice a little bit, and then get towards the late game, and then that's it. That's when they're full of flavor. That's when they strike, when the iron's hot. And we've seen it many times already for today with that 3-0 sweep against Crazy Raccoon. So I don't think this is a Nongshim we should be underestimating, but also not a Gen.G we should be underestimating as well.
But comparing those two together, Nongshim has already warmed their hands in that first series. This is Gen.G's first series here. Do you think that will contribute to a bit of a jitter that they're facing right now in towards this early game?
I don't think so. I think, well, more for Gen.G. If we're talking to the point of Gen.G, then yes. But for Nongshim, they're going to have, like obviously said, warmed up. They're going to have a mental boom going into this game, this match number 3 as well, right? Like, they've already won one series very convincingly. They're already on top of the world, right? They're on top of the leaderboard, on top of the world. Gen.G really got to try and dethrone them in this day number 1, because if they don't, then we're going to see Nongshim come back tomorrow with another 2 games and try and take more series away from these Group S teams.
Exactly right, especially when you're talking about a Group S team. They just maximally play 4 series and that's it. Maximum 20 games and they're out of here. So 4 games, decide your fate going into the playoffs. Are you with the upper bracket or are you at the lower bracket because you're placed last in your groups you're in? You're against Group A's first place, which had an amazing run in towards the lower bracket, whereby they just beat out everybody, getting that momentum in. Do you think that will affect the mental as well?
Also, yeah, correct, because they've got that last lifeline. It's still a best of 5, so it's kind of like they're going against an opponent that they haven't fought for an entire week, right? Like they've been playing, say for example, if we say they've been playing Gen.G, they've been playing also Nongshim RedForce, then they go and play against somebody that's like a new reformed, scary R8 Esports or even Scarz, right? Like that to me is like the unknown. They're like, right, okay, like how are we going to overcome this? We're going to go back and watch all the matches that we've seen these teams not actually participate in, but play, and let's see what's actually changed and what difference they made from their rank to Survival Week.
Ooh, some gestures here coming in from Inua, some 830s he just showed towards the screen. So yeah, you made a fantastic good point, especially like teams had like 4 days break and now they're coming into the playoffs. Not to say playoffs, they improved from BO3 to a BO5, so games are more lethargic, games are longer. It's a battle of your hero pool, your mental capacity, and also your vitals, right? Because you need to be in shape to be prepared to maybe play 10 games a day to a max if you have 2 series.
Exactly, right? Like you've got to kind of prepare yourself in terms of obviously climbing from the lower bracket going into the upper bracket within the matter of maybe a day or 2, right? Like they've got to. It's the same thing that happened to was it Twisted Minds? Twisted Minds got locked down to the lower bracket. They had to climb their way back up, so they already played like so many games, but then came out on top of OG Esports in the spring season. So it can happen, right? Like these are situations that can happen, and you end up playing more games in one day. It gets you fired up, it gets you warmed up, and you're in the zone already. So especially if you won convincingly as well, right?
I do agree so as well, but so far today has been a rather interesting day. So like what, Crazy Raccoons, they were on form looking into this coming series against Nongshim RedForce. They got beat by Nongshim in the 3-0 fashion, and then Scarz was known as to be one of the teams that pushed Nongshim to almost a 2-0 finish. They got 3-0'd by R Esports in a super dominating fashion. So in that 4 days, something happened to these teams.
Something's happened. I mean, maybe it's something to beat them, right? You know, you never know. Maybe their diets changed, maybe their mentals changed, but something definitely changed for these teams that are currently fighting their way out of Group A as well. So I feel like maybe, like I said in my prediction video, I'm shamelessly plugging my own content here. Anything can happen in our Esports, and that's the beauty of it, right? Like anything can happen within HOK Esports, and we've already displayed that today, right? Like Nongshim have come back with a convincing performance. And then R8 are a completely different team. They were a team that were looking quite shaky in the ranking week. And then today, it's as if they've all got different heads on their shoulders, you know? Like they are completely dominant, completely sort of, their decisions are on point. So yeah, anything can happen.
Anything could happen, and especially what we talked about, right? Like back in the podcast that we had, it's like, oh, Nongshim doesn't seem to be as on point compared to KME Spring, but look at it coming into BO5s automatically, neurons activated, and they are like dominating map after map. And right now, you are looking at also RA Esports, which neurons activated as well. Something clocked in, maybe the diet, maybe the mental, maybe practice actually made sense now. So they automatically become this force that threw Scarz top 4 in the ranking week off guard almost entirely here. So something definitely was really smooth and sailing in the scrims for these teams that our predictions in those podcasts was irrelevant in all cases. Maybe Group S and Group A make sense, but Group B and below for the KME teams started to not make sense for me.
I mean, Honestly, I don't even remember what we tiered in. I remember that I hit Mythic yesterday, so everything else has gone out my head in honor of King's Esports. So I was just like, you know what? I've got 50 stars now. Nothing else matters. Let's go. But to be honest, it's good. I mean, it has to happen within a format like this. Like, you have to take every little blow, every little defeat you face within ranking week has to transition into something, right? It's like we always say it in game. Like, they get a kill, but can they get an objective? Do they get, if they get a loss, do they get some kind of point of concession? Did they learn something? Did they find something out about their opponent themselves? And these are the little things that these teams get from a format like within the major leagues. Is the fact that yes, we don't have the privilege of 6 weeks of like the IKL, PKL, and MKL, but they have 1 week to adapt. And I feel like that's the difference between the Major East and the Major West League compared to the other leagues, the IKL, PKL, and MKL. It's the fact that they get 6 weeks to kind of just like, you know what? Even if we do lose, as long as we get into the top 4, that's all. The top 6, top 4, that's all that matters, right? Like, we just need to make sure we get to that point. Whereas within this one, you have to make sure that everything that happened wrong in the ranking week cannot happen in the survival week if you're in Group A as well.
Nah, Group A is just too harsh on you if you really make these silly mistakes, because it really throws you to a point whereby if you lose out 1 or 2 series, it may put you in second place, but second place is already enough to eliminate you from that playoffs contention here. So for those who just freshly joined to this stream, to KME Spring, so the format is like this. Top 3 in Group S, regardless of their results, they advance automatically to the playoffs. The 3rd place in Group S, they go to the lower bracket. 1st and 2nd place go to the upper bracket, which allows them to lose 1 game, and second series only they drop out. Okay, but for Group A, however, the remaining 4 teams, only 1 team survives out of there, and that team automatically goes into the lower bracket as well against Group S number 3rd.
Yeah, exactly right. Like, they have to make sure that their A game from the A group survival week is going to be enough to take on the S group, right? Like, you don't know who you're going to be meeting. You could be meeting Crazy Raccoon so far. Considering how they played today, it's looking a little bit more like it could potentially be Crazy Raccoon. But once again, Crazy Raccoon in ranking week had a not so good week day number 1, right? So maybe it's just them waking up, getting back on board. You know what? I think it's still all to play for here for in the top of the S group. But if Nongshim win this one, a decisive 3-0, I can honestly say they are pretty much in a good race to get to the top of Group S.
The only time could tell, right? Because right now we are experiencing a technical pause. We're still trying our best to figure out what sort of issues we're currently facing, but the players are also just getting themselves prepared. But it will take some time before we actually hop back into the game, because maybe there's something wrong with some of the devices. It's for us to check out, right? So if we were to talk about expectations in reality, I think KME, the goal is to be able to match against OG from KMW. If they are able to, that could be crazy, and that could be a move that they can do in the KIC that potentially back them the top 3 spot, allowing them to advance to their Challengers Cup in China for that year-end event.
That's it, right? Like, that's what all these teams are playing for. They're playing for their position into the KIC as well. So that's where they're going to go first before they try and get into the Challengers Cup. But like you were saying, if Gen.G can kind of try and rival OG Esports, that would be fantastic. But at the same time, like Nongshim, even if they do get into the international competition, it depends on what the format's going to be, right? Like, is it going to be a full best of 3 straight away, or is it going to be into the best of 5 where they thrive within the Season 3 Invitational? But if we're sort of looking at the same format as we had from KC 2024, I feel like it's going to be a group stage, best of 3, top 2 teams go through into the knockouts. But that's all to be revealed very, very soon, I assume, after these leagues do come through. But yeah, it's going to be a very interesting time within, obviously, Honor of Kings Esports. Not only do you have the Major East and Major West, obviously they do conclude at the end of next week, but we also get our last call as well. So for those second place teams, it doesn't end there. They then fight a new team that they have not been fighting for the past 3 weeks. They go up against Fearless Esports Hong Kong. Like, that's a team that I've been watching on WKS that look fearsome. And honestly, it's a bit of a repeat from last year, right? Like KC 2024, Fearless Esports, Hong Kong were just an unknown force to be reckoned with. Obviously, they had Dao on the team back then, but even now, their roster right now looks even more scarier than they did back in KC 2024. So those second place teams need to bring the flavor.
Well, if we were to break down the exact route towards KIC, it will sort of look like this, right? Because if you are a KME team or KMW fan, per se, so first place of KME and KMW automatically qualifies to the KIC 2025 happening in Philippines. But if you're second place in KME, KMW, and you have to go through a special qualifier known as the last chance qualifier, whereby you play multiple rounds against KME second, KMW second, and also Fearless Hong Kong China. This team, FEHK, is known to be WKS best. They will be playing in that round robin as well. The victor of that round robin will then get that last slot of the KME, KMW, WKS region to represent us as the second seed towards that tournament here. And then once you're in that tournament, if you hit top 3, then you can qualify yourself from the KIC as a top 3 representative to the Challengers Cup, one of HOK KPL region's biggest event at the year end for all the streamers, for all the Chinese teams. Everyone would be there.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a bash for everybody, right? Like, that's going to be an Honor of Kings Esports event that's going to really kind of round up our 2025, as it has been quite a jam-packed year compared to last year, right? Like, last year we had Season 1 Invitational, Season 2 Mid-Season, and then KC. And then in between those, we had obviously like the Open Series and Qualifiers, and that was it. Whereas this year, we've had Season 3 Invitational, we've had the Major Spring, we've had the KWC, we've had the Majors Fall, with the KPL, IKL, and PKL as well. On top of that, and then also Open Series, we've had some EU community tournaments, we've had the King's Campus Series as well. So there's always like this ever-growing kind of ecosystem within Honor of Kings Esports. So if there's like players watching out there that don't know how to get into Honor of Kings Esports, I mean, there's many avenues, right? Like, there's not only just community tournaments like at the New Kings Supremacy at the moment within EU, that starts next week again. And then obviously you have the likes of the Open Series, which is pretty self-explanatory. It's all in-game, so it's even easier for you to get into these major leagues as long as you are a good team with good players and you beat those other teams within the Open Series.
I'll say Blam, like, it all starts from grassroots tournaments, in-game tournaments that allow teams like the Cinderella story that we had to qualify themselves to major tournaments. Even Twisted Minds had to claw their way through from the Open Series to qualify to this current lineup that they had in the KMW. So every way it could happen if you put your heart and soul towards the goal you want to be doing. Because like Blam mentioned, from the start of the year, we had HOKS3, and then we move on towards our all respective regions, 8 respective regions, whereby we have IKL, MKL, KMW, KME, and all the other regions, right? And then we worked our way towards the KW 2025 in Saudi Riyadh, right? So that was crazy. One of the biggest tournaments, AG fans, TT Global fans, and also Nova fans, everyone was there. And then from there on out, you come into fall season with all the global regions. After this season, we're going into, before KIC, we're going to HOK Nations Clash, which is involving MKL, PKL, and IKL, where you duke it out before the grand final event of HOK Global, which is that KIC 2025. And then that's not the end of it. You go into Challengers Cup at year end for the top 3 team from Global. So it's an action-packed of a year if you are into HOK Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think even if 2026 is exactly the same, we'll be super duper happy. If not, maybe there'll be even more come through for Honor of Kings Esports. So you have to wait and check. And obviously, all announcements I can imagine will be making place at the KIC 2024 as well, as if they were like last year as well. We got the roadmap for 2025 at KC 2024. I remember being in the mall as obviously James announced it on stage, and everyone was just kind of like up in roars, like, oh, so much more tournaments. so many more key factors of Honor of Kings Esports. But we are just sitting through a little bit of a technical pause here, guys, by the way. We are just waiting to see how this is going to get resolved or what the issue is. So thanks for bearing with us. Obviously, this is going to be a long series as well. This is a best-of-5 format between Gen.G and Nongshim RedForce. And we're not even in finished game 1 yet. Not even finished game number 1. And we're just waiting to get back onto the gorge. So thank you for bearing with us. And we will be back very soon.
Yeah, we'll be back very soon. Thank you for bearing with us. It's like we are trying our best to yap this way through and keep you guys entertained so you guys don't feel overly tired. If you always have any question, if you always have any questions in the comment section, do drop it in and we will try our best to answer it or to improve our cast. But based on production, I do think we are going back to the game in just a short while. So do bear with us in a short moment. But I think we will have a short break, so we will see you back in just a bit. See you guys later.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the misty marshes' first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today today's inheritors of the Seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscience are like two branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
I'm definitely late! Woo! Why aren't you answering the phone?
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the Misty Marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marshes' first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role, sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the Seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscience are like two branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are slightly back, and we will be heading back to the game in just a short moment here. But it seems to me that the technical difficulties is regarding the time machine protocol, which is initiated. For those who don't know, this is probably due to the fact that Wawa probably had some issues in towards the game just now, where he was stuck in the river and he wasn't able to join the team fight, where both teams agreed to rewind the game to a certain point of time. So right now we are getting things going, and they will be shortly rewinding the game back to a state to ensure fair gameplay.
Yes, fair gameplay between both of these teams are going to be ensued now between these two. And obviously, we're now back onto the gorge here, and now the action ensues. So, woo, we get back finally, Sagi. Let's go. This is Nongshim against Gen.G. This is a game number 2 still.
Still a heartbreak coming in for Gen.G side Nongshim RedForce, because that was a big lead that they actually accumulated themselves right before the time protocol was actually initiated here. But that is the past here. So right now we need to focus. What can Gen.G do to really bring the game back to a footing here? Because right now we see Siri pushing the bottom tower with Wawa flanking him.
Yeah, gotta be careful here. Obviously, we are going to see a bit of a dive in onto Illusion. He may get taken down, but I mean, oh, Wawa looks pretty low as well. Yao gets the takedown. Haku coming down top Faye with those impressive cannon blasts, but it's going to be in sorrow. But there's still too much damage here for the side of Nongshim RedForce as they take back those 3 kills.
kills again back for Nongshim. RedForce just in a different way. This just goes to show how well Nongshim does in all these early skirmishes. Thanks to the Maestro Nui, thanks to the Mozi. Right now it's paving dividends and it is looking so good for the boys in red.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that obviously, yes, they did lose their big lead, but it's like, you know what? Fine, that we'll just find those 3 kills elsewhere, and that's exactly what they did. And obviously, Faye on this Motsu, I feel like he should be relabeled from like Faye here to Faye Su, you know? Like, let's go for that. That's a bit of a better name. He likes to go for this one. He gets it quite a lot. His shot call potential with it is just great, but here's that replay.
Here's that replay indeed, as we see Wawa did not find the key engage here, and the damage coming in from the Lady Sun is just so darn high in this early game here. But this fight, Monto was nowhere to be seen in assisting the teams, hence you are 1 marksman down in this full-on team fight.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's where a lot of the early game damage is going to come from. Well, not early game damage, but damage overall is going to come from Gen.G, right? Like, they really relied on Monto on this Lung. Obviously, did land those flaming bombs. Other than that, we've only been seeing those burst damages come through from the likes of Plu. Here's the Battlefield Command going on top of Rock once again, but now the dive in. There's just too much damage onto the side of Nongshim RedForce as they take a second kill onto Gen.G.
Nongshim is definitely angry after that pause because they are relentless with these plays. But that is the problem here coming in with the Liu Bang roam. Yes, you found 2 critical kills onto Clue, but that's onto Clue, not the member you want to be picking up these kills. So if you are Clue and you do not build the magic damage, your shield is just gonna be so thin that doesn't really bring on advantages to you in these team fights.
Yeah, exactly. They got to make sure that this draft's actually going to work out for them, right? But for the side of Gen.G, they are now slowly but surely falling behind right around about that 2k gold lead now. But it's in terms of these team fights, right? Like, nobody's able to kind of catch out Faye for now. And he's just landing his cannon blast. Means that there's just kind of like an open door for Illusion and Kyung9 to just dive in on top of the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, this comes another pause coming in for the side of Nongshim. RedForce here might have another bit of an issue here, but we will figure out just a short moment of what Nongshim RedForce have. Potentially a device issue, potentially some form of technical pause that we might have to experience for now. But like I mentioned, out of that game, very fast recovery coming in from Nongshim from a 0-2 immediately to a 6-0 in terms of scoreline here. That pause definitely enraged them and woken them up.
Oh, absolutely. They got their time to kind of just sit around and just hopefully get it into their favor that pause obviously did work there, but it looks like it's going to be Illusion's phone. That seems to be a bit of an issue here on the stage, but we'll get it ironed out soon. Hopefully they'll come back. I mean, let's see what happens.
See what happens. It will take some time. We will have to ensure fair gameplay between these 2 teams. We do not want any form of device issues or any form of third-party issues to actually affect our players' outcome here. So do give us a bit of a time as we fix through some of these technical difficulties.
Yeah, exactly. We're just going to be waiting here until this is all sorted. But obviously, we did see that Nongshim was able to get back onto the gorge, able to claim back those 3 kills that they got taken away from them after, obviously, the time-lapse movement after the technical difficulty. But now we're going to wait to see what happens with this one here. This looks like a typical device difficulty for either of these players. Looks like Kyung9 is trying to figure his out too now as well. But yeah, drafting wise, it's looking good for Nongshim, whereas for Gen.G, it's not working out the same way as we thought it would, right? Obviously, the Masashi with the Liu Bang was open for a lot more better stuff like Battlefield Command, more kind of like impactful ones, but it's just not quite working out the way it should be because the damage is really relying on Monto here on the Liu.
And Monto was absent in some of these team fights. Hence, you can see in the damage department, Lady Sun and also Byron, these 2 strong lane bullies are starting to show why it's pairing up so well with, because so far Illusion, that Maestro, he's setting up all of these plays with fair success with the help of the likes of Haku with this Yao. And they have been finding wins after wins across the gorge, allowing them to cement this lead that they have, even though they were down 0-2 in that start of the game.
Exactly, down 0-2. It's not the easiest place to come back from, especially after a pause and especially after a decision going into the favor of the other team. But hey, they were able to agree on that one, which is good. But then obviously Nongshim was able to come back there. I mean, they were able to manage to get 5 kills onto the board for themselves and get themselves up at by around about 2k gold at that point before the passport. So Nongshim not doing too bad, man. Like, not doing too bad. They keep maintaining their first series performance.
Yeah, first series performance coming in as we get back right into the game. As right now we see players reconnecting, we see players getting back into their original rotations. So 2,000 goalie in favor of Nongshim RedForce after that long pause. So right now they are much more in control compared to before.
Yep, much more control here, but now we're getting back onto the game as well. Obviously, they do have the top side T1 taken down as well. It looks like they're just trying to stop that the T1 takedown into the bot side as well for the side of Nongshim. That one. They gotta be careful though. Yeah, Wawa was pretty much too close to comfort there as the Tyrant is up onto the board now. This is around about the 8-minute mark for this game number 1, and let's see what happens.
See what happens as we see Illusion and Haku just casually sitting at the tower here, but crucial kill depth here coming in for Haku as he smites away the Tyrant and returns to safety.
Return to safety indeed is going to be a good one there for the side of Gen.G, not Gen.G, sorry, on the side of Nongshim there. Nicely done as we get into this one then. The Crimson Golem is just being secured here by Gen.G. They'll just kind of formulate themselves. But, I mean, they need to make sure they're putting the pressure into the top side, right? Like, they've just lost their T1 to procure their Crimson Golem. Maybe they're just kind of like fighting for scraps at this point, trying to get Monto online a little bit earlier.
Monto will be the key member in coming online because his damage will be exceptionally crucial in taking down key targets like Siri or Illusion here, but it also exposes him to a lot of these threats, especially Illusion and Haku on these assassins here. So we have to see how Gen.G escalates this losing potential here because Haku gets pushed in, but he comes back out with the help of his ultimate.
Yeah, gets back with the help of his ultimate there, which is obviously a good point and a reason why they drafted this Yao, right? Like, he's able to get in. If he gets stuck, he can kind of get out. 'Cause, I mean, really, you're just trying to dodge the taunt from the Lu Bang, the CC from the Hue 1 at that point, and then obviously if you're able to dodge those, you can get out of jail. Just kind of like put that pressure on and then just dip completely out.
But because nowhere to be seen here. He's so far away from this Tyrant here. They are forced to trade as we see. Kyona is already man-marking Rock on towards this Shadow Vanguard here. So Vanguard goes in favor of the side of Nongshim as they take the Shadow Tyrant right now. Nongshim is in full control of this early to mid-game.
Yeah, full swing for Nongshim RedForce. Obviously, they've already taken a 3-0 series so far today, and now they're looking for a little bit more from Gen.G now, as they're obviously getting that Shadow Tyrant. It's going to be the 10-minute mark onto the board now. Still 3k up in terms of their resources, and they've got the pressure into the top side of the map, really. So Gen.G need to be playing up top side to kind of mitigate this minion push.
They will have to, because this is so much pressure that's being generated from the side of Nongshim RedForce. Because if they do decide to take a fight right now, Nongshim with that Tyrant buff is so going to be oppressive against them in these team fights. Because look at that. That's just a Cannon Blast from a roll mode, and that took 15% health from the side of Inua.
Oh, it's super scary, right? Like, the fact is they're just trying to dodge phase Cannon Blast at this moment in time, just so they can try to mitigate any kind of damage coming through from even a start of a team fight. And they quite successfully are dodging that, right? But at the same time, Haku just putting the pressure onto Inua, forcing out, again, just the CC, that big AoE, just making sure he's locked down into place, just trying to open up this T1 into the mid lane.
Just poke and prod, and force out some of these T-stalls here. Look at Haku here. Still going the same way as Wawa, already committing the ultimate to bail out from that situation here. Mid T1 goes in favor of Nongshim RedForce. What is the next plan here as Nongshim RedForce? Their buffs just expired. They have leeway to start off this Shadow Vanguard after they cater to the sideways.
Yeah, cater to the sideways, but I mean, Nongshim still ultimately was able to get that T2 into the clash lane, right? And you can see here, Siri, from like the past 3-4 games that he's played so far today, this being the 4th one, he just kind of macroed his way around the map, right? Like, he's just funneling these minions into the turrets, and everyone else is just expecting, like, if I was Nongshim, I'm like, right, okay, Gen.G's definitely got to be in this lane, right? But they're just never there. Like, he's just kind of getting free gold, free sort of farm, free T2s, free T1s. It's like, they got to stop this. They got to make sure they keep check on Siri.
But that's the problem, right? When you are losing and enemy has a Shadow Tyrant, you cannot get forced a fight down by the enemy squad. Because once you do, it's not going to be very favorable for you because you're losing on gold and you're losing on Tyrant buff. So let's say 3,000 is your deficit. Tyrant buff is about 3,000 in gold. That's 6,000 in gold of combat items you're losing out on. So for Gen.G, they just need to make sure that they scale even further towards the game and find those crucial objectives. But look at that, Inua already burned.
Yeah, already been burned. There is going to be Inua's ulti, which is going to be a bit trouble here for the side of Gen.G. So you know for a fact that the counter-engage potential for Gen.G has just kind of gone down the drain at this moment in time, but they're waiting for that timeout, just waiting to make sure and defend that T2 turret for now.
The T2 turret will be the next game changer here coming in from Nongshim. RedForce, we see big waves crashing down the bottom side of Gen.G Esports base here. Maybe we might see a tier 3 being committed coming in from Nongshim RedForce, because these are big boy vanguards here crashing into the next upcoming turret.
Yeah, BP Vanguard's pushing into the T3s for now.
Rock goes in.
Side of Gen.G, but yeah, Rock does dive into the backline there. It's going to be Clue that gets the burst and explosion onto Aku and Faye. So yes, the T3s are still up. Yes, Gen.G are still in.
Gen.G are definitely still in. This gives them a leeway to walk towards that Shadow Tyrant that they can get to really bring themselves back to an equal footing against Gen.G. But Inua almost gets blown up entirely.
Yeah, almost gets blown up entirely there. There's a lot of damage going over to Inua, but thanks to obviously the Unending Sorrow, he's able to keep himself alive and give that heal over to himself and his teammates. But I mean, this is going to be an unchecked Tyrant here. A Shadow Tyrant going up to the side of Gen.G is definitely what they need to get back into this game number 1.
I like both these two teams, even though they are at the back end of the game, in the early game, for the Nongshim RedForce, or even Gen.G coming into that scenario just now. They always find a way to claw themselves back into the game. That's what makes them the top 1 and top 2 of the KME region, because from other teams, usually just a one-side snowball that ends the game. For what we saw from the R8 versus Scarz, what we saw from the Nongshim versus... Wait, hold on a moment as the game goes through.
Yep, straight onto Illusion. That's going to be a big count out for the side of Nongshim RedForce in terms of their damage. So now, Gen.G have to make sure they're doing something with this kill, right? Yes, their mid lane is gone. Their T1 is still up there. They need to make some leeway in this mid lane.
They indeed need to make some leeway, because right now, Gen.G is in so much control, and the combo between Rock and Clue is proven to have so much success. And we talked about this. Yes, if you're a Liu Bang and you're not getting these magical items, you kind of don't contribute too much. But right now, he's slowly working towards them. Breakthrough Rope and August were already completed for this Liu Bang.
Yeah, it's going to be scary once he gets those automizations onto the board, right? Like, he's just going to be doing a lot more damage with those shields. But now, again, we have the minions here. There's no one to stop him. Haku's just going to allow them to take that T1, because I don't think there's a way that he could get in and get out and save that turret himself.
He cannot, because if he does go in, due to death marks automatically, and then you will see Rock fall in with him in place here. But we're back to an equal footing of 50-50 in towards this game. I want to see what's the setup here coming in for this Shadow Vanguard, because it's going to be spawning in less than 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Nongshim need to do something right. They need to make sure they get this so they can get back onto the board. Cannon Blast did miss there, but it's going to be the Pink inside the box for extreme speed with the flash. If the Pink inside the box was going to be enough to keep him there, but it's not. He gets taken down, and so does Rock. So Faye for Rock is not a good trade. This could be how they get that Overlord back onto themselves. With Monto going in, takes the backline down, but Kyung9. And now Clash Lane for Clash Lane. Byron against Guan Yu, who comes in on top of this. I believe it will be Kyung9 if he can create and gather that distance, but no, he's forced Wawa away.
But Wawa and Kyung9 are the remaining members to collect all these clutch plays here. So both of the marksmen get man-marked by the Clash Lanes here, as we see a replay here. So engage goes through, locks Rock in place here, as we see Faye is the one to fall down here, but backline goes immediately as Rock forward the Lady Soon. But Lady Soon flashes out immediately. But look at the marksman here, getting bullied by the Clash Laners here. Monto comes down, finishes the kill on the Haku here, but gets executed by Kyung9 as well, leaving both Clash Laners alive to tell the tale here. But it's still a 9-9 in terms of scoreline. 17 minutes in, game is still at an equal footing, Blam.
Yeah, very equal footing now in terms of gold killed, and obviously in terms of resources at this point in the game. Obviously, Nongshim's board looks a bit better, and obviously Gen.G, I've seen better days for their side of the gorge, but they have managed to maintain their high ground turrets, which is going to be kind of like their lifeline within this one.
The lifeline does seem to be slowly fading away, as we see bottom side is getting pressured by lots of minions here. But Monto, crucial mistake, has to burn the Infinite Vastus here. Does not get the assassination onto a Siri here. So that will be a big spell being burned prior to these shadow objectives.
Yeah, a bit scary there, but I mean, I'd rather have Monto onto the board than not have a Monto, right? Like, we're still going to have that damage, but he's just going to be able to get caught out a little bit. His flash is going to be able to pull down very soon, but now, speaking Monto, might get taken down, but it's going to be the recall from Haku's ultimate there that keeps him back into the enemy team. Kind of drags Wawa into the Lion's Pit, but now it's going to be that Battlefield Command, that shield that kept him alive, but now he gets taken down by Siri.
Yeah, Siri with the drive-by here does pick up the kill onto Wawa after the Dominator shield has fallen here. So this objective goes uncontested towards the hands of Nongshim. RedForce as Gen.G, they have to back away and look for another play when Wawa responds here. So right now, Nongshim once again back into control.
Nongshim back in control, exactly. They are in the driving seat, and Gen.G currently are their passenger princesses for now, but they still have the high ground turrets. They could still make a good defense that we've saw from teams today, but it's going to take a lot of pressure, a lot of means away around this one.
And talking about means, tier 3 on the top side does fall in favor of Nongshim. RedForce as they knock themselves on towards the mid lane tower as well, thanks to the rolling raid from Siri. The red buff and the extended range from their spell 1 will definitely do lots of structural damage. But as the game progresses here, we see the Tempest Dragon soon to be spawned on towards the bot side here. That is bad news for Gen.G because that is the opposite side of the objective, which is the top side tier 3.
Yeah, exactly that, right? That's going to be a problem caused here for Gen.G. They've got to be careful, but that kind of last landing onto 2 is going to keep them away, pushing them back into their crystal territory now, because obviously they have the enhanced minion wave come through, as well as that assault down to the bot side of the map. But it looks like Gen.G is going to do their absolute best to keep that alive, and they are able to do so.
They're able to do so, but they are just waiting for that Tempest Dragon. Once they come into the Tempest Dragon tempo, they will be baiting out the likes of Crew's ultimate to make sure that later he is forced to join the fight instead of split pushing towards top side.
Exactly right. Like, we can see the minion wave crushing through naturally into that T3 down to the bot side of the map. I mean, they could potentially lose that one, but it's going to be thanks to Monto and Rock that they keep it alive once again. But it's just constantly, over time, just shedding its health, and slowly but surely. But now that Tempest Dragon's online, like you were saying, Sagi, you got to feel that Nongshim are going to put the pressure on here, maybe try and take a bit of a team fight, try and get a takedown onto Rock, but Rock's into the thick of it right now. He has the Battlefield Command. He's going to go use the duel to death, but it's going to be big inside the box that is looking to try and keep it alive. Oh, Nongshim RedForce, but Siri's already gone down. Faye has to use a Splendor as well. Rock goes down. He's using the Sage of Sanctuary, so nice play there by the side of Gen.G. 3-4-1. And if anybody has to fall, it's Clue.
Well, it's still, like you mentioned, super good for the side of Gen.G. This is because Wawa found the deciding flank on towards Siri here. Siri was not an influence at all in those team fights. That is the result of Gen.G's bravery. They are rewarded handsomely with 3 kills, and right now, potentially, this Tempest Dragon that will once again shift the winds of war to their favor.
Yeah, it seems to only be Nongshim that managed to get to these points of the game, right? Like, they always get to around about that 20-minute mark, and they love this. But every 20-minute mark match they've played, they've always won, I believe, within the KM fall anyway. But right now, this is all for Gen.G to play for, right? Like, they're now neutralized the gold lead, which doesn't really matter at this point in the game. Everybody's going to have their itemization onto the board. Other than those new upgrades to those passive items, there's not really much else to play.
Crew was so crucial there. He found the flash engage onto Siri, and Wawa immediately followed up with a stomp of his own, making Siri almost had no influence at all. He was not there at all. He was just deleted before he could press flash.
Deleted before he could flash indeed, but now this is going to be Gen.G's moment to shine, right? They got to get some of these high ground turrets for themselves as they've got these Tempest Vanguards, because they're going to be able to disrupt the turrets, and then that means Gen.G can get in. But Haku's making sure work of that Clash Lane Vanguard for the first one, but it's going to mean that Monto still be able to take that T3 to the top side of the map, so Gen.G creating pressure.
Gen.G creating pressure as the 1-for-1 exchange towards top side is the equal trading here for the tier 3 here. But thanks to Tempest Dragon, second tier 3 has fallen. Make that a third one as they are rotating themselves aggressively towards that bottom one, as a potential engage might just break through.
Okay, yep. And the engage here might be breaking through here for the side of Gen.G. They're trying to siege this bot lane turret, but Kyung9 goes down there thanks to Monto, so that's going to be a huge pickup here. And obviously, less access into the enemy backline. We do see that Monto doesn't have the infinite bastards right now, so he could get picked up any moment, but has the Sage's Sanctuary. So he's bought the second lifeline just for now. But there it is, the Dawn to Death straight onto the backline off the side of Nongshim RedForce. Illusion looks pretty low, but the thing inside the box, is it going to be enough to keep him alive? The Haku goes down, Faye goes down, Illusion and Siri go down, and Gen.G take game 1.
What a masterclass performance by both teams here. Up until the very end, they were both tied neck and neck in terms of the scoreline here. But Gen.G with a masterclass team fight, thanks to Clue in finding the assassination onto a Siri. That's what brought them back to the game, allowing them to find the Tempest Dragon into that game-winning Game 1 push.
So Gen.G already causing the upset here for the side of Nongshim after we thought was potentially going to be their start of the undefeated streak of Nongshim within the survival week. But now Gen.G was like, oh, might be it. Let's go. Let's make sure we get a dub onto the board, which is exactly what they did there. I mean, I think it was last time around, Gen.G didn't even win a single round off of Nongshim RedForce within the spring season. So now it's just showing that Gen.G were just a one-week wonder. They are going into the second week, and they're still making us proud.
That is the best thing about HOK Esports. There is no single team that will dominate forever. There will always be teams catching up, and the power scaling will start to tip if you put into effort here. So for Gen.G, game 1 was a masterclass coming in from both teams, because my goodness, Clue on that Liu Bang, so clutch in finding Siri, and then you can see Monto just fighting for his life, getting assassinations, finding the correct DPS angle, and then that resulted to all the space that Rock was finding for his team. It was always a 5-man effort, not a 1-man effort. And so far, game 1 has proved to me that these two teams are coming in hot.
I mean, is it Liu Bang or is it Clue Bang? You know? Like,
Clue Bang.
There we go. We need to get him a skin onto the board. Maybe an FMVP skin for the side of Gen.G.
If he wins KIC, right?
Yeah. They're doing good. They're doing good. I mean, Nova can sit down for a little while. They've had their moment. But anyway, back onto this one. The post-game analytics here right now for Gen.G and Nongshim RedForce was definitely a fine spread match, right? Even though the pauses happened, neither of these teams allowed that to affect their mental. They still went in. They knew what was at stake, and they still struck while the high was hot. And right now, you're kind of seeing that Gen.G is able to get the first kill, first dub onto the board here within this best of 5. But just look at the amount of damage. He was getting into that kind of like end game territory there. Obviously, Tempest Dragon up onto the board, and then we start to see these kind of crazy numbers like 125, 127k, 134k. Just so much damage coming from Gen.G.
Yeah, Gen.G was doing a heck of a lot of damage here, but Haku and Faye was doing 100,000 plus damage as well. That's the poke and prod strategy they actually brought into this game. But you can definitely see the curve here, right? Nongshim was dominating all game until Gen.G's patience and resilience in finding those crucial engages actually paid off here. So definitely, if we were to look at the MVP, I gotta say, it's between Rock and Clue, but Rock definitely had a fantastic game. He was always the one to bring those engages to life, bringing Clue towards the backline, allowing Clue to find those continuous engages here. So Rock, he's a Rock, you know, he's solid.
He's the family Rock, man. He's the guy that keeps the family together. He's the guy that's been part of the roster since the Season 3 Invitational as well, right? So it's taken a while for obviously the gelling to happen with this team, but the 3-11 KDA, not quite a lot of damage dealt, but definitely kind of like the damage taken and it being so impressive, like you were saying there, to kind of deliver Clue Bang into the backline of the enemy team there really was the kind of like key method for Rock on the Musashi.
This was the resume of the pause, right? We can see Nongshim kind of angry, finding kills after kills after kills to really regenerate back the goal that they lost here. So all of this was still in Nongshim's in the driver's seat, but this one is the start of something new, where Rock once again found back their control, and again going towards the backline. This is the 4v4 exchange here, but this one as well was the start of it. Okay, so Clue gets engaged on, and then they jump towards the backline here, get CC chain. But if you look at towards the backside here, Wawa was single-handedly flanking Siri, and Kyung9 was soling out Mortal here, and then it was just two of these classmates sitting head to head, and this was the final nail in the coffin here. So look at Clue, look at Siri, flash onto Clue, flash onto Siri immediately. Siri gets the lead here, no constant DPS coming in for some Nongshim, and that was the key winning moment that Clue found for his team.
Yeah, that's it. There was the clue bang, the execution, press go, and that's it. We'll deliver you the victory there. But as you can see towards the end, we got around about that 22-23 minute mark, and then Gen.G managed to actually run that one out. But that is obviously the only game number one. So if you're not entertained after that game number one, we still have a potential of another 4 games onto the board here, unless Gen.G followed today's fashion of a 3-0 victory, which I can't imagine Nongshim will allow happen, but I can imagine that Gen.G are buzzing to get 1 game off of Nongshim RedForce in the survival week. But we're going to go for a short break, guys. See you soon.
I said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion's yet to be found. It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, where I belong. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all. It's prime time, gather around for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit 'em with the boom, then we get 'em with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve 'em with defeat. I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion's yet to be found. It's my time to fight, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, where I belong. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all. In this
And that was heck of a game one coming in from Nongshim RedForce and Gen.G. It went towards the extent of our first Tempest Dragon of the day, starting off of our survival week here. My name is Songi, alongside me is none other than your favorite Blam MOBA here. Blam, talk to me, what happened just now?
What happened? I mean, it was almost a 23-minute game. It was a bloodbath for Gen.G in the early game. I mean, Nongshim managed to push them all the way to the high ground turrets and a roundabout. What the say 12 to 15-minute mark. I'm going to say being charitable to Gen.G, and then Gen.G came back from that kind of like golden line, right, that we know it for, is making sure you got the higher ground turrets, but you're still able to come back fighting. But speaking of fighting, this is where the fighting starts. It's always in the BP, and Gen.G, like the strategy that I thought Nongshim was going to take, is they drafted Hue1 in game number 1, and now they deny.
Same goes for Nongshim RedForce. They drafted the Maestro in game 1. They denied as well away from their pool here. So what is the picks here that's going to be coming up from both of these two teams? Because I'm seeing a Liang that's being banned away. So if you are Rock, you would love to go on the picks such as the Pei. You would like to go on the picks such as Luna or even the Jing per se. So what is the decision here? Because Nongshim, they just banned away the Zhangfei here.
I think Gen.G go Pei, or even the Ali maybe, but the Pei
Gen.G
comes
goes
through.
Pei.
Yes, Gen.G goes Pei, and then maybe Nongshim, not straight away, is going to draft maybe the Yukio Tachibana, right? Maybe Haku will bring out that counter that we always say against the Pei here.
Or maybe the Musashi, right? So all these picks does seem to bring into favor here, but Nongshim probably will pick up the Ali here because it is one of series' favorite picks in towards the entire tournament here. It may seem to be a decent pick here as it is so meta pairing up it with the Dharma.
But I mean, imagine this though. You're Gen.G, you take game number 2 off of Nongshim, you've wore out series Ali, you've wore out Illusions, Mai Shiranui, and you obviously wore out Kyung Nine's Byron, right? Like, that's got to be a good feeling if you're Gen.G, right? You've got to be like, right, okay, we've actually got quite a few of those big picks off the board already for the side of Nongshim. So let's see if we can go again and take another good few picks off of Nongshim as well, because then you get into the kind of like the murky territory of like, do Nongshim draft something completely unconventional here? Did they decide to bring out the Natsa like they did obviously previously? But, oh, okay, Gen.G looking to go for the Byron here, potentially the Xiao Chao. So we can imagine already that they're going to go for maybe like a medium-ranged marksman, right? Maybe they go for something that's going to be not quite have that range or poke that obviously the Xiao Chao can really hope onto here.
Well, we have to see what's the coming bans here, because Nongshim RedForce, they could ban on Gen.G, they could ban on the channel here. So leaving the choices down towards that road is very minimal marksman that can actually counter their early here. But we'll have to see what Nongshim really prioritizes here. Is it towards the roamer counter here, or is this towards the likes of the farming counter here? What is the priority coming into Nongshim's draft in this game number 2?
I mean, they're probably got to try and find like a potential carry here for the side of Nongshim. Maybe they go for Haku's Illusion as well, right? 'Cause, I mean, they've got the Lian Po, so they've already got the setup there that we've already been seeing time and time again, where we pair the Lian Po up with the Orgrin. We know that Gen.G doesn't have the Musashi as well, so that means that obviously the natural counter to the Orgrin isn't going to get banned unless Nongshim decide to ban it for themselves, which would be a little bit of a useless ban there. But Gen.G, looking to ban it the Sure, they don't want to give over any more control to the side of Nongshim RedForce, because obviously Sure has been dominating in terms of the positioning, especially when we saw Crazy Raccoons pick up this pick earlier.
Yeah, so you do see the fact that the Sure actually brings in a lot of value. You take very minimal resources, but you do so much damage in allowing the enemy to walk towards your face in absorbing all those DPS here. So that is something that they look to ban out, but Nongshim RedForce, they are looking to target in that roamer pool here. So Clue had a fantastic game. 3 roamer bans out already, targeting towards Clue.
I mean, targeted towards Clue, or even targeted, I mean, yeah, FaZe got his Lianpo, right? But Clue here, taking away his Lianpo, taking away his Zhangfei. Maybe, do you go for the Sunbin? Do you go for the Sunbin?
Potentially. So that's something that they can actually do, because so far, Gen.G has been one of those teams that play the Sunbin to a perfection here. But I do think the Sunbin, they're saving it until Siri whips out that long here. So that's potentially one of
you know what? Blam's on the stream. He loves his consort, you. let's bring it out. But I mean, obviously the protective wind is going to do very well, like you said there, Sagi, about the Ali, the Vati as well. And just to kind of just like trying to lock down the side of Nongshim RedForce. But the potential here of the Sakir is going to be Klukir rather than Fakir.
Yes, Klukir against Fakir. We had Klu bound up with Klukir here. So interesting pickups here coming in from Gen.G. I do like their initiative. So far, the only lack of frontline, but I do think that Wawa can be that frontline that they need. But they are very brawl and skirmish heavy coming in from Gen.G. So can they realistically pull off that tempo that they need to really burn down Haku's Augur? Because Haku's Augur has shown signs of consistency so far.
I think with Rock, I'm going to go and hesitate to say that there's going to be some congestion in the enemy jungle, potentially. Obviously, they need to cut down Haku's farm. They need to make sure that Byron is going to have a little bit more of an easier matchup in that early 2v1 at the top side of the map, which we've been seeing throughout the whole of the KME East. So now, it's going to be seen how they actually do apply this. But I mean, they've got obviously Sakir, right? They've got Clue here to give over the healing, to get the knock-up onto those prize heroes, especially the likes of the Ali, especially the likes of the Yixing. Really, that's where you're going to be denying that. Or you're going to be denying potentially the Vati trying to dive into the backline to do all that damage onto the likes of the Consort U for Monto. So we'll have to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen. But this is going to be the BP being rounded out for game number 2, and it's going to be going onto the Gorge very soon. Gen.G going up against Nongshim RedForce, already 1 point up for the boys of Gen.G.
Yeah, the game changers are currently changing up the pace in KME Fall 2025. They are proving to the KME Spring Kings that Kings as well can bleed in these situations here. But without further ado, these will be your team's draft on the side of Gen.G and on the side of Nongshim RedForce. Let's go into the game in just a short moment.
Yeah, I mean, they've got quite a... I mean, if we look at these drafts in a vacuum, like I always say, like, there's game-winning potentials for all of them, right? Like, we're really going to be hoping for Gen.G. You kind of wanting to close this one out kind of like early to mid-game. We don't really want to be seeing the pay go towards that late game, right?
Now, pay towards that late game is still very strong as he's this pseudo marksman that provides damage, but pay towards the early to mid game, that's where he excels even harder, setting up the tempo for the team, setting up all the success story that he needs, right? So that is something that the pay will look to try to accomplish here. But for the side of Monto, however, he will be that consistent late game anchor that really sets the late game tempo alongside Inua on this Xiao Xiao.
I mean, that's what I mean, right? Like, over late game going against Pay, he's going to be able to soak that damage. But, oh, speaking of not being able to soak damage, Jury getting taken down. Already, first blood for Inua.
That is a painful loss here coming in for some Nongshim RedForce here. That is your anchor in the early game. Siri needs these tempos, but if Siri falls, that is a big issue.
Oh, massive issue. He'll be selling big issues on a street corner if he's not careful, getting that so many kills onto the side of Nongshim RedForce. But let's look at that replay here. Look, we see obviously the Storm Boys come through. It's just so much knock-up after knock-up, right? We get the Storm Mace, we get the knock-up. It's like, you aren't going anywhere. That's it. You've got airtime, baby.
But Inua doesn't have flash here, but does get the knock-up onto his Haku here, forcing him to retreat towards safety.
Forced him to retreat safety, absolutely right now. I mean, Gen.G won't be up with that first blood, right? Like, that was like, if I was in the air for so long, I'd be wiping crust out my eyes. I'm like, right, guys, we're ready to go. Just give me my cup of joe, and we are just into the energy of this game number 2, right? But Gen.G up 1 point already onto the board is already showing a much drastical change of how they play as a team from the spring season, right? Like going from 0 wins over to Nongshim at this point at the time of the survival week, now having that point onto the board. But they've not tried to stop Haku yet, right? Like, he's just kind of going in, taking these boards, able to contest the enemy jungle.
Taking all these enemy jungles is what they need to do in really restricting the farm here. So, as we mentioned, like you talked about Gen.G's growth, if there was an award like how we went to primary school, like, oh, best improvement award, I do want to give it over to the hands of Gen.G because so far, they are really looking like one of the most improved teams so far in our KME Spring.
They are. I mean, they have a roster of improved players, right? Like Inua, we saw last year, and he was always a silent boy. Always a silent boy. He was kind of just like, right, let me just kind of play the utility mages and let me just see if I can just kind of get by within these team fights. But now, he's going for picks like the Mai Shiranui. He's going for the likes of the Xiao Qiao. He is looking to be one of those playmakers, right? I mean, with that first blood, I was surprised the first blood didn't go over to Clue, right? Like, he's been taking too many kills for my liking as a support player.
Yeah, too many kills of support liking for the support player here, but that is what makes him special, right? That's his playstyle, Clue. Remember his Liang. He was racking in kills after kills after kills, like 5-0 and 6 or something, and he was just dominating across the map, just like what he did just now on the Clue Bang. So that is what makes players special here. Even though they get kills on roam, not like Kindofu, they actually make the game work out for them.
Oh, I mean, I almost missed that shade there. You said that one very sort of, very timidly. You got to say it with your chest. When we're calling out Kindofu for his smite support, you got to say it with your chest. You know, you got to say it loud, you got to say it proud, and you got to say, hey, KM worst. That's why he's over there, because he protects you on support.
He's there with his DTK boys, so that is something that he wants to look out for. But so far in towards the early game, we are seeing a 2,000, almost 1,000 gold lead in favor of Gen.G. And right now, we're looking at the eventual Tyrant that's being started from the side of Nongshim RedForce. But for Gen.G, they want nothing to do with it.
I mean, this is the way that Nongshim obviously curtailed that sort of 1k gold lead that they have right now. Like, obviously, taking that Tyrant is going to mean a lot more here for the side of Nongshim than it is for Gen.G. But Gen.G, they answer kindly and go for the Overlord. They know that they've already circulated down to that bottom side of the map. That pressure's already there, and they're not ready to take a team fight. That's the messaging I'm getting here from Gen.G.
Yeah, for Gen.G, they're just taking it chill because in the department of scaling, with Inua, they will always manage to make it work because of how strong this Xiao Qiao is in towards the late game. As long as Seri, the game goes into a 12 to 14 minute mark where Inua and also Monto on the Consort U and also the Xiao Qiao has items, you will start to see the game state flow into Gen.G's state of mind. So they just have to wait and scale towards that marker.
Yeah, I mean, would this be a Gen.G and Nongshim RedForce series if there weren't a pause? I'm curious. Pause gaming. That's all we're gonna say. Pause gaming. Right now. But we're getting another pause between these two on this series. But I'm gonna laugh because if I don't laugh, I'm gonna cry. Okay, I'm gonna cry because we've had what 3 pauses so far. But yeah, we need these pauses to keep the competitive integrity going for both of these two teams. It looks like it was an issue with Rock's phone there. Obviously, as the camera panned towards Rock there, it's kind of like pointing at his phone like, "Yo, this is causing me like not to get a dub here, guys. Can we sort this out?" There we go. There's further more evidence there, as if I've not conjured it out of my own mind. But as we've seen so far, Sagi, give me the early game breakdown of what is going on between these two teams, who's looking like they're going to be out on top, or what happens when we start to sort of like edge into that late game territory between these two teams.
So if you were to look at the early game, on the left side, you drafted things like the Pei, like the Xiao Qiao, and also the Consort U. Your early game is not to say as great compared to the likes of Nongshim RedForce. Nongshim RedForce has what? Has the Ogren, has the Arlie, has also the likes of a... Yeah, they have these things, right? So you have to imagine one thing for sure. If you have the Arlie, you cannot afford to make early game mistakes because early game mistakes will often lead to a disaster for your early game scaling, where you need that early Daybreaker as your third item. You need that Doomsday as your first item. So the Arlie that just died in towards the river, that is a big issue coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce because the tempo on Arlie, if it breaks, it's very horrible start here coming from Nongshim.
So basically, this is all surrounding the side of Nongshim RedForce with Siri onto the Arlie, right? So we've already seen the Arlie. Obviously, unfortunately for the side of Nongshim, they did suffer that first blood. Obviously, just the copious amount of air times. I honestly thought I was playing a Tony Hawk's game. But he was there, kept in the air. He got the first blood onto the Gorge, which is good. But now is how we're going to transition this for the side of Gen.G, right? Like, they are sort of still ahead of the gold. They're able to sort of trade the T1s into the top side of the map for the bot side of the map. But they're doing a bad thing right now that I'm seeing. They're leaving Siri unchecked, right? Which is normally the point and the catalyst for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
But that's the strong part about this early pick, right? Because if you are Monto on this Consort U, you cannot match her in the half of the lane because that is so difficult because Arlie has so much mobility. Monto has no mobility on the Consort U. You can really vault shot your way out of safety, but you rely on a target here. So allowing Siri to play alone and then allowing Monto to pick up the remaining wave is the go-to style here that Gen.G wants to offer, because they know if this game goes late, they automatically win the game. Not to say automatically, but the game does fall into their favor.
I was gonna say, I thought that was gonna be a new late game condition there. Like, hey, yeah, no, get to the late game, you win. I'm like, oh, that's a consolation prize. that sounds very good for the side of Nongshim right now. But we are gonna be seeing here, obviously, we need, from what we saw obviously earlier from Nanohana, right? On the console U was a issue of positioning, right?
Yes.
But for the side of Nongshim, they obviously have so much dive onto the back line. They could obviously use Faye to use that Tremor Smash to kind of bait out the skills, bait out the protective winds, or even the ultimate, the vaulting shot from console U. But they could also use Kyung9 from the back line, and also Haku using that path as well, right? So there's a lot here that Gen.G have to contest with. So I think taking these sort of like early game lanes is
Faye here coming in with the Tremor Smash, catches on to two here, but forcing the protective winds. The blessing of Dyrats here does dodge away from the engager, but without the protective winds, that does remove him from the battle here. Haku stuck in no man's land, pops the blood rage here, still alive here, executes Rock here before escaping to safety here. The carries here come in, Haku and Siri playing flawlessly this team fight, but they do sacrifice Kyung9.
I mean, who would you rather trade, Kyung9 or Rockamonto? I mean, I would definitely trade my Clash lane for the enemy's farm lane and the enemy's jungle at that point, right? Because, I mean, that also means that we saw Haku able to kind of escape from their enemy jungle, able to go through there, get a few camps on the way out, kind of like a bit of a sayonara, a bit of a Queen's Wave from Gen.G, but that was a good team fight there.
First, this is the reason why we mentioned that Monto on this console review is unable to walk past a certain point. When he walks past a certain point, you see Faye immediately walks in with the Tremor Smash, slams him down even though he managed to dodge it perfectly, and you will see the after effect is just him really getting pointed down by Siri and Haku here. So, if you're Monto, your ultimate is to dodge as crowd control. Your second spell is to save for Kyung9 or Siri when they jump towards you. So that's something he needs to figure out in his skill rotations.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the one thing I love about console U is the fact that obviously she has that kind of ability button right now.
Anyone does get caught out from the side of Kyung9 and Faye here. That is a beautiful catch once again by Faye on this Liam pole. So that is another kill going into favor of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, this is Nongshim RedForce. They are clapping back and they are going after the key moments of the enemy team, right? Like, they're going for the heroes like the Xiao Xiao, they're going for the console U, as well as Pei. They're always taking off these little key moments, these pieces off of the board for the side of Gen.G. And I think this is what they need to do, right? Like, Nongshim, we know, doesn't have the sort of like most aggressive early game, but with this draft, it allows them to be aggressive because all they need to do is really protect Illusion and Siri and just kind of just completely push the front line with Faye, Haku, and Kyung9.
To agree with you, but so far, even though after 3 blunders coming in for side Gen.G, Goldie still is even here, but we see Kyung9 here getting knocked up and Haku here getting poked extremely low, forces to use the blood rage here, but the flat engage comes in for Wawa, does lands onto the side of the Augur here. 1 forward exchange of 1 for the board, catches on the 3 members coming in for Gen.G. Gen.G has to back away here, but they fall all towards the hands of Siri on this alley here. Nongshim comes up huge thanks to Illusion with a perfect board.
Yeah, Kyung9 went brrrr with his ultimate, man. He was just doing so much attack damage, just able to just access end up the backline, which was what I was saying moments ago, right? Like, that's all they need to do is just usher Kyung9 into the backline. He's going to do the business. He's not going to be able to get knocked up by Xiao Xiao's ultimate, obviously having that little bit of a CC immunity there as well. And it was just absolute perfection, as you can see from this replay. Look, just all started, just Haku just ushering the men, doing so much damage of the multifaceted attack from his basic attack, and then obviously Wawa tries to go for the saving grace. The Canuck Soul is going to be his maker, and then it's going to be the board wrap with Faye. It was just kind of like a Michelin meal, you know? That was just beautiful. It was just well presented by the side of Nongshim RedForce.
On the silver platter is Illusion with that roll is my board here. So beautiful stuff here coming in from Illusion to set his team up for success here. And so far we see Clue marking Faye's retreat here. So right now we need to see more of these gameplay coming in from Gen.G, where they slow down the tempo coming in from Nongshim. Last game as well, Nongshim was in that driver's seat here. So coming into this game, how does Gen.G respawn in the same way that they did to really stall that game to a 20-minute mark?
that's all they need to do, right? Like, I mean, with this draft, I think there's a little bit more room for error, right? Especially how the side of Nongshim play. But now we go for Gage.
Yeah, we do see an engage coming in, but the Monto doesn't dodge it with the vaulting structure. Gets punished heavily here as he is the first one to drop after that engagement. But Wawa here lives in no man's land. Does not have the flash here. Haku, does he go in for the dive here? But Wawa does escape back into tower for safety.
I mean, the consolation prize there for the side of Gen.G was definitely the fact that Pei and Rock were able to secure that Overlord, right? Like, they are able to kind of try to mitigate that push into the top side of the map if they really wanted to, but they do have the resources to try and stop it. But no, they're going to drop down the Vanguard just in case they want to try and take a little bit of a team fight there to get that damage reduction onto the side of Nongshim RedForce within that team fight. But split push potential here is coming from Rock. He has to dip out because Kyung9 smells a tiger and he runs.
A very close game so far coming in from both of these two teams. Usually, when we see at the 10th-minute mark, one of these teams will really pull the goal to a very large advantage towards their favorite here. But so far, it's looking pretty solid coming in from both of these two teams, especially in these rotations.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, definitely Nongshim coming back with that boom boom pow, especially that fight that happened around the Azure Golem there. Really put them back into their paces, right? Like, they were behind by about 2k gold at one point within this match, but now they're steadily ahead. 3k gold, it's getting into that kind of mid to late game territory right now, so obviously gold is going to start to kind of flitter away, but there is itemization still on the board that need to be created, right?
Exactly the case here. Itemization is the name of the game here coming in from both of these two teams, especially for Monto. He really needs to find gold because at 12 minutes, he's losing about 3 to 4k gold against his lane opponent, which is Siri.
Exactly. I mean, you don't want to kind of like a fed Ali coming at you when you're kind of a limping consort you, unfortunately, which is going to be a little bit of a reality check here for the side of Gen.G if they're not too careful. And right now, Nongshim is just like, you know what? We've opened up your T2 into the mid lane. We're going to help ourselves that Azure Golem because this is the whole consequence of losing these T2s. Is the fact that your jungle now becomes wide open for your enemy team, and it becomes a lot of an issue here for the side of Gen.G.
Tier 4 being committed as well, but Tier 3 is looked to fall as well. Faye looks for the potential engager as Clue looks for the flash engage on the Siri, but there is no follow-up to punish this early.
No follow-up indeed, unfortunately. I mean, we are seeing that Rock's just trying to kind of like create a bit of space, get a bit of resources into that bot side of the map. He's just trying to kind of create that pressure that needs to be created here from Gen.G. He builds the pure acid savagery. He needs that little bit more of a defense, offense kind of item right now. But is it going to be enough to turn around this game, Saki?
We'll have to see because so far, 2,000, 3,000 gold, which is what we saw so far in game number 1. So if anyone gets to scale towards that late game, if Monto gets 6 slotted, I think the game does fall back into a 50-50 state. So far, yet to see any tier 3s fall in favor of Nongshim RedForce, so there is still room for Gen.G to farm. But so far, gold department-wise is super duper tough coming in for Gen.G's Inward and Monto because room is getting lesser for them to farm.
I mean, Kyung9 was already devastated, but he's built that Doomsday towards the end part of that itemization, right? So that's going to be even more pain onto the side of Gen.G and more attack speed as well. You know, like, how much more attack speed does Kyung9 need? I mean, I think that's kind of like the same, a bit of a question that doesn't need answers to, right? Like, they just need as much attack speed as possible, especially when they're diving onto the back line just to do so quick damage in such a small amount of time. But Nongshim, with the created space of that top side push, are looking to go for this Overlord, the Shadow Overlord, that is. But Gen.G looking to go here. Rock, can he get the steal?
Pink Siri has Siri going extremely low here as we see Haku hunting Rock in his tractor. Rock is the first one to potentially fall down towards the Siri here. Executed. Monto kiting for his life. Gets knocked up by Faye. Faye, where is the follow-up here? Monto does fall down as well. Inua is next to follow here. 2 members are remaining for the side of Gen.G, but it is too little too late as Nongshim RedForce are marching into your base with 5 members strong.
5 members strong with the minion wave crashing through right now. Kluwu and Wawa are looking to kind of defend this crystal right now, but it's not going to be the case. They are looking to take this victory of game number 2. We are not getting a 3-0, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting a 1-1 score for the first time today.
And today we are looking at a 1-1 score as mentioned by Blam. This is the first series so far, hopefully coming series in towards the game. We're going to have a smoother process because so far, ladies and gentlemen, we are having a banger here because best of 5s, best of 7s is where we start testing the hero pools and also the team composition pools of these pro teams.
It's not just those two things as well, it's the mental as well, right? Like, you've got to go an extra few rounds. So now Gen.G know that they have to try and win a back-to-back series right now to get that point onto the board over Nongshim. But now they could potentially go 1-2, 2-2, 3-2. They've still got 3 games potentially here that they need to go through here if they are looking to try and take the win over the Nongshim. But they were in a stronger position. The draft for game number 2, we saw the potential, right? We was really looking for that early game to mid-game kind of aggression. But the fact that obviously we had such huge kind of like brick walls onto the side of Nongshim RedForce meant that they couldn't really break through and have that early game aggression that they really wanted to on the side of Nongshim.
I have to agree with you, especially when we talk about things such as the key engage coming in. I do want to point out one thing. FaZe Lianpo has found massive success, especially towards that bottom side. And then that bot play led to Illusion finding that grand board in towards the middle, which really allowed Nongshim to push back that lead and get that gold lead back towards their hands.
Yeah, let's get into the meat and potatoes of it at this post-game analytics. So right now, we're seeing that obviously Haku only died once. He's going for the Kong special, you know? He dies once, he comes back for the second wind, and then you can kind of see the itemization come through. It's very typical in terms of the Augment. He doesn't really go for the Blazing Cape because obviously in terms of healing potential, it's only really the Sakir that has the healing there, and he gave over the anti-heal properties to the Yixing with the Venomous Staff. So he built stuff like Ominous Premonition, so once he was in there, it was hard to get out, and especially with heroes like Byron and Pei, you want to get out alive, but you just couldn't, unfortunately. But if we look at the damage dealt, it's going over towards that top side of the map. Haku and Kyung9 are that multifaceted damage coming through from the side of Nongshim. It wasn't really coming from Siri there. He was just there to kind of do the chip damage before the team fight even happened. But this is it. The beauty of the swing, baby. I mean, you see the first part of the game, it's all blue, blue, blue. But then you get to around about that pre-10 minute mark when those Shadow Tyrants come on and the Shadow Overlords come through, and then Nongshim, that's their 10-minute timer, man. And speaking of 10-minute timers, you have to play to it when you are named Haku, and that is going to be the MVP.
Did exceptional good job, right? So he was always on the front end, damage calculation, absorption, he always made it work, and he is deserving on the MVP with a KD of 6-1-5 and decent damage dealt. But this one was one of the key plays that we talk about here was Clue finding that engager, and this one, Faye finding that Flash Tremor Smasher. You see Monto, he burned the spell to Protecting Winds too early, which resulted in his demise here. If he were to allow more space for his team, potentially he could have walked out alive without burning a spell too.
He could have walked out alive, but I mean, you just kind of sound like my inner monologue when I play Consort U, you know? Like, I mean, I pressed the Protective Winds too early, or the Voltage shot a little bit too early, I couldn't get out of alive. But it's just like, it's like Sagi, I'm having PTSD right now, listening to you on broadcast, but that's okay. We've got to tell these things for those, the viewers at home, because they don't need to make those same mistakes as some of these players are playing within competitive, and it is very highly stressful situations they are put through. But no, Nongshim RedForce definitely had the better team fight potential, right? Like, it always really like lining up onto the likes of Inua and Loot to get those knockups as well as Wawa. That's the only way they got that first blood, right? They got the knock with the Sakir, straight with the Byron, then with the Xiao Xiao, giving him more airtime than Tony Hawk. But you can't really do that in a team fight. You have to pick one target, and then that's it. But before we get into game number 3, we're going to go for a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down. When I run around, you don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time we did. Go, live from rock and we go.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
the kings, it's our honor showtime.
I said I'm born in this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. And I am Blam, and with me once again is Sagi at SagiHOK. And we are going to be getting into game number 3 in a moment between Gen.G and Nongshim RedForce. But so far, this has been everything that we wanted and more, right? Like, this was the game that we knew was going to go the full distance at least, right? Like, the other two, that was a doozy. We was just like, you know what? We was expecting a full series, but unfortunately, we got 3 zeros. But now, Gen.G's like, no. We're going to give you the full entertainment package. The subscription that you're paying £50 per month for, we're going to give it you for free.
£50 per month. And if you save 4%, that's £200 for a family of 4.
Sure.
Okay, never mind. Back to the draft. We have Maestro as the first ban here coming in from Nongshim RedForce, and Gen.G does look to ban away the pay that they have found not a lot of success with in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only problem here for Gen.G, right? Like, we was kind of giving like them a little bit of a copium ride and that introduction from the last game saying, hey, maybe if Gen.G gets 2-0 and they manage to get a win when Nongshim RedForce have drafted the likes of the Fati, the Agran, the Yixing, the Ali as well, and then get another dub on the board, you'll be kind of like riding that high. But unfortunately for the side of Gen.G, they weren't able to get that dub with pay, and they're going to ban out the Lung from game number 1 as well, right? So now we're potentially going to be seeing maybe the Dharma come through here for the side of Nongshim RedForce, because honestly, Kyung9 has been playing very, very well. He hasn't got MVP performance, but his setups have been fantastic.
His setups, his flanks, and his backline engages have so far been one of the best clash games we have so far in the KME. Hopefully, Wawa is able to match that expectation coming into this game number 3.
Yeah, game number 3 here coming through. Obviously, Hue1 has been picked for the side of Gen.G already, so they can't pick it out. So really, we could potentially see a Hue1 here for Nongshim RedForce. But Wawa getting his Mayin, and then obviously Monto onto the D-Ranger. It's been one of those heroes that kind of like flies under the radar, but it flies under the radar for a reason. You're either getting that push into the macro to the bot side and top side of the map, or you're just there to kind of just funnel that damage from a distance, right?
Exactly, and Mawa getting his Majin, so if any potential picks like a Squishy comes up, they will be under fire of this Majin here. And the problem right now we're having here, realistically, who will be tanking this Princess Frost Liang combo here? It's not going to be the Majin. Is it going to be the Zhang Fei that Clue will be picking? Is it going to be a big tanky boy like the Ogren that's going to be going to the hands of Rock that we're going to be picking? So what is the case here coming in from Gen.G?
I mean, it could be the case, right? But we're getting into the second ban phase right now, so I can't imagine that that could potentially come through here. But it's going to be the Gen.G picking up the Zhang Fei, like you said there. Now we get into the ban phase after they get their Zhang Fei. But ultimately, it's all about if you're able to get that Unbridled Outburst off first, right? Because if you take the hits from that Winter is Here, as well as that suppression before you get into beast mode, you're going to get run down pretty easy.
At least somebody is there to take the ultimate coming in. As long as it's not Wawa, it's always good to go here. So coming into this second ban phase here, I'm starting to think, are we going to be looking at Gen.G banning out things like a Jing or more of these assassins? Because usually when you see the Princess Boss and Liang, you want to be funneling more gold towards that specific assassin that you're looking to set up with. So, Nongshim RedForce, I have yet to see Haku play a game of Jing.
Game of Jing. I mean, that sounds like a bit of a potential disaster here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. But I mean, if you pair it nicely with the Princess Frost, right, like that AOE, the Winter is Here, that's going to be pretty crucial for the side of Gen.G. But Gen.G call it. They're like, no. Coach Sagi says, no. Don't let Haku pick up the Jing because that will spell disaster for us. But Nongshim RedForce, they do ban out some good mid lane heroes here as well. Obviously, the Nua, the Yixing also. So, respectively, what will they ban here? What will they pick here for the side of Gen.G? They're going to look like potentially going to go for the Ganon mode to kind of like enhance that long range that Gen.G doesn't have.
I like it. I like the Ganon mode because it supplements Gen.G's early to mid game, and Ganon mode carries the game from the mid to late game tempo here, and it really provides you that range. If Liang were to ultimate and stand still, you will see those couple blades flying towards Liang's face almost immediately here. So it's at least a countermeasure coming in from Gen.G squad.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen plenty of times Inuit on the Ganon mode is pretty good as well. Like, as long as he can have that positioning. But I can imagine that we're going to be looking to try and climb in on top of that Ganon mode, right? We don't want to be giving it that kind of leeway, that distance that this hero thrives off of with that couple blades. So I can imagine the likes of the Musashi or even the Dharma coming through to gain in on top of that.
So potentially we might see a Monkey being locked in for the side of Gen.G. Floorboard Mage, maybe not the case because you already have a Gun and Mo here. So maybe for Gen.G, it is more or less likely going to be the Monkey or the Nongshim being locked in. Hell yeah, let's go, Brock, let's go. Cosplaying TM's jungle clean here with that Nongshim pick. I am loving it.
I think this is the first Nongshim within the tournament, right? Within the KME at least. So Survival Week comes through. We're getting treats. We're getting Nutsa. We're getting Nongshim. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to try and lock down this Nongshim, right? Because obviously they do have the suppression, but then obviously you can try and kick Liang out of suppression if the mine does not get caught out by that suppression as well. So I think like you said in the early part of the draft here, Sagi, like Zhang Fei, Clue is going to be having to take these hits on the chin, or else his team is going to fall apart.
Yes, sir. So you have the Zhang Fei to really go for those unbridled outbursts, and you also have the Gun and Mo to go in to lock down that Liang. If Liang goes into power control, he's standing still. The only way you can reposition is to use the flash or to let go that ultimate here. So these two picks will heavily limit this Liang's approach in all these team fights. But when it comes down to Liang, it always falls to that first ultimate that he used to set up the pace for his team here. So for Fei, so far, he's been having a blast of the series here. Will he repeat the success? We will find out shortly in Heroes Gorge in game number 3 between Nongshim RedForce and Gen.G Esports.
Yeah, this is why we love the BO5 format, right? Is the fact that we start to see things like the Nongshim come through as well, which is going to be very interesting, especially when he uses a unrivaled spear as well, right? Like he's just going to try to get that knock up against the damage reduction as well as the crowd control immunity. So if he gets to land that unrivaled spear as ASAP before the winter is here, or even the try and dodge any more of those CC moves coming from the side of Nongshim, he could be in safe arms here.
We have to see how they play, right? Because we need to know how well Fei lands those ultimates. Is he saving indefinitely for Brock's approach, or is he going to be actively in the game looking for those flash engages here? So Fei will be an interesting piece here in limiting Rock, or will Rock find those backline assassination, because that's a lot of squishy heroes coming in from Nongshim's draft.
Oh, there's a lot of squishy, right? Like, I mean, especially even with the Musashi, right? It's like not going to be the tankiest until he's maybe even builds like Blood Rage, but most of the time that he goes for obviously like attack damage build now, playing more of an assassin type. But yeah, in terms of that front line, it's really going to be essential to the crowd control of how these team fights happen to take place.
And we see a bit of a trick going to top lane though. Wawa throwing up punches against Kyongline. That is Flaxless currently in this game.
Yes, exactly right now. I mean, definitely going for the 1v1 setup here between Kyung9 and Wawa. It definitely goes into the favor of Wawa, right? Like, obviously, you have the HP regen in terms of obviously getting the knock for the CC onto something like the Dharma as well. Is always going to be a crucial kind of upset to that hero. But now they're just kind of just farming, keeping that extra resources up to Rock onto the Nongshim and keep him sort of leveled ahead of Haku.
Yeah, give me a little bit of Haku here, and you see Clue here, making sure he comes in on time so he can get a bit of the gold share here, send it over to his teammate, which is Rock. So Rock gets even more gold, evolving himself into this late game monster. Once Nongshim gets that 2-item power spike, you will see Siri, you will see Illusion running for their lives, because this Nongshim hurts like a truck.
He does hurt like a truck, and hopefully we get that setup as what we need, right? So obviously we picked up this. Oh, okay. Wow, got suppressed. Was it not? It was not. It was actually going to be the Troop Marjorie on the top side of the map with longer with Illusion there. So the one thing we didn't point out into the draft is the fact that Illusion is going to be so heavily rotating to the top side of the map to give over the aid to Kuyong9, who is going to have a hard time against Wawa, right?
And this is one of those rare cases where before the 4th minute mark, you're already seeing a solo Princess Boss find a crucial catch single-handedly by herself here. So we could probably imagine it's like a Truth Mantra into the wall and into the stun of the Frigid Prison here, which is exactly what happened here. And it was a nasty combo.
It's like a death sentence in Honor of Kings, that is. It's like so much CC, and then you get hit with a freeze. You're like, you know what? Just eject me, you know? Like, I'll come back after my death timer, and we'll go again.
Yeah, it's like, you know, getting hit by Frigid Prison reminds me of the one meme. It's like, oh, I got hit by Frigid Prison. Time for me to just take the day off, go make some coffee, and then come back when I revive, you know? It's just that long of a spell, you know?
Yeah, imagine if you got hit by the Truth Mantra with a Frigid Prison and then the Burning Sun Arrow from the base as well. Like, that would just be game over. You're just like, you know what, guys? Let me know when it's 15 minutes. I'll be back on the game. But to be honest, I mean, right now we are seeing that even though they got the first blood here, Nongshim are still slightly ahead with terms of the gold lead. Obviously, roughly around about sitting at 600 gold. Ooh, okay. Forcing the flash from Inuit is going to be a good point of call here for Nongshim RedForce.
But that's one key ultimate here coming in for the side of Nongshim, though. But Rock seems to be having a technical difficulty here as he is standing still and not moving here. But we will go into the pause real quick for the side of Gen.G Esports as we figure out once again if there's any form of device issues in just a short moment here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, so far, obviously, we've seen the first blood go over to the side of Nongshim RedForce after that crucial crowd control, just absolute massacre onto the side of Wawa on the Mayin. But after that point, we haven't seen a single drop of blood just yet. I mean, we were sort of circumventing towards that 4-minute mark where we're going to start to see the neutral objectives come online as well. So I can imagine that's where potentially the team fight is going to happen between these two. But if we're going off anything that we saw from today, there hasn't been a complete like urgency to go for the Tyrant. They're just been sort of procuring their Crimson Golems, their Azure Golems, because for these assassin heroes, that's going to be a little bit more kind of like key within their tempo to make sure they're maintaining, right?
Yeah, tempo is the name of the game here. So if you allow the Hanshin to free farm, he's gonna be a force to be reckoned with because he's just gonna be sliding into your DMs, hit you with those like rival spears, and then just dash out safely towards, you know, anywhere that he wants, right? So if you are Nongshim, you gotta amp up tempo so that this Hanshin doesn't scale out of control.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, Hanshin is definitely one of those heroes you need to put a stop on. You need to be like the lollipop lady or the lollipop mama is what we would call them in the UK, where they stop in the middle of the road, stop the cars, and you just got to think that Hanshin's a car coming down the road, and then you got a lollipop mama's like, no, stop, please. You can't keep farming. You can't keep going at this speed. We need to stop you now. But it is, once again, obviously, Rock seems to have a bit of an issue here with his device, and we'll just get that sort of cleaned up soon. But depending on how the game's gone so far, Sagi, obviously Nongshim getting the first blood gets the extra little bit of resources over to the side of Nongshim, as we can see with their gold lead at this point in the game. What do Gen.G need to do to curb Nongshim to try and stop this 2-1 score in the favor of Nongshim?
Ooh, 2-1 score in favor of Nongshim. So right now, it does seem to me that the early game falls in favor of Nongshim, but we still have Rock in the pockets here, so Rock will be an important factor because jungle assassins, one thing's for sure, you cannot die in any circumstances of the game. If not, you will fall behind indefinitely here. So that is something that Rock cannot afford to do or make a mistake on.
Yeah, so are we looking at kind of like a potential 10 to 15 minute game here once again for these two teams, or is it going to be a big one? But the Embroidered Light Burst actually gets committed and stopped by the duel to the death, but he commits himself into the backline, but the Winter is here, is going to keep him alive. What great use of the utilities of the team of Nongshim.
It's a battle of attack and defense here coming from both of the two teams here. I love the Unbridled Outburst coming in from Crew. I also love the fact that Fate did not have the ultimate here, but this Tyrant falls in favor for the son of Gen.G. It's not what you want to see as in Nongshim fan, because if you're Nongshim, you cannot allow this to happen in towards early, because that is where you are strong here. But Fate gets ultimate down.
Oh, yes, suppression just come through with the duel to the death. It means that he's going to be imbued, and that is going to be the takedown there for Nongshim. That's a second kill onto the board. They lost the Tyrant, but are looking for some more. Wawa forcing teleportation down to the bot side of the map to give aid over to Monto, just to keep that T1 alive, because, I mean, as soon as Monto loses that, he loses that lifeline.
If he loses the lifeline, it forces the Ranger to start actively rotating across the map here, and that is not what you want to see. So Monto here getting a bit of the bodyguard service from the side of Wawa services. So Wawa doing a good job as a clash lane, allowing his farm lane to play without ease, and also gives this resource over to Rock that needs a lot of gold to scale towards that late game.
I mean, we say ambulance services, right? I mean, this guy is called Wawa. If you say it kind of like pronounced on enough, it sounds like an ambulance, like wah, 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 coming down the lane, right? Like, that was definitely what he gave over to the side of Gen.G down to the bot side, but it was good enough. It was good enough to keep the side of Monto and obviously that T1 alive. And that's really what they want to do, right? Like, Siri, once again, hasn't really been checked this far into the game. He's currently 600 gold up. And now Kyung9's looking for the pressure on the top side of the map as well.
That is painful stuff coming in from Gen.G in this early game here. Losing out the top turret, losing out farm in towards the bottom lane here. So that's why we say Phase ultimate is just really crucial in fighting these potential team fights, because that is the big ultimate here coming in for Glue!
Yep, huge Unbridled Outburst, catches two, and then Illusion falls into the mid part of that team fight to have a healthy minion wave here in the mid. This is Gen.G. This is what they needed to come back, right? Not only to alleviate that kill lead from Nongshim, but to open up their map. I mean, they are about to sacrifice their second side lane here, but that T1 in the mid lane is arguably a little bit more of a better objective for the side of Gen.G.
If you get the mid tower, losing the side lane is just a no-brainer here. Gen.G will take that trade, and that is such a beautiful Unbridled Outburst coming in from Clue, catching onto key members like Illusion and also Haku here. I think Kyung9 was also going for the backline here, but gets immediately disengaged by Inuwa here. So a series of good plays here coming in from Gen.G squad. Props to them for that big play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, definitely was able to neutralize the gold lead as well as the kills as well. So I feel like this is kind of like the pulse on the finger that Gen.G needed, right? Especially having that Tyrant buff. They don't have it anymore. They need to make sure they get used to it. But there it is, the duel to the death onto Hanshin. Imperils him at this moment in time. He's able to escape out because he is a slippery hero. So no real fight here happening. But if you are going to take it, Clue does have that Unbridled Outburst once more. They've got to be careful.
But Wawa here jumps onto the side of Kyung9 here. Kyung9 pushes him away, but gets latched onto here, but does get away to safety thanks to Faye with that haul.
Yeah, exactly. Faye, as well as Illusion, coming up top side of the map, really gave over the aid there to keep Kyung9 alive, which is exactly what they need to do here for the side of Nongshim. They don't want to let any of these side lanes fall, but Wawa has to force out the flash. It's going to be the duel to the death, but it's going to be met by Hanship, but there it is. It's going to be the sword shot. Gets hit onto Wawa, and then even more comes through for the side of Nongshim RedForce. They pick up Brock, they pick up Wawa, and that is not where you want to be.
The Hanshin gets slapped down by Haku with that rotation of spells here, but Clue here might be caught up here as he gets locked in by that suppression.
There's a suppression. Like I said, obviously in the draft, right? Like, if you want to take out Clue, you got to suppress him before that Unbridled Outburst gets even onto the Gorge and then drop the Winters here. That damage is just going to completely eradicate the Zhongfei here, but it looks like we are going to get some more unfortunate technical pauses here, but hey, we need these players with the right devices, and they got to be used and performing well. So let's see what happens here.
Seems to me that Wawa is the one experiencing difficulties now, so maybe Gen.G's phone today is not on the best of form, so they will have to check back on the technical difficulties to see what actually happened in the back end of the things. But before that, I think so far in those series of exchanges, it seems to me that Nongshim RedForce once again found the key team fights in actually allowing them to bring back those moments that they really need to bring back the goal to a Nongshim RedForce lead, right?
Yeah, exactly. They need to make sure they're going to try and capitalize on Gen.G. They need to make sure they're picking off these, or at least kind of keep putting this constant pressure into these side lanes, right? Because that's what Nongshim love to do. I mean, we saw in their previous series, they just love to make sure that Siri has a little bit of an easy game. He just constantly pushes down to that T2, and then after a little while, that's when Nongshim take that time and moment and opportunity to take the higher ground turret as well. So there's always kind of like trying to open a back door for the side of Nongshim.
But for me, so far, Siri has been that very consistent anchor coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce, which really allows Nongshim to have someone to fall back onto. And I really want to see whether Monto can replicate the success that Siri really has, because so far, in terms of comparing farm laners, Siri is still a pack above the others.
He is a pack above the others, right? Like farm lanes is definitely in a vacuum. Siri is definitely one of those top ones within not only this matchup but within the KME. Like he knows how to play a lot of these farm lane heroes, whereas we always make that case in point, right? Like we seem to have a lot of Lung players, but not many Ali players, and that can sometimes spell a bit of a disaster here for your team within the KME. But it's not showing any signs of stopping here for Gen.G, right? Like they're only behind by around about 1.3k gold at this point in the game, so they can easily still come back. It's just all dependent on whether they are able to get back in form after that pause.
Yeah, they need to elevate some of these pressures here coming in for side Gen.G, because one thing that we keep discussing about is Rock. If you fall short as an assassin jungle, you are nothing compared to a super minion here. So that is something that he needs to be focusing on and really get more of these resources in his pocket here. Because even if Haku dies in these exchanges, he still can look for engages, still can block projectiles, but your Hansen is very different compared to what a Musashi can do.
Oh, absolutely. Exactly that, right? It's kind of like a head-to-head between Rock and Haku at this point. Like, who's going to set up a good team fight? Who's going to get that crucial pickup here as well? But we've been seeing kind of like how Nongshim knows how to use the utility of their heroes, right? Like, we saw the Dota Death being used a little bit overzealous, but it was thanks to the fact that we saw Illusion drop the Winters here. It kept him alive, and it meant that he could get back out of that team fight when otherwise you'd be overly committed and you would fall. But it's just Nongshim showing that the experience they have onto the Gorge is second to none.
To none, and one thing for sure, Series has already completed that Daybreaker before the 10th minute mark here, leading the goal about 2.1k against his lane opponent, which is known as Monto here. So for Monto, lots of picking up to do in the goal department here, as we see Gen.G moving towards this Tyrant.
Yep. Oh, there it is. The suppression comes through again, just blocking out the unbridled outburst. It's actually not getting any push onto anybody. Haku looking pretty low there. He's actually run away at extreme speed out of that team fight. But Wawa and Rock are looking a little worse for wear. But Nongshim just looking to recuperate and reform around this Tyrant pit.
But now this is the moment where Rock shows his power as a Hanshin here. Once his Hanshin gets the midway going here, he just gets so much control on this Tyrant here, and we can see Nongshim RedForce, they cannot come in for the engage.
They can't come in for the engage, and that's going to be Kyung9 down, Clue down, but that is going to be the Tyrant going up to the side of Nongshim RedForce with a crucial kill back as well. That is going to be another huge win here for the JPKR region. But that means they do have it for another 70 seconds or so. So really, we need to start seeing those pushes, putting the pressure here onto these side lanes.
Smite Winter coming in for a side of Haku, just securing the Shadow Tyrant under the radar of the side of Gen.G here. Not what you want if you're a Gen.G fan, because right now, Nongshim have so much control in terms of team fights, but it was stealing away that Azure Golem here, just like how he stole away Kyung9's life in that exchange.
Yeah, beautiful still there. Again, just taking those minor victories onto the side of Gen.G at this moment in time, right? I mean, it's still showing and translating within that gold lead that they are still able to basically keep themselves in check with Nongshim. And really what we're looking for here for Gen.G is trying to open up that mid lane even more, right? Like that's where they've got their privilege, right? They've got their privilege of position of power is in that mid lane. Look to go for this Overlord. It's only going to further their motive into that mid lane.
But still a 50-50 exchange, right? We see in this 12th minute mark, gold is about dead even. About 1,000 in favor of Nongshim here, but in terms of map control, it's really 50-50 between these two teams here, because they are really fighting for control, fighting for that team's eventual victory. As we see, Wawa might be face checking into Haku.
Ooh, Haku there gets face checked, gets brought out of the brush, but I mean, it's bought him enough time, right? I mean, there's the suppression. It's obviously not going to lock down the Unbridled Outburst. Faye gets taken down as well as Illusion. That's most of your crowd control gone. Siri gets taken down as well, but they do lose the T1 into the mid lane. Haku trying to go for a little bit of a Hail Mary play there, but that's going to be a 4-0 trade here for Gen.G. They got to be careful. Kyung9 gets the pick up onto Monto, onto Inua. So now that's made that a less impressive trade, but at the same time, Rock over the back door here gets the T3 into the top side of the map. Is he going to be able to get Kyung9? We do see Clue could jump around as well. They're looking for a 2v1. Maybe
that might be game.
This Vanguard in. Maybe go for the Freddy strat. Maybe they get game 3 for Gen.G.
Clue the perfect engage and once again sealed the deal in the same rush there. And that was a beautiful story coming in from Gen.G because what a way to find the win with that one Shadow Vanguard.
Yeah, beautiful, man. Like, honestly, we saw that Rock was just pushing and pushing and pushing, and they were just trying to make sure that Kyung9 wasn't going to stop that Vanguard from being taken out. And it's just that key moment, right? You get that 4-0 trade, it turns into a 4-2, but then you've got to be like, right, okay, you punished us, we got a little bit cocky, now we're going to punish you once again for taking those 2 kills. Because if Kyung9 just backed off and went topside, they probably would have been able to take out that Vanguard alone, right?
Well, that's the thing, right? If, let's say, the full team of Gen.G were to walk together for that game-winning push, Kyung9 wouldn't have been able to trade 2 members there. So, even if he traded 2 members, I was thinking, can they still end the game? Because Kyung9 alone is unable to defend with, like, 3 pushing lanes. And I think Gen.G saw, like, oh, that's impossible for them to defend. Let's just stall Kyung9 and allow our Hanshin on Rock to settle these waves. And eventually, you saw it, they found the backdoor win with ease. And that was just game 3 between these 2 teams.
Again, at game 3, I mean, they could still go for a 2-2, or Gen.G could take this one and round this one out into a 3-1 victory. But we're going to get into the post games here now, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, it was definitely a little bit more of a bloodbath onto the Gorge this time around. Obviously, 4 deaths to Clue. We had 2 kills up onto the side of Wawa as well. And then Monto, obviously, just not getting any kills. But that's the whole point of the D-Ranger, right? Just making sure you're using that ultimate to get that damage reduction. But then also just making sure that you kind of do the damage over time, right? Like, you're just going to be making sure you get the Spark Forge Dagger, making sure the Doomsday is activated, and making sure you're not allowing a Siri to be fed.
Yeah, you can see like the exchanges in these games weren't that active, especially in the damage department. It was just taps in terms of the skirmishes or just big fights out in general. And the final one was really Clue with the 100% team fight rate, finding all these key engages and sealing the deal for the side of Gen.G Esports. Because I gotta say, Clue, every Unbridled Outburst has found wonders.
Oh, absolutely. Massive wonders here for the side of Gen.G. Like, they normally would be like, okay, so how are they going to get back into this one? And we would never sort of be like, you know what, the support needs to land some more Unbridled Outbursts. But really, that's what Clue was doing. Like, he got suppressed in the early game trying to land those Unbridled Outbursts. They weren't hitting the mark, but then when it finally hit the mark, that's when the key moment came through.
That is indeed where the key moment came through, but the MVP does go over to Hanshin on the hands of Rock here. 202 in KDA, 23% damage dealt, and 18% damage taken here. He was racking up a lot of these golds in towards the side lane here, hence why he has such a high DPS output, especially on towards members like Siri. Even though Siri had a lot of gold, but you are still a squishy marksman. Once you get CC, you are eliminated almost immediately.
Exactly that MVP performance going over there from Rock, obviously, as he rounds out that game number 3, right? Making it to a 2-1 scoreboard. But we're going to look at these highlights, right? We're going to be looking at the highlights of those Unbridled Outbursts being set up by Clue. And this team fight right there was just fantastic.
That was just beautiful stuff here coming in from Clue. That first Unbridled Outburst was just really crucial. And I think this was the steal coming in from Haku here, even though they got Kyung9. This one, the same position, catching out Illusion, catching out as well Faye. And this one, CC chaining Siri, allowing Siri to just get bursted down by the incredibly fed Rock. And the rest was just history. As you see, all 3 waves were pushing in. This could have been a big factor because Kyung9 found 2 additional members coming in for Inua and Monto. But as of this point, Clue sacrificed himself, allowing the wave clear to be irrelevant from the hands of Kyung9, ending the game 2-1 for the side of Gen.G Esports, which they are in the lead right now. Match score against Nongshim RedForce.
Yep, Gen.G, who can take a single point off of Nongshim RedForce in the spring season, now get that point match up. Before we go into that one, we're going to get a short break, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. fear, decide your fate. You don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything else still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high in light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight.
What a way of ending the game just now by a backdoor in front of Kyung9 coming in from none other than Rock on that Hanjin here. But I gotta say, Romer does get credit here, and that Zhang what a good performance coming in from Clue. And so far, Clue out of this entire series, his presence is felt everywhere on Towards Gorge.
Yeah, huge presence there for the Junk Fei. I mean, you can see why it was banned out in the previous series, right? Like, there was just like, you know what? If they get that Junk Fei, it's going to be an issue here for the side of Nongshim RedForce, and exactly that it was. But Gen.G, they still go on with the pay ban here, and look at that. I think the global ban pick that's been the most up to dated and heroes we have on the board here, right? So that's 15 heroes onto the side of Gen.G that have been taken off, and obviously there will be another 2 here. But Gen.G going to lock in the Luna first pick here for Rock.
Yeah, there's no Arlie, there's no Liang, so it's a free pick here coming in for the side of Gen.G Esports here. So that is a no-brainer being picked up for the side of Gen.G's Rock here. So coming in for Nongshim RedForce, you're looking to pick up this Guan Yu that will push this Luna to Oblivion if the Luna does fail in these attempts. But that Yu1 that we keep looking at is up and available for grabs for Illusion or for Faye.
Yeah, man, that's gonna be one hard hero to tag, right? Like if you use your mark from the Luna onto the Hu1 and you can't, it uses the Unending Sorrow, you can't dive in on top of it, right? So we could potentially see here either Faye or Illusion or even Haku using this to be like the front line of the team of Nongshim RedForce. But Gen.G, they do lock in Wawa Sparty as well as Clue's Liam Po this time around, which was the pick that really shut down Series Ali. So now it's going to be scary to see what Clue can do with this one.
Yeah, Clue do give us a clue here, but for the side of Haku, however, he's looking to lock in that Fate. So this Fate will be one of his first showings as well, coming in of the KME fall here. That is the beauty of the global ban pick. It makes players, it forces players to really increases their hero pool here. But here is where it gets spicy here. More farm laners will be banned out, so we might see different stuff here being portrayed by our farm laners here, because 3 ban on each side, 2 ban on top of the board here. So that's 5 default ban for each side of the farm laners.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we could potentially see something maybe like even the Marco Polo still for the side of Nongshim. Obviously, they still have the likes of the Consort U as well. I don't think either team have used the Lady Soon either, so this is quite a lot still on the board, I think, in terms of the hero pool, but it looks like they're going to aim it out. There's the Marco Polo, so there goes. It goes even smaller now, but the Yixing onto the side of Nongshim RedForce means that they're going to kind of try and strip away the amount of control that Gen.G can really have in this game number 3, 4. Wow, okay, 4.
Yeah, I think Siri has already expanded the Lady Sun here, so I don't think he can pick it. I think I remember him playing in game number 1 against Montos Long, so so what else are we looking for here? The Ho Yi, what else are we looking for? Because Nongshim RedForce has banned away 2 of Inua's famous picks here, being the Nua and also the Yixing. Yep, the Ho Yi has to go. It has to go because it provides such an easy way of engaging towards the backline, so it has to be removed from the poll here. So that leaves heroes like the Fuzi's Farm Lane, potentially Gen.G for Nongshim RedForce is something to be picking up as well here. Channel for Monto has yet to be picked as well, if I'm not mistaken. So these are the few picks that are still up and available for our farm laners.
And I believe Flowball and Marksman as well, right?
Yeah,
like,
yes.
I don't think either of these teams have picked up Flowball Marksman, so I can imagine maybe one of these teams will go for that, obviously for some late game assurance, but also that decent amount of range from the ultimate as well. But it actually looks like it could potentially be Nongshim looking in the show Yue here. I mean, they don't have the Motsu, because obviously Faye used that in game number 1, so did they decide to go for either Faye into the, Hu1 down to Faye, or would they go for something like Sakia here as well?
They still have a leeway of Yu Huan going in with a Dolia here, so that may be an angle coming in from Nongshim RedForce, because they did invest heavily on bans against the mid lane, so the least they can do is to allow a favorable matchup for Illusion towards the mid lane here. Ladies in as well will be hovered and soon to be picked for the side of Inua in that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? The Lady Gen does definitely make sense, because, I mean, if they really wanted to, they could flex the Lady Soon down to the bot, down to the mid, and then obviously Hu1 into the support role here as well if they really wanted to. But the Dolia support could come through here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. I don't think Faye has played the Zhang Fei yet, right? So if they want a little bit more of a front line, they could go for the Zhang Fei here, try and get the disruption of the Luna, as well as obviously trying to get the pickup of the Lady Sun as well, with the Unbridled Outburst from game number 3. But okay, no, they're looking to go for a little bit more long range. So we're going to be really seeing if they do lock in this Ganon mode that the Q1 is going to be the front line here for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
We have seen it from time to time, right? Yuhuan going in for that semi-tank of a build, face checking because of the fact that she has the Unending Sorrow here. So that is the very least that they can do in this lineup. So allow the Yuhuan, allow the Guan Yu to find those angles, find those engages, flank that backline, which is Lady Sun and Lady Zen here. So the double lady composition here coming in from Gen.G will be something that Guan Yu has to focus on. If Kyung-9 finds the angle, that's great. If Kyung-9 doesn't find it, that could be pretty disturbing for the side of Nongshim.
Yep, only time will tell, right? I mean, this could potentially be the match point here for Gen.G. I mean, really, they got to be kind of trying to hope that Monto doesn't get picked off too early, because obviously they do have the Lady Soon, which is going to be their kind of like late game assurance here going into this one. And then they got to make sure that the Rock does not have a bad early game as well, right? Like, so I feel like out of all the picks, I think the last time we saw Rock being played onto the Luna, it wasn't the most high kill count. It was kind of just like 1-0 something or something along the lines of that. But it obviously had the domination, it had the presence that it needed to be for Gen.G. But here is a draft here, obviously really relying on the likes of Wawa on the party to get access onto the back line, which is going to be the Siri and the Illusion at this point. So there's potential of mishaps for everybody, but really Clue on the Lian Po needs to make sure that he's able to kind of get that crucial crowd control onto Haku on this Fade, right? Knock him off the wall, you've then got a free kill onto Fade.
Ooh, talking about knocking it up from the wall, I don't think he can do it because usually only hard knockbacks can knock a Fade out of the wall. So the best he can do is to stop him from flying across walls, you know, crossing the walls, crossing Jades. Maybe that's something Clue can look to accomplish, but I believe in Clue. I do think that he can find those angles, especially against Siri.
Yeah, exactly. But this is going to be game number 4, ladies and gentlemen, going Gen.G against Nongshim RedForce. Is this going to be match point, or can Nongshim bring this one back? Faye already using that flash there to keep himself alive and not be falling into the first blood again.
That is dangerous here, and Wawa here punishing Kyung-9's weak early phase here on the Guan Yu here, winning out in terms of the HP war, and we see Illusion getting chunked out by the 1-2 combo coming in from Inoue.
Coming in for Inoue as well, right? Like, he's just there chunking the damage. That's what he's meant to do, right? Like, this is what Lian Po can do. He's able to just soak that damage, but also get CC immune from that Magma Slam.
Now to think about it, right? Even the enemy Lady Zen's Pillar, the Fate can also jump on towards it. So it's kind of a funny interaction coming from both of these two teams, right? So that's something to really point out. So junglers have started to reach their level 4s. We see Rock already unlocking that level 4, but seems to be missing out the ultimate here from the side of Rock. Maybe he missed time the timer, maybe he missed it while farming, but not a good news so far. But red team here having another pause. While we figure out what's the pause issue here, let's talk about team compositions, right? Because Wawa, Rock, Inoue, these three, they spike extremely hard early towards mid game. But for Lady Sun, she's very good towards that late game here. But there is the pressure coming in from the Fate and also the Guan Yu. So that's something that they have to really look forward to. And I see the nod of approval. Maybe it's just like a very, what we call that is like a mistouch. In Chinese, we call it a mistouch. So it's easy if you have a lot of sweat on your palms that causes a form of like a miscast on your spell. So they got it sorted away, and I see the countdown from their phone as we are hopping right through the gorge in just a short moment here.
Yeah, hoping to get straight back on there as well. Obviously, all phones are in hands, and they look like they are going to be ready to go into this one once again. But gotta make sure that these phones are obviously all operating, because there is a lot on the line, especially with this one being the potential match point here of Gen.G as well. So Nongshim really want to try and make sure they're playing with their best tools, their best performance as they go back into the game, it looks like.
This seems to be the case as we see Wawa already securing the Space RedForce team here, and a fast clear towards the mid side is what we are expecting here with Rock teleporting to the mid to get more of these farms for his pocket here. But Monto here might be in danger here. Does he sidestep it? Gets locked in, gets shot by Siri in towards the face here. Does he dodge the upcoming one though is the question here. If he gets hit, he will be forced to back away.
I mean, you can kind of see what he wanted to do there. He didn't really want to kind of force the flash out if he could survive it. Obviously, you did see the roll away, the roll in rage just to keep him alive. But it's that damage from those wild rounds, man. They are going to do so much damage onto the likes of Monto and the Lady Sun at this early game as well.
Yeah, so we have to see how Molotov realistically survives in this laning phase, because if it's a 1v1, Lady Soon wins it easily, hands down, because of the frag grenade, because of the rolling rate. So for Seri, if he can chip in 1 or 2 of those wild rounds, that's going to allow him to easily scale towards mid game on that Shoryue. Once that Shoryue hits that 3 items, that's when we see this hero start blossoming in these team fights.
Yeah, exactly. We need to start to see those 3 items come through, and then we'll potentially see Siri come through as a actual vital member onto the side of Nongshim RedForce. But Haku just using the hardened Jade Seal to make sure he's able to get the clear off that minion wave. But right now, we're obviously seeing that Gen.G is slightly ahead of the gold lead here by about 100 gold. It was 300 about moments ago, but honestly, this is still a very respectful game number 4, right? Like, they have not overextended. They haven't kind of been punished just yet, but maybe top side, bot side, we're looking for something here.
But top side, bot side, Rock comes in, gets away what he wants, which is the fire beat that is countered away from the hands of Hakura. So if you counter away a camp, you win out gold and you make your enemy lose that. So that's double value in terms of the gold here. But Inua almost getting sniped out.
Almost getting sniped out there. Inua, we've got to be careful. Obviously, we don't want to be losing Lady Gen this early, but they may be trying to get a pick off here onto the side of Gen.G as we have about 19 seconds onto these neutral objectives, right? Gen.G cannot afford to lose a teammate at this point of the game.
They cannot afford to lose anybody, because 10 seconds in, it will be the spawn of 3 major objectives, being the Tyrant, being the Crimson, and also the Azure, all in the same side of this objective. Just conquer teams. What are you guys looking to do?
Yeah, it's a pretty penny price to pay if you do lose all these objectives as well, right? But Haku's just looking to secure his Azure Golem first before they even try and go for the Tyrant, because they don't want to lose the Tyrant, get taken down, and then almost lose their Azure Golem as well. I mean, they're just playing to kind of like eliminate, just do damage limitation, right? Okay, we are seeing here that Gen.G's able to get the Tyrant as well, so not only do they have the gold lead per se, but they also now have that extra bit of damage as well. But Haku is looking for, he's on the prowl, man. He's looking for a pick-off here. He's looking to see if he can get that execute that hardened Jade Steel.
It will be difficult, especially when you're against someone so slippery like a Luna here. So realistically, who is gonna lock on the Luna here? I am not thinking someone like a Guan Yu could do it, because the Luna can always dash away to a certain extent of ranges. So it will be difficult for the side of Nongshim to really lock down this pesky of a Luna pick.
Exactly right. It's going to be hard kind of lockdown. You're just going to hope that it's going to be a lot of burst damage coming from the likes of the Ganamo here. Obviously, Clue chunking a lot of that damage right there. And he's not even kind of like full slotted at the moment. He's level 7. He's got the Scepter of Reverberation come through. So once he starts to build that Void Staff, that's going to trouble. That's going to spell trouble for Clue.
Hey man, that's life of a roamer. You have to walk out for these visions. You gotta play for your team, and you gotta make sure that your Inua, your Rock, your Monto gets the vision of the enemy jungle roam and mid here. So that is the minimum you have to do here. But look at Inua here. That is so much damage coming in just by that one Ganemo freshly forged.
Yeah, I mean, just having that minion wave pushed in your favor just means that you can kind of sit behind that brush, sit behind that wall, and just land those couple blades, and you just know where they're going to be, right? You know for the fact that the enemy team's always going to be either to the side or at the front of those minion waves, so you know exactly where those couple blades need to land.
Blades are seemingly finding key targets here, making sure that it finds it marked, and just Clue finding that V ward on towards that wild rounds. So right now we see Rock here just casually taking more of these resources, while we see an attempt towards the bottom side of the turret.
Yeah, I mean, you can see an attempt for the top side of the turret as well. Obviously, Kyung-9 looking to go push that top T1, but it looks like Gen.G is going to get that first one there, but we're going to have Haku going up against Wawa as well. Kyung-9 has to rotate down, so he's not actually going to be able to procure that T1 into the top side of the map, but maybe they try and get something more, right? Try and get first blood onto the board, because it has yet not been shed.
A quiet game here coming to game number 2. So far, it's very 50-50 out of both these two teams. No one's getting a bigger edge over each other. Just a 1,000 casual goal lead for the side of Gen.G due to resource sharing.
Yeah, due to the resource sharing at this moment in time, right? But it looks like Gen.G is still not looking to sort of like relieve this pressure into the top side of the map. They get the T1 as well, so now it's going to be at the behest of Nongshim RedForce. They have to make sure, maybe even get Siri here to try and get this T1 down to the bot side. If not, they're just going to steal away some of these little objectives, trying to get some of this resources away from the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, it will be a very interesting approach here, as whoever can find that early hit as Haku. That is what we talk about. force him down from the sky. Not from the wall, but from the sky. That is how you correctly cancel a fade as a roamer without a knockback. But Wawa almost gets knocked away by that burst. I gotta say, Illusion is so aggressive with these.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got the distance, right? I mean, unless, like, the likes of Wawa really kind of, like, force the flash out of the this common skill, like, that's the only way he's going to get on top of Illusion. But even at that point in time, he's got Guard Her Grave to push him away, and then he could still falter to those couple blades. But speaking of faltering here, could be Monto, could be Clue, as we see that Huon comes in with that CC, but it's going to be the untargetable. It's going to be Unending Sorrow. We do see Rock going into the back line, but it's going to be the pick off here for Kyung9. He gets the pick up onto Monto, onto Rock as well. This is going to be a huge setup here for Nongshim RedForce as they lose Monto, Rock, Wawa. There is barely any damage here. It's all relying on Inua and Clue to keep these T1s alive.
Beautiful stuff here coming in from Kyung9. He finds that flank. He locks away Monto, and that is such a key catch here. And to say, Illusion, he really sniped Rock in towards the face here, and Rock without an Azure Golem is not the same Luna you would expect here, because a Luna really needs that. But let's break out the replay here. So Faye finds that stun here. Monto not flashing away, not respecting that stun that is so key and evident here, allows Kyung9 push him towards his demise. And as of this point here, you see that the damage coming in from Illusion was too darn high, bursting Rock away from existence, and Inua was too late to the party.
Very late to the party, but it looks like Gen.G are going to be early to the Tyrant party, and they do get the second Tyrant onto the board here, but they need to make sure they do something with it, right? I mean, they were able to obviously create that pressure into the side lane, but thanks to that team fight down to the bot side for Nongshim, taking that 4 kills to like 1, I believe it was, and then that's it. That was 3 kills to 1, sorry, and then that was it. It was kind of just like, they opened it back up. They've now kind of alleviated that pressure, but now Gen.G, they have to take a good team fight. They have to get some more of these objectives.
Yeah, gold is still dead even after that disastrous team fight coming in from Gen.G. So you can just show that how well they share their resources here, but Inua gets blown away immediately.
Yeah, that was beautiful, like a synergy there between Illusion as well as Haku, right? Like, he ran him down, got the damage, and then that's it. The execute came through onto Inua. So that means, those that have destructed the Luge is not going to come through to kind of try and stop the mitigation of this minion wave into the mid lane.
And I gotta say, Illusion so far, the freshly forged and the couple blades have been hitting insanely hard towards the members of Gen.G. Even Clue, a tank roamer, cannot run away from these couple blades here because it's so demanding, it's so commanding here, and that gives them the room to look at this Tyrant without contestation here. But on towards the top side here, we see Rock struggling with this Shadow Vanguard because of the lack of the Azure Golem.
Yeah, might be careful here. I mean, Illusion could definitely try and steal this one, but there Haku comes through. He's obviously using that parkour, but he's not able to get the smite. It does go up to the side of Gen.G, but at what cost? They've lost 3, and obviously the side of Nongshim are looking pretty healthy here. They haven't lost a single hero just yet, but another pause, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, as we just left the action onto the Gorge.
Potentially some technical difficulties that we are having today. We do apologize for any delays in the tournament schedule, but we do want to make sure that the games are equally played in a fair fashion. So pauses do happen when we have a bad device day. We do apologize on behalf of the tournament or of the game. So coming into the grand scheme of things, that was crazy stuff coming in for the side of Gen.G at the early game. But when it comes to team fighting, that Guan Yu really played a big role.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The Guan Yu did very well there. Kyung9, I mean, we was expecting it, right? Like, Kyung9 just going through there, just able to kind of like shove everybody into the team fights, maybe even shove everybody into those couple blades, right? Like, just say, hey, Illusion, I'm going to serve you up some cold meals here. I want them heated up, and I want Gen.G's label slapped all over them. So really, they're playing this team comp very well, right? Like Kyung9, Guan Yu, we have Illusion with Haku synergy as well, just making sure he's able to run down the enemies to a very low health to get that execute of the Hardened Jade Steel. Just makes it so much easier to get these one-to-one pickoffs.
Yeah, those one-to-one pickups really matter, especially just now we see, the wild rounds with a couple blades, catching towards the backline immediately. You see like, a face from the sky. Oh, I'm dead. So that's like Inua's life story. It's like, so much to do, even though you're on like an immobile mage like the ladies in.
Yeah, exactly. Mobile Mage, like the latest Sun, they are definitely having a bit of a trouble here for the side of Gen.G. I mean, even though they are playing, obviously, the neutral objectives very well, and they managed to get both of the Tyrants so far within this team, within this match this far, but what's it really serving at this point of the game? Because they're not really getting the team fights into their favor. It's, they need to make sure they're doing something on the side of Gen.G, whether it be trying to open that mid T1 when they come back off this break. But yeah, it's looking like Nongshim could potentially take this to a 2-2, man.
I do think so as well, especially just not at Shadow Vanguard, even though Monto secured the Shadow Vanguard.
Yep.
But kills-wise, I think they drop about 4 members, so maybe it's like another issue whereby there's like a technical pause where we have to use the time capsule to really jump back to a previous screen, but we still need to see whether two teams agreed upon the same conditions. So we're still trying to figure out the issue as we are progressing this match.
That's exactly that. We're just going to make sure we're spending a little bit of time here, just making and breaking down what's happened so far within the series between Gen.G and Nongshim RedForce. I mean, it's already been a massive upset here for Nongshim. They are now down 2 points, which is, again, just a very unspoken thing from the Major East Spring League here. So if you take a look at the, obviously, Group S last time around, it was Scarz and Nongshim and Gen.G. Gen.G was only able to take rounds off of Scarz, none off of Nongshim RedForce. I mean, series, there was no series, there was no rounds taken off Nongshim, and now they're currently sat with 2-1, right? Like, this is a good place for Gen.G to be in. The first time that Gen.G ever took rounds off Nongshim was in upper bracket finals of the spring season. So, already started to paint a picture for those at home. Like, this is how much Gen.G has leveled up.
Yeah, Gen.G definitely leveled up, especially the first time we saw them level up. Okay, let's build the Gen.G timeline, right? So at the start of the year, where they were at HOK S3, it was still insanely shaky, and it was always Rock, please carry us, Rock, please carry us. But once we see KME Spring, that's where they started to change. They changed, they played better, but it wasn't enough to beat Nongshim RedForce. They only took 1 game away from Nongshim at Grand Finals at a 4-1 score. And then the magic came when they went to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, for Esports World Cup, which is Honor of Kings World Cup 2025. They started this reign of terror against the PKL teams, bagging wins after wins just to fall a bit short towards the top 8, but still, valiant effort. Coming back to KME fall, my goodness, Gen.G claiming the ranking week #1, allowing themselves to really win games against Nongshim RedForce, not out of luck, but really convincingly fashioned.
Exactly that, right? Like, Gen.G to me is kind of like a team that, even though, like, at Season 3 Invitational, if we talk about their timeline, right? Like, if we talk about the Season 3 Invitational, they were getting chopped down by the PKL teams, right? Like, Elevate, we had Blacklist, we had Boom there as well. And I believe we even had Rough World Error as well, right? They were there. So they lost to every PKL team. And then when they went to KWC, they were able to get those dubs on the board. So it's kind of like a same Cinderella story that was happening in the spring season, right? Like, they lost to Nongshim. Now in the fall season, they are not losing to Nongshim just yet. They are taking those rounds a lot earlier and taking the series a lot earlier within the ranking week. But it looks like Nongshim are going to put their bot side on the map here as we are now back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. And this could be potentially a game #4 win here for Nongshim RedForce.
Easy pickup here coming in from Nongshim RedForce, really scaling that momentum from the Shadow Vanguard win into a direct victory towards the Crystal in this game #4 here. And you can see the sign of relief as they finally push this game to a game #5 here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first of our kind in day 1.
Yep, day 1, full best of 5, ladies and gentlemen, as we are, I mean, we expected nothing less between Nongshim RedForce and Gen.G, right? Like, we knew this was going to go the full season, so full series, because of these two teams, the caliber that they played at within the ranking week, and now they're going head-to-head with much more on the line, right? It's that upper bracket placement between these two teams. And if Gen.G get this one, they kind of like solidify in their kind of like tying position for Nongshim RedForce. Obviously, Nongshim already have 1 series under the belt with a 3-0 decisive victory. So unless Gen.G can do that against Crazy Raccoons, it means that Gen.G is always going to sit at the 2nd place, unless game #5 goes into Gen.G's favor.
But still, if let's say Gen.G beats Crazy Raccoons as easy as what Nongshim has shown us, so it wouldn't be much of a problem because at the end of the day, the reason you are in Group S is to secure that top 2 spot so you get that double Vanguard. So you get that Sage Sanctuary that allows you to go towards that lower bracket instead of starting at the lower bracket if you are in 3rd place.
Exactly that. So you don't want to be going down to 3rd place. Absolutely not. Especially after Gen.G having such a great performance in the ranking week and now as we get into survival week as they are currently showing right now. But I mean, the interesting thing for me now is that we're getting to game number 5. That's what, and the 20 heroes for both of these teams up on the board, right? Like that's a lot of heroes that you've now got to try and draft around. You've got to try and maybe come up with a new kind of team comp here. But the Fade in this one, the Fade Illusion combo here with the Gun and Mo, beautiful.
Beautiful execution coming in from the Fade and Gun and Mo. And let's not forget about Shoya here on the hands of Siri. Those wild rounds are not to be played around. He was landing shots after shots, securing these wild rounds for his teams, cutting down the HP short, especially on the members like Rock, Inua, and Monto.
Yeah, exactly. It's just nice little put downs there for the side of Nongshim RedForce. As you can see there, obviously, Faye not dropping a single life there. He was just basically there to give over, take the front line assault from the side of Gen.G, but then also give over the healings to his rest of his teammates. But if we look here, Illusion with a 61.1k damage dealt, as well as obviously Haku with a 42. But there was no kind of like weak link in terms of the damage, right? Like you can see there on the enemy team, for Monto include, they're still sitting around about those teen damage to numbers here. Same with Rock as well. So once again, when the Luna came through in the draft, we were excited, but then we remembered that last time that Rock picked the Luna, it wasn't the greatest pickup in terms of obviously KDA or even performance. It just did the job that it needed to do. And you can tell here by the goal graph that Gen.G, they did have a point in that game, in that map, to try and take the victory from themselves. But it was just the fact that Nongshim just had a little bit more better of a late game assurance, right? For Siri, for Illusion, all came through towards that latter part of the game.
I think the most important part that we saw so far was, first things first, Haku on that Fade, the MVP performance, 5-0 and 4 with a 22% damage dealt, 26% damage taken, and 25% total gold here. So the first big play that we have to imagine that we will see in the highlights later will be that bottom catch that they actually did, catching out the likes of Monto, getting kills onto Rock, and also, wow, if not mistaken, this is the one. So you see, Monto gets caught out, gets bursted right through the doors of his tower here, and at the backline here, Rock does get Siri here, but gets immediately melted by Illusion here. And Wawa goes in. As of this point, it's too late for Inu as he was too late to the party here, and this is the combo here. It wasn't Illusion, it was the wild round coming in from the side of the Siri here, but this was the last fight here. So yeah, you get a Shadow Vanguard here, but you immediately get torn apart, and yeah, Rock does show that he exited the game, so probably that's the issue over there, but that led to a game-ending push coming in from the side of our Nongshim RedForce here. The greatest red pushing the Game Changers to a deciding game number 5 of who claims that first place spot in this group.
Exactly that, right? This is going to be the final game between Nongshim and Gen.G, and it's going to be definitely one you don't want to miss out on. Obviously, ladies and gentlemen, because you have been stuck here for quite some time. We have had those pauses, and you've stuck with us through thick and thin, so we thank you very much as we're trying to be giving this action or this amazing best of 5. So make sure you don't go anywhere, guys. We are going for a break. We'll see you.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, starts in life. We don't gotta fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. This will be the last time we'll be tuning back in because this is the last game of the day because we have gone the full country mile of this best of 5. I am Blem, and with me is Sagi, giving you the great commentary throughout this whole day. And obviously, this is Nongshim going up against Gen.G for that 5th match. To see who comes out on top, is it going to be Nongshim, who've already taken a 3-0 victory, or is it going to be the game changers, Gen.G, who gets their first victory?
But hey, this is still the first round robin, right, Blam? So if they fail today, either team fails today, they still get their revenge, or they get to double down that victory over tomorrow, where they will face off again in another best of 5 series here. That's what makes the format so interesting, because you get one shot, but right now you get another shot here. So do you double down and lose the series here, or do you pack your bags and you go 1-1 in terms of scoreline here? So what is the case here? We're back to a best of 1 here. Those 2 matches, yeah, they're taking a toll on your hero pool, because right now 20 default bans for each of these teams has been banned away.
Just look how many heroes that is, man. That's like the combined 40 heroes, but for each team, that's 20. That's already a lot of heroes that you can be like, oh, you know what, let's play this. And you're like, oh, actually, no, we've played that. Just as you're seeing right now. Nongshim, they've played the Liang. They don't want that to come through. So maybe we could potentially be getting a Jing here from the side of Nongshim RedForce. So they don't go for it. Oh, Dolia pick. I mean, we've been seeing some waves being made in the YouTube chat there, really wanting the Dolia to come through. And there we go, fan service here for Nongshim RedForce. But who are they going to pair it up with?
Yeah, Dolia is up and available for grabs for the side of Nongshim RedForce. They do lock it in. So for Gen.G, Wawa still has the Dharma that's yet to be locked in from the previous games here. He does seem to be hovering over Dharma here. This is the beauty of Global Ban Pick here. You are forced to play these heroes until the very last moment here, but they are still thinking what picks are they are going for. It will be the Charlotte and Nua being locked in for the side of Gen.G.
Charlotte and Nua being locked in here for the side of Gen.G. Obviously, that's a good late game. Both of these are late game heroes, right? Obviously, the Nua late game. Charlotte has definitely more of a potential into the late game as well, up into the clash lane. But now we're going to be going for Nongshim, and Siri gets the Lung, right? So we're getting double infinite vastness potentially here. And then Monkey coming through. Haku already having a stellar performance on this hero.
He has had a stellar performance here against the likes of Kong's Fate nonetheless, so allowing himself to pick the Long and both the Monkey here, that is something that you wouldn't expect here coming in from Nongshim RedForce. On the side of Gen.G, however, with the availability of Arlie in the pool here, Monto does decide to go over to the Marco Polo instead of the Arlie.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Marco Polo into the monkey, right? Obviously, it's going to do a lot of true damage with his passive as well. So obviously, it's going to be a little bit easier in terms of trying to get the lockdown onto the monkey. But even here within the lane phase, right? Lung against Marco Polo. Marco Polo has a little bit of an easier one, right?
Marco Polo has a decent laning phase against the Long if the Long doesn't have assistance. So 1v1 scenario, as long as Marco Polo doesn't go into the range of the Flaming Palms, it's a-okay. But if, let's say, he takes one Flaming Palm to the face, that could just flip in favor of Siri in that laning phase. So it's a very technical matchup. A lot of range management for the Marco Polo, a lot of punishment that needs to be done from the Long himself.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see, obviously, Gen.G's game plan so far with just these three heroes in the draft, right? Obviously, Marco Polo is definitely going to have a little bit more of an easier time towards that early to mid-game, right? But then, obviously, if Gen.G have to go blow for blow into another 20-minute game, they have the Nua, they have the Charlotte, right? So I can imagine that Inua is going to be kind of rotating quite aggressively down to the bot side to try and give over and alleviate that 1v1 pressure, right?
It will seem to be the case, especially when you're playing the likes of a Dolia here, so you will technically follow more against your farm lane, so your farm lane gets a very safe environment here. But from Nongshim RedForce, they ban out the Sunbin from the side of Gen.G. We've seen how Clue likes to play the Sunbin to really counteract this Dolia in the Roamer role here, so that's something for the side of Nongshim RedForce to really figure out, especially batting out the idea, one of Marco Polo's best combinations here being locked away.
Exactly there. The Xiao, the idea being taken up here as well. Maybe they go for the likes of the Yaria maybe onto the side of Gen.G. I don't think I've ever seen Clue pick up the Yaria with the Marco Polo, but we'll have to wait and see, right? But, I mean, Nongshim, they haven't quite locked in their clash lane yet. They obviously have used the party, they have used the Byron as well as the potential Dharma also, but it's going to be the Motsu coming in through for the side of Gen.G. Suya as well potentially here, which can be fantastic, right? Obviously putting that damage reduction onto the enemy teams, that could be frightful here. We've seen quite a few setups for the Suya, especially as you get into that late game.
Oh, the Nutsa Dolia combo potentially being locked in for the side of Nongshim RedForce here will be very interesting here. So this is a very Dolia-centric team composition that's built for the side of Nongshim RedForce here. But you have to remember, as a Dolia, you do not have so much options to be picking around because you can only have one ultimate every few rotations here. So for who they want to be refreshing, I think it will likely be on the hands of a Monkey or a Nutsa.
I'm telling you, you go and look at that YouTube chat I put just after the break, Dolia and Nutsa combo coming through.
And what else are we getting?
I rest my case, you know, like the Nostradamus of Blam coming through here, but Gen.G obviously locking in the Jink here is going to be very scary. I mean, there's a lot of potential for this squishy hero to be taken down. Obviously, a lot of bullying from the Monkey as well as the Nutsa as well. So it's going to take a lot of setup here for the side of Gen.G. I can imagine that Clue and Rock have really got to be communicating very well in terms of getting those Cannon Blast pickoffs. And Clue's playing against the Motsu Master, right? He's playing against Faye. Faye loves this pick, so really, it's going to be a love letter or maybe a death note to the side of Gen.G, depending on how he plays this Motsu.
For me, like, answering back your question, if this game was in a vacuum, this draft was in a vacuum, I think so far, Nongshim RedForce drafted themselves a very evenly well-done draft. For the side of Gen.G, is very scrappy. If Rock doesn't find the correct tempo, it could spell doom for the entire Gen.G roster.
Yeah, I mean, you've got quite a few heroes onto the side of Nongshim RedForce who can soak that damage, right? Like, not only have you got the Monkey, and we've already seen from Haku's previous performance of today, where Monkey can not only soak the damage, but deal the damage at the same time. So really, you've got Monkey to contest with, you've got Kyung 9 on the Nutsa as well, and then you've also got the healing coming from the Dolia. So really, it's going to be hard for them to try and navigate these team fights. I think Gen.G on this one are going to definitely be looking at trying to get these like single target pickoffs, right?
And exactly the case here, Blam. It will be up to their executions here as we go in the final time today between Nongshim RedForce and Gen.G Esports. Who will draw first blood in this best of 5 series? Who will claim the win? It's time to find out. Let's go, Blam.
It is time to find out. It's a time to find onto the path to Hana as well with this one. Obviously, this is the full first best of 5 within the survival week. And we're not even done yet. This is going to be a long 4 days for these teams. So they're definitely going to pull the punches and hide some of their strats as they get into the playoffs. But right now, Monto's having a lot of pressure down to the bottom side of the map, seeing that FaZe rotating around, but also pressure going up the side of Nua here for Inua.
But beautiful steal here coming in from Illusion, denying that wild force away from the hands of Rock here. So that is gold removed and gold earned for the side of Illusion towards that mid lane here. And that is the melee form coming in from Hano here. Heals a lot when you land on multiple targets here. But look at the top side though. Rock looking for additional resources to be shared upon his teammates here. He needs that gold for the level 4.
Oh, absolutely. As soon as he gets to level 4, then those pickups are going to be a lot more of a party trick here for the side of Gen.G. But they're going to go for that space sprite here to obviously also get the teleportation when need be. And that's it. They get it. They get the resources. And Rock is now level 4.
Rock is now level 4, and that is the mirror domain being unlocked for this player here. So Rock, so far in the history of KWC, his Jink has had amazing performances. So coming into the series, I want to see how he performs on this Jink. Can he find key targets like Seri, key targets like Haku? It will be very interesting to see how it performs on this pick.
Yes, it could be very interesting to see how they do perform on this pick here for the side of Nongshim as well as Gen.G, right? But right now, obviously, a little bit of tip-tack going on, trying to contest that Spike Tail Beast there. It looks like it's going to go to the side of Nongshim, it seems.
Yeah, Nongshim does... And no, I think it went over to Monto, because I saw the healing went towards Monto, so I do think that they managed to protect the Spike Tail Beast away from contention here, but an ultimate does go through for the side of Kill 9 here, as it forces Wawa to back off towards safety here, as both mid laners have come towards the cavalry to protect their clash lane from any form of danger.
Yeah, I mean, this is the beauty of obviously the newer as well, right? Obviously, having that emergence means that you don't need to kind of like teleport or even go to the space sprite. You just need to keep making sure that you're there. Just give pressure to your side lanes as well.
Illusion is such a menace. He's been stealing away so much of these camps here, but we do receive a bit of a pause here for this game number 5 here, as before we figure out what's going on. But it does seem to me that Wawa seems to have a bit of a technical issue with his forward, as we see from our screen right now.
Oh, yes, that seems to be the case again. We are getting another technical pause here. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, just bear with us. Obviously, we will get back onto this game number 5 soon between Nongshim, RedForce, and Gen.G. But I mean, I feel like these pauses are probably a little bit more important for both of these teams right now, as obviously this is the last game of the day, and it's the last game that can really either put Nongshim top of the board or bring them down a little bit here. Obviously, getting that score of the series to rather than a 2-0 to a 1-1, which would definitely be an upset here for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
And let's talk a bit about the hero picks, right, on the side of Nongshim RedForce. They have a very well-drafted team fighting, team composition that rely on the late game of the Long and also the Nutza combination, right? Okay, on the side of the Gen.G side, however, you will have this team composition where it relies a lot about assassination and scrapping and a lot of these like side lane power, because once the mid game hits, the Marco Polo and Charlotte is actually a very strong side lane duo that really wins out these side lane objectives that allows you to put pressure in the side lane here. So the game plan is very different for both of these two teams, so we have to see how they realistically play out this early to mid-game tempo that will lead them to the inevitable mid to late game rotation that we have to see how they play out.
Yeah, I mean, the scary part, obviously, if the side of Nongshim RedForce is able to get to that late game, is if we start to see that interaction between Hino and Dolia, right? Because he has to get to level 15 for that stun to come through, if we get those double fate rewinds as well. So that could potentially be a little bit of an upset here for the side of Gen.G. Because, I mean, if you look at their comp, realistically, they have plenty of squishy heroes, right? I mean, yes, Clue could probably build the Motsu into a little bit more of a tankier build rather than just going full magic damage. But really, the only full tank, well, not even full tank, but sustainable hero onto their side alone is going to be looking at the likes of the Charlotte, right? So if you get the pick off the Charlotte, everybody else looks pretty squishy onto the side of Gen.G. And if you get that kind of like global stun come through, that's going to set up a huge team fight for Nongshim.
Yeah, huge team fight for Nongshim, especially you have like what, double Nose Ultimate, double Monkey Ultimate, so that little cat you see, the monkey jungle pick that's being locked by Haku. That's a lot of mobility for this ultimate, right? The double dream roam can go in, can go out. Sort of reminds me of something like a Dune per se, right? If you think about it.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be very interesting, especially with the double dream roam here. You don't have to worry about using it defensively, or that's it. It's exhausted. You can then just basically like, right, okay, let's give all the Celestial Melody to Haku. Haku can then just go for another re-engage, and then try to go for a pick up onto the enemy line. I mean, you could even go for like a, I don't know, like a swing, right? Like you could go for one dream roam, cover the distance, and then go for another to cover even greater distance here. So there's plenty of synergy to be had here with the Dolia between these two teams, and we definitely want to get back onto the Gorge here to see who comes out on top of this full best of 5.
That will be the eventual answer that has to be answered at the end of the day, right? Because we watched the entire tournament of today. This is the highlighted match that we are all really waiting to see, right? Because it's Gen.G, it's Nongshim RedForce. These two teams, they are the top dogs of the KME fall. And the storyline is very amusing because Nongshim RedForce, undefeated in spring, kings of the KME spring, but coming into fall, coming into KWC 2025. Didn't have a really good series so far. It didn't have a very good run so far, and they're starting to lose games against the Raccoons, against Scarz, and they're starting to show signs of weaknesses. And right now, Gen.G pushing them to game number 5 here. This is not what we've seen, not what we can see back in KME Spring.
Exactly. It's definitely KME Spring was more of a, let's just say, clear dominance from Nongshim. Let's be polite to the teams. They were able to obviously take a lot of like 3-0s and 2-0s. It was never kind of a case of, oh, we've been caught out. But it was obviously the ranking week and also the playoffs where they started to show their weaknesses, right? Like where it really matters the most. That's where teams started to take some of their rounds from them. I mean, even Scarz took a whole series from Nongshim RedForce. So realistically, you could be seeing that Scarz may have had the same kind of issue that Crazy Raccoons had earlier, right? Crazy Raccoons, Scarz in the spring season, they took a 3-0 defeat onto Scarz into the first game of the day, but first match of the time they met each other. But then the final day, when it matters probably the most here for Scarz, they're able to take a 3-1 victory over Nongshim, right? So that's maybe where we're going to be starting to see the likes of maybe Crazy Raccoons bounce back onto Nongshim. They played them once, they found out, they've sussed their game plan, and then they come back striking hard. But it's going to be an interesting 4 days for these teams.
You see Inua just shaking his chair right now, chilling, waiting for the technical pause to be resolved, looking towards the screen, giving him a smile. He has a pretty nice beard, I gotta say. Kind of reminds me of Glam in his early days.
That might be a little more graceful, bro. Thick.
You're a stallion. Yeah.
But it was also itchy, so we're not going back to that phase. So, yeah, we're still waiting for obviously the pause to come up here, guys. So thanks again for bearing with us. It has been a very long day. I mean, we started around about 10 o'clock, and now we're at 4:33 here in the UK. What time is it over there, Sagi?
So we started at 5 p.m. GMT plus 8. So right now it's about 11:33 in the GMT plus 8, which is Southeast Asian time, and Malaysia and Singapore. So it's been going on 6 hours and plus, even though we have back-to-back 3-0. But we're finally back to the Gorge, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going into the Nongshim RedForce and Gen.G game number 5.
Exactly, we are back in. Hopefully there will be another pause within this best of 5 now. Obviously we are at the last game, we're in the last match, so if there is going to be any more happening, it would be obviously just here. But right now we're even pre 4 minutes, right? We've not even had a shadow, we've not even had a tyrant, we've not had an overlord onto the Gorge just yet. It has been not a bloodbath, but definitely a little bit of a pick up in the brawl here. Obviously, Rock has to use the mirror domain to try and survive Haku after that dream roam getting connected there. The illusion, the annihilation just come through, but he manages to get out of the circle of the mirror domain, keeping himself alive. He was just looking for that pick up onto Rock, right? He was making sure that going for this neutral objective, it's going to be an easier ride for him. But unfortunately, Rock did not give him that satisfaction.
Nah, man, Rock was like, you dare to engage onto me? Let me show you early game Jing damage. And that is what Rock delivered. And he almost chunked out Haku from that exchanger. So moving towards this objective here, I think Rock's ultimate won't be up so quickly here. So the main objective will be to pick up the Azure Golem first. then only look towards that potential Tyrant here. So Tyrant won't be a main focus here coming in from both junglers.
Exactly. I mean, we saw obviously Haku has to start on the opposite side of the map there, but it looks like Rock's actually going to make sure he's just procuring a little bit more gold here, maybe trying to build or finish up itemization for the Jing. So obviously going into this fight is going to do a lot more damage. But now we obviously see here he does have the mirror domain, but also Haku has the dream roll. They do get the snipe here. They get the crucial kill theft as they come through here with a Tyrant. So Gen.G secure that first Tyrant off the board.
The powerful thing about the Jing, right? You get all these momentum here, especially when you have that mirror. You double your snipe value the further the mirror domain is away from you.
Exactly. It's going to be scary here for the side of Nongshim when they're trying to force force out that mirror domain, and then obviously try and force the fight around the mirror domain. They've got to kind of play a little bit of like square in the box at this point of the game. But right now, obviously, Gen.G need to make sure they do something here with that. But obviously, the think inside the box being caught out early there. There we are. Going to get the Fever Barrage come through. First Blood gets dealt onto Faye there. The Dolian does get taken out, and Monto secures that extra little bit of gold there.
Beautiful here coming in from Monto and also Rock, finding that perfect ultimate chain combo and deleting Faye here. So if Faye spends that spell to and hop forwards or hop backwards, you do not have a mobility spell because you are a Dolian with a heal here. So props to Monto and Rock for finding that key engage.
Yeah, very well. I mean, even though the think inside the box was obviously maybe prematurely committed there, it wasn't going to get the lockdown that it needed, but it definitely obviously helped that Faye overextended, got the push there, but now we're going to see the mirror domain come through here for Rock, but he's taking too much damage from. Oh, Siri has to use the infinite bathroom there. He comes down, lands on top of Rock, gets the kill, and there it is, Marco Polo Monto picking up another kill for himself.
Good one trade here, but we do seem to have another bit of a pause here, as I do think that the issue hasn't been resolved. So let's just hop right back into it as we see who was experiencing some issues with their devices before we move back to the game here, as we have more people heading over to the side of Gen.G to see what is going on so far. But 1-for-1 exchange towards the bottom side here. Rock did find an assassination, but Siri with a good response time does seem to be able to react towards that engage, resulting into a 1-for-1.
Yeah, able to get that 1-for-1 trade there. Obviously, Monto picking up 2 kills onto the side of Gen.G's. Obviously, the desired advantage here that Gen.G really needed. But to be honest, Rock's been getting caught out pretty easy onto the within that bot side of the map, right? Like, you don't normally see a Jin get caught out that easy. Took way too much damage from the likes of Siri on the Lung. Tried to obviously get the reflections here to try to mitigate that damage, but it just didn't quite work in his favor. But hey, that's the kind of like the level of gameplay we're playing at right now between Nongshim and Gen.G, right?
Yeah, you make a play and you expected an immediate response here coming in from both these two teams here, which is expected, right? So it's still good stuff here coming in from both these two teams here. It seems to me that Wawa is having issues still with his device, so we're getting some technical expertise here to really figure out like what's going on. It's been a long day. Do bear with us, guys. We want to see the finale of these two teams. Whoever can win against each other, it's known rivals here. It's the challengers of Gen.G trying to contest Nongshim of their KME champion spot here. So definitely worth the wait, and good things tend to be needed of patience.
Oh yes, patience is a virtue, and you guys have been absolute saints in the chat, so thank you very much for sticking by with us, and thanks for putting up with our yapping through these pausing segments. Obviously, it's getting late over there for Sagi. He's looking in his bed, he's like, yo, that looks good, like, I need that. But at the moment, we've got this keeping us obviously entertained. We need to see how this is resolved, because if I don't see how this is resolved, I wouldn't be able to sleep. I'd be like, yo, I need to find out who comes out on top here, because Gen.G are making kind of history here, right? Like, if they are able to take this game off of Nongshim, this is the first time they've ever done it, which is obviously a long time coming, and we were just talking about that moment in time where patience is a virtue, and these teams have obviously been playing night and day, scrimming as hard as possible, improving their game awareness to get to even this point against Nongshim RedForce.
And that is why trading is so important in HOK Esports, even though you were like DSE back in 2024, coming to 2025, not the best of years for that team in the MPL region, nor the global region here. So there are teams that can contest against the best of the best and result in yourself to grow over the season, grow into this final form that you're looking at, as we see players picking up their phones as we march right back into Hero Scorch with potentially more action.
I don't think I've ever seen a happier sight. You know, like when I see these 5 players pick up these phones, I'm like, this is just this is what life means. This is what life means. But there we go. Obviously, we did see the Haku steals away from the Azure Golem onto the side of Gen.G, which is again just another good sign for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Contesting the Azure Golem away from Rock is definitely going to put a blunder onto this Jing pick.
Jing requires a lot of mana to be played around with. Need the CD, so being able to deny such an important buff away from the Assassin Jing, it's a very good sign coming in from Nongshim RedForce, but towards the bottom side, Gen.G is starting to rack up a pretty good tempo here on Monto, especially handing him 2 kills already on this Marco Polo. So right now, if you're Seri, you just want to be thinking like, okay, make this laning phase as long as possible so I can stay here and not allow Monto to go bully Kill Knight on the cross map.
Exactly. They're just going to make sure that Monto is locked in place and kept in his lane, or else he's kind of just going to be traveling across the gorge, trying to get those kills upon there as well. And it looks like potentially another pause here. I didn't even say it this time, so you can't blame me for the jinxing as I'm seeing in the YouTube chat. And they said, like, someone was saying, hey, I feel sorry for the casters. And then someone was like, I feel sorry for me because I'm sat here. And then somebody else was like, hey, they're talking though. But I'm like, I feel sorry for the players. These guys have been playing for so long. If I was playing for this long, I would be so fatigued. But no, these boys are just powering through. Big up to Nongshim, big up to Gen.G, whilst we just wait for this pause to come through, ladies and gentlemen.
But this is the reality of esports, right? You have always got to be preparing your mental state, your gameplay to accommodate sudden issues like this, because it is not within your control. You just have to sit still, sit tight, meditate, or think about positive things that don't really affect your mental here. Yes, pauses can be a struggle to deal with, but you have to face it with a positive attitude if you are a player or aspiring player to begin with, right?
Exactly, yeah, it's a part of the mental, right? I mean, yes, you may have the skill, yes, you may have the potential to go as a competitive player, but can you outstand the mental fatigue of pauses, of sitting around, just trying to conclude this match to get that point onto the board for your org, for your teammates, for your friends, for your fans at home, right? Like, it's not just all about you, it's all about everybody that's involved. But we're doing it. We're doing it. We're all doing it as a team. HOK, AOK, HOK at this point, right? But if we try and I'm trying to revisit like anything that really happened within that, between this pause and the last pause, was really only Haku stealing away the Azure Golem, right? Like, that was the only probably pivotal thing that happened within that entire thing.
I think that's pretty worth it, right? Like we mentioned, you deny a cooldown reduction and a mana regeneration buff from the likes of a Jing that really relies on CD and dashing around the map here, but we're back again towards the gorge here as we see Rock trying to find a flashless series ultimate here.
I mean, was he trying to find a flash or was he trying to find a pause at this moment in time? There we go. And there we go. I'm not too sure if it's these guys now. I don't know who is causing the pause here. It doesn't look like it's Rock or... I mean, Clue's trying to think, is it us? Is it me? Is it them? I don't know.
One way to find out. Let's see who's like hovering their phones here. It does seem to me that Wawa is not having the biggest, greatest of the time here. And Clue is standing up right now with one of the referees heading over to their places here as they are making phone calls to cross-check to the department that they need to be checking with here. So back to another topic here. Okay, so new patch next season on September 24th. Umbrosa. This Umbrosa has been teased for so darn long and is finally being released to the global here.
Yeah, I remember it was only like a few months ago where it was actually teased onto the Under King's Chinese server as well, right? Like, this was a pick that was like a hero that was being kind of like promoted, and I remember seeing a lot of buzz online about it. It looks like a really cool hero. And then literally a few months down the line, we get it as well. So I like the fact that obviously we get the new heroes as well as the other servers as well. So it just makes it a much more of a better matchup here. I think all the teams is going to go for a stretch. Hopefully we can stretch soon. So we are coming back to ourselves here. So you do get to see our pretty faces. We haven't just melted in our chairs and actually put on our pajamas. We are still in our suits. We're still here casting away and yapping away for you guys. But yeah, it looks like the team's going to just have a little bit of a break whilst we just sort out this issue and see if we can get it all resolved for this final match of the day, right? Obviously, still game number 5. This is the last little bit of action onto the gorge that we will get for today.
Yep, last little bit of action here, so we will have to definitely pull a stretch, get that vitalization in, get that momentum in. Let's take a breather, let's reset our mentals, and let's wait for the technical difficulty to be resolved until these two giants do get to clash in that last game of the series.
Yes, again, we're just waiting for that moment to come through, right? Obviously, it's going to be a little bit of a, I'm assuming, since the teams have all stood up and gone away, we could be looking at a potential longer pause here than what we've been having over the past 2-3 pauses. So bear with us, guys. Thank you very much. We will obviously conclude this series today. Whether it's now, whether it's midnight, we will still do it for you. Don't worry, we will get to this end of this series. But it's been a fantastic one, right? Obviously, the first 2 series, we had 3-0 stomps for those 2 teams. Obviously, Crazy Raccoons definitely had a less of an impact onto the gorge that we were seeing in the ranking week. But I think that's down to the fact that obviously Fade and Kong obviously were very focused onto the behests of Nongshim RedForce. But then the second series of the day, we were really caught off surprise there because obviously RA Esports got up against Scarz. We honestly thought that was going to go at least a 3-1 scoreline, but RA Esports with an average match duration of around about 9 minutes was crazy. But I think we're going to go for a little break here, guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
make the whole street a party, and add disco balls. Realme 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marshes' first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seers' legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscience are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025, and we're going to get back into this game very soon, don't you worry. Going up against Nongshim RedForce. Gen.G never won a single series up in Nongshim in a best-of-5 format, but now we get straight back into action. Here it is, the Murder Maid, forcing out the Infinite Bastards right now, and obviously Cannon Blast just keeping away the enemy team from assaulting Gen.G's Crystal.
And this was because the fact that Rock was thinking like, okay, Seri doesn't have Flash. Seri might have the ultimate here, so if we were to force the ultimate away from the side of Seri, it will give so much leeway for Monto to really pursue this laning play with ease and skill towards that mid-game dominating side lane boss.
Yeah, exactly. They're just going to make sure that they don't get too far into the late game here for the side of obviously Nongshim RedForce. They do have obviously late game policy for the side of Gen.G as well, obviously Wawa, and Indigo, they've got to be careful here. Skyfall does fall onto Mondo as well. He tries to get the catch with inside the box, but it does land onto Kyung9, but he's able to get out alive. But now the Scepters of Fate is enough damage from Nua. They are about to get the takedown. It's going to be a double kill here for Rock on the side of Gen.G. With that 2-1 trade now on the side of Gen.G.
So much gold being funneled towards the hands of Rock here. That is the correct member that you want the gold to be handed towards to. And I gotta say, so much damage being landed onto Monto's face as well. Immediately, the Skyfall comes in, lands onto Monto, and immediately gets deleted.
He immediately gets deleted, but Rock's being standing there. This could only spell one thing, Sagi.
And it is a pause. So before
the pause.
So it's okay. It's alright. If the game were to end like that, it will be a shame. So we will get it fixed as soon as possible here. But issues will be issues. That is why we are trying our best to fix it. So do not worry, do not fret. We will get going to check out what's the problem, you know, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think they might be able to fix it quicker if they fly me over to Malaysia. I might be able to fix it quicker for them. But no, all jokes aside, we've had plenty of pauses and we just want to get this obviously game wrapped up. We want to see who is going to be the contender of that top spot within Group S after day number 1 of survival. We still have another jam-packed, action-packed 3 days of the survival week as well. I mean, we barely touched on Group A, right? Like, we've still got teams like A-Star, CMF. We have those are the 2 teams that actually haven't played today. Don't get to play till around about the especially on broadcast anyway, until day number 3. So quite a lot already waiting to be seen here within the KME.
So if I'm not mistaken, today off stream, there seemed to be a game as well. Let me check on my notes here. It will be... Where is it? Where is it? Oh no, today is these 3 games. Yeah. Yeah, no off-stream games today, right? I guess. Eh? Yeah, doesn't seem to be there's any off-stream game today. Yeah, my bad. So, yeah, coming into the next few days, I'm very interested in RA's performance actually, on how they easily beat Scarz. Does that just mean that they can just breeze through Group A with no harm at all? Because the reason why we rate Scarz so highly is because they almost 2-0 Nongshim RedForce on the last day of the ranking.
Yeah, actually, no. There was an offline broadcasting match, but it's already happened. It was A-Star Esports against CMF. CMF lost 3-1. So A-Star currently up with a 3-1 scoreline against CMF. So really, time for around about that second and first place right now is going to be A-Star Esports and R8. R8 obviously going to take it just a little bit further because they have the win differentials within the rounds. But series-wise, both A-Star and R8 Esports, obviously both hailing from the MENA region as well, definitely leading Group A into victory at this point in the game. But tomorrow's offline broadcast match will be Scarz against A-Star, which we've seen that Scarz obviously have beaten A-Star before, but in a best of 5, A-Stars, like we've seen with R8 Esports, they could come back with a buff here in the survival group.
That may be the case, right? Because tomorrow also our first game will be Nongshim against Gen.G again of this repeat matchup. So last game today, Nongshim goes against Gen.G. First game of tomorrow, Nongshim goes against Gen.G again. So it's a repeat of what's going to be happening. So it's going to be very interesting, especially for both of these two teams. They're going to be like, okay, let's pack this up after the pause. Let's finish up the game. Let's go back to sleep, get some good rest, get some good food, wake up. Oh, it's you guys again. Let's go at it again.
Yeah, hopefully they don't spend as much time as they have today with each other. So fingers crossed for you guys that Nongshim RedForce and Gen.G is going to be a little bit more of an efficient match there tomorrow. Maybe it'll still go with the full best of 5, right? Like maybe it'll still go with the full best of 5. After seeing what so much has already been put onto the gorge here between these two teams, I feel like you are going to see a different kind of narrative in terms of the BP, what went well for obviously Gen.G and Nongshim already within this best of 5 format, right? Like if you're looking at, if you're Nongshim and you're looking at Gen.G, you know that obviously Guan Yu, Masashi, Yuan, Lung, and the Lubang, even though that was a 22-minute game, like almost 23 minutes, that's the kind of draft that's seen Gen.G through the end, right? Like obviously you've seen Clue playing kind of like very aggressively across the gorge, trying to get the intel, using the battlefield command and the whatnot to get the double down on the side of Nongshim RedForce. And then if you're Gen.G, you're looking at the drafts of Nongshim and you're kind of finding these like that team fight orientated drafts. Obviously, especially the game number 2, right? That was the most like proficient draft that I've seen with Nongshim. The Bati, the Orgren, the Yixing, the Ali, as well as the Dianpo. Like, there's so much kind of like team fight setups that you can have within that draft that's really Gen.G struggled with that one. But I mean, if you look at their draft, what they drafted against that one, it was always going to be hard, right? You've got squishy heroes like the Xiao Chao, Consort Yu, the Pei as well. Really just there to try and get those single target pickups. But when you've got like 3 front lines, you know for a fact that Yixing and the Ali aren't going to be running around separately for that chance to get a pickup, right?
Yeah, and talking about one thing's for sure, the fact that they brought out the Liu Bang roam and it worked wonders for them, you gotta think, how much of these picks have Gen.G or Nongshim actually figure out in their brains and in their scrims? Because if you were to play on a larger scope of a tournament, be it a best of 7, be it a best of 5 scenario, you need these big and how would I say it, mastered composition mastery on what to drop, what to play around. That's why top teams like AG from KPL, TTG from KPL, Wolves, and Nova Esports and HBSC from MPL region, they have a lot of different strategies that they can bring out in long games like the BO7. For example, you cannot always bank on rocket carry. You have to put the responsibility back onto farm lane or onto clash lane. That's why Wawa, when he gets his hands on the Mayin, gets his hands on the Guan Yu, things do start to get looking better for them. So it's very similar in this case.
Very similar, yeah, exactly. You can't just kind of have like one carry-orientated team, and I think that's where Nongshim really shine here, because it goes back to the point we was making earlier in the broadcast about especially when we was looking at the Crazy Raccoon series going up against Nongshim RedForce. It's like, would you rather have one player have 8 MVPs, or would you rather have a team that's obviously secure in the MVPs over those 5 players? And we both agreed that you'd rather have an MVP-worthy draft and roster than just have a solo carry team member, which was the issue of Gen.G earlier within the Honor of Kings season 2025, right? Especially within Season 3 Invitational. They were really riding on Rock to get the victory, and just like it happened to Crazy Raccoons earlier, it never came into reality because you need 5 players on the team. You don't need just one good player and then the rest kind of just melt around that good player. You have to kind of rely and bear the burden with the rest of your teammates.
Yeah, I mean, at the top level of Honor of Kings, if only one role shines, it's very difficult for you to grasp a control of the game, because at the very end, it's still a 5-person game. If one person falters, everyone falters. That is the harsh truth of Honor of Kings, because it's such a macro and micro heavy dependent game whereby if one person makes a mistake, that mistake will affect the whole team. Let's say Clash Lane dies or Roamer dies. Then who gets affected? Either your mid lane, your jungle, or your farm lane. Especially the jungle. If one person dies, dare I say 5 people will be on time and on point appearing on your buff the moment it's bought.
Exactly that. Like, it's the intel, right? We always say intel is the wintel between these two teams, and throughout this best of 5, we've been seeing some really good performances from the likes of Clue, right? Like the way he played with Ubang, who was always kind of trying to make sure that he knew the whereabouts of Haku if he was going to be engaging the enemy jungle, or if we look back at the R8 and Scarz one, right? We saw that Mijoj and I believe it was actually Gomez keeping check on Mfong, right? Like, he was on you, making sure that their Azure Golem was kept safe. And I think it's those kind of like moments within Honor Kings Esports, especially within the global scene, where we start to see that these are like these small kind of playstyle adjustments that you can make that can turn you from like a good team to a great team, right?
A good team to a great team, and great team to a best team here. That's why if you have 5 very strong players in their own respective roles, you still have not yet reached the best team composition, because they still need to glue well together. Communication needs to be worked on, discipline needs to be worked on, yada yada yada. You need to have the best coaching staff. Then there's where all the pieces come into shape, such as teams like AG from KPL region, for example, where they just went like what, 6 KPL titles in a row, and then 8 grand final titles in a row, 8 grand finals appearances in a row. So these are like crazy achievements that's not built just in a day or in a year, but built over time as an organization, as a team, and that's where you see the fruit to be born and to bear.
Exactly. I mean, we already see obviously certain rosters within Honor of Kings Esports, especially within the different regions like MKL and even KME, right? Like, there's 2 teams that spring to mind when you think of well, 3 teams actually that spring to mind when you think of a consistent draft, consistent roster. Obviously, there's still a variance within that spectrum, though. So you say, for example, 3 teams are, you got Blacklist International at the kind of like one end of the spectrum. They are a consistent roster, but I feel like because of how the league in PKL is a different meta to the strategy within international competitions, they can't always win on a scrappy kind of meta. So they're at this one end of the spectrum. Then in the middle part of the spectrum, you have Nongshim RedForce, which is a consistent draft. They are always kind of like plateauing at that same kind of level. Season 3 Invitational was their peak. KME Spring was their peak. KWC, not quite their greatest peak because of the fact of the format, right? That's what could only really surmise the downfall of Nongshim RedForce was the fact that the best of 3 format doesn't give them the correct motives to shine, right? But then obviously on the opposite side of the spectrum, we have the likes of Nova Esports. Nova Esports have this roster for a very long time. They have shown time and time again that they aren't kind of like just lalligallion and just kind of like dilly-dallying about and just being kind of just like, right, okay, we've won the Season 3 Invitational Championship. Cool, we won, amazing. And then kind of just faltered from there. They took that performance, went to MKL, even polished it off even further. They got to KWC, completely eradicated the competition within the KWC. Obviously, they were going round to round with some of these other teams as well within the international scene, so there's still work to be done. But the pinnacle is, and the standout point for a team like Nova Esports and why they're on the opposite side of the spectrum is the fact that they took a game off of TT Global, right? Like, this is a KPL team. This is a league that is miles and the Mount Olympus of Honor Kings Esports. These global teams can get there, but it is a matter of time, a matter of discipline, and just a matter of testing their knowledge against such teams with such great skill at Honor of Kings. So really, you've got these 3 teams within the international ecosystem that spread across this one spectrum, have those consistent rosters and show the different levels of what consistent roster can really do, and depending on the leagues as well.
That goes to show, like, improvement really proved, right? Like, Nova Esports, they weren't this team that immediately became this insanely good. They lost to the likes of Team Secret back then, lost to BSE, didn't really qualify to these major tournaments, and then as S3 approached, as 2025 approached, they started to blossom into this very strong team. They started beating out all the competitions in Malaysia, then qualified to the big tournament, which is HOK S3, then went clean against the likes of Vitality, against the likes of OG doing that then, and then towards the finals, they faced against the current Nongshim RedForce. And at that point, all these 2 teams were pretty tight in terms of their mechanics, in terms of their macro skills, but that is the difference between a strong team and a very strong team. Very strong teams, even though if they start slow, once they find that power, once they find that spark, they have an explosive growth that pushes them towards to even global heights. Like what Vlad mentioned just now, Nova Esports, they were at like what, KWC, and then they beat out all the competition, the global teams, just to lose out to the KPL Giants. And to manage to get 1 game is already enough coming in for a global team that only had the game for like 1 year of official esports. So that to say, it's already an amazing feat coming in for our global region here. For our expectation on Gen.G or Nongshim RedForce, it is to grow even further, like what Gen.G has shown, previously unable to fight the KME champions, which is Nongshim RedForce, in a best of 5 or best of 3 scenario. But look at where are they now, pushing Nongshim RedForce to a game number 5. That is the growth we want and expect in our region here, that eventually KME is able to match KMW, the likes of OG, the likes of Mr. Minds. That is what we want to see. And then KME and KMW will look eye to eye and then conquer the entire global ecosystem. That is the end game storyline that we're expecting.
Exactly right. We're just making sure that these teams are able to kind of thrive as far as possible and as furthest as possible obviously within Honor of Kings Esports. And all the resources are there, right? Obviously, we have the likes of the Honor of Kings Esports Power Up program as well. That's always very handy. We can see here that the players are leaving once again, so I imagine we're going back to our pretty faces, Sagi. So take your finger from your nose. We're going to stop picking our noses, and we're back on camera here. And obviously, we are waiting for this pause to be resumed here. So once again, we do want to thank everybody at obviously the YouTube channel and obviously across all the streams here that you have been very patient and waiting for this game to come online. I can now see you guys. I was a blur for a second there. But no, we're back here, and we're just waiting for these teams. As you see, all the Gen.G just took a leave there, maybe to go and just have a little bit of a rest break. Obviously, sat at these chairs, waiting for this pause to be neutralized here is something that both these teams are wanting to get under their belt.
Maybe it's a physical tech pause, maybe it's like a ISP provided kind of tech pause. We haven't really gotten into the specifics of why there's this delay, but as Blav said, thank you so much for bearing with us. Thank you so much for staying with us. We are trying our best to keep you guys entertaining with our infinitely continuous yapping that we managed to really learn in our podcast sessions. So thank you guys so much. Do suggest anything that you want us to discuss about on the live stream. If it's available, we might just consider talking about it on here, which, if there's no restraints.
Exactly, yeah. We obviously keep it completely PG, completely Honor of Kings friendly and relative, and we'll obviously discuss that with you guys within the chat. But right now, obviously, we're just waiting for these teams to get back onto their seats, bums on the seats, hands on the phones, and then hopefully we'll start to see the conclusion of this best of 5. Obviously, it's our first best of 5 within the KME. It's our first day within the survival week of the KME as well. So sometimes these things can happen. It is life. It is esports, as Hagi was saying. This is all about making sure you're maintaining this mental. And right now, I mean, none of these teams are looking exhausted, right? Like, they're just like, right, okay, they're just gritting the bearing with it. They just want to get back on there. They want to get the action to unfold for you guys at home and for ourselves as casters.
Well, that's life, right? Life is not always smooth. Same goes as esports. It's not always smooth, but the end goal, that prize pool, that fame, that glory is always very, very worth it to sacrifice yourself or your time to chase after it. So that's just life in general. That's just esports in general. It's not always a smooth path. And when you get over these courses in life, that's where you get rewarded for your hard work and your opportunities start to get more and more as you grow stronger. So for these two teams, they are definitely stronger compared to themselves back in a few seasons. So right now is for them to really just manage through some of these little technical difficulties, for them to actually salvage that fruit that they have really put that seed down for those long period of times. Now it's like what? It's almost blooming, right? It's almost blooming.
It's almost blooming, correct. Obviously, after their ranking week performances of these both two teams, they definitely want to try and go out of this best of 5 gun blazing, right? Obviously, try and get a score, a series score onto the board, which is ultimately what everything is decided down to. Obviously, Gen.G do have their butts on their chairs now. So maybe, just maybe, we are going to be potentially going back very, very soon within this best of 5. But right now, yeah, it's been an interesting one so far. Survival week, we are surviving. We're surviving right now on the broadcast in terms of obviously Sagi, but it's not just survival week for the players; it's survival week for the casters as well. So
yeah,
it's going to be interesting. Very interesting week ahead of us, especially like we just saw of the broadcasted offline match there, CMF losing to A Star Esports. Well, the one thing I'm really like, I'm interested in is the fact that I wonder what Jing Tian drafted in the entire of that game.
Oh, yeah.
In those 4 games. In those 4 games.
Yeah, Jing Tian is a very interesting player whereby he always bring out the weirdest picks like the Yao, like Yang Jin towards the jungle. So this guy is very interesting of a player that we haven't seen so far in the coming seasons. Like especially today, I think the most interesting pick that we had was actually Q on that Liu Bang roam. Aside from that, I think all else was really standard, right?
Yep, exactly. So, I mean, this is what new just in, guys. So, due to a severe technical issue, both teams have agreed to keep the score at 2-2, and the 5th game, ban and pick and common skill selection. A rematch of the 5th game will be played off stream on a scheduled date. So, that is going to be a bit of a conclusion that maybe we didn't want to see here, but it's probably for the best. So these team players can actually play at the optimal settings, on the optimal phones, in the optimal environment to get that final win onto the board, right? So it is going to end at a 2-2 score here between Nongshim and Gen.G for now, but it will get resolved offline for that 5th match. So both of the teams know that they are playing up to scratch. And you guys have been super duper patient. Obviously, we all love you for being here and sitting through with us with this one. I mean, you had to listen to me and Sagi. Yeah, we've had to pull man out of the ether. So thank you very much for that as well.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. We really love you guys, and thank you really much for your patience. It's sad that we have to end it this way, but it's not the end for Nongshim, RedForce, and Gen.G Esports because, like what I mentioned, all the things will be remain. It's just that they will rematch in a scheduled date that will be offline. So at the very least, it is settled fair, square, and neatly at the end of the day for these two teams.
Exactly that. I mean, like we were saying earlier as well, Sagi, the fact that these two teams play again tomorrow morning, well, not tomorrow morning, but 10 a.m. For the UK,
PM.
and obviously
Yeah.
PM for you guys over there as well. So they will meet again. Whether that is going to be a bit of a predictor of that offline match is yet to be seen, but these teams are going to want that time away, right? Like, it's getting late. Obviously, it's the time over there in Malaysia, so they definitely want to get their rest. So they actually do play that second series against each other as optimal as possible, and then play that 5th and final game between each other in the optimal settings as well. So completely understandable. It's very nice that both of these teams have definitely come to a sportsmanship conclusion here, that they're both going to respect each other as team members and as teams, because they both want the best for either Gen.G or Nongshim RedForce to get and play that best of 5 at a scheduled time offline.
schedule time offline, but that's the funny thing, right? That's the interesting thing, right? Imagine they schedule it right after the full round robin that's played tomorrow. So if let's say you are Gen.G, you are like Nongshim RedForce, if anything happens to you tomorrow, and at the last game that affects you to either be second or third, that will be very interesting to see. If it's first or second, nah, it doesn't really matter. You're still secured for that upper group bracket. All things aside, it's very cool. But let's say if something is like, our Crazy Raccoon suddenly pop off and 3-0 both Nongshim and Gen.G, that's something to really be interesting because that last game is gonna matter a lot. But of course, from Crazy Raccoon's performance so far, it doesn't seem like they can challenge Nongshim or Gen.G, but maybe tomorrow, they'll be different. Who knows?
It could be different, right? Like I said, obviously within the ranking week, Crazy Raccoons didn't have their best day number 1, but then day number 2 came back. We were all surprised by Kai and Kong, so maybe that's all it takes is just like that teething issue on day number 1, and then we come into it, and then Crazy Raccoons is going to be a little bit more better this time around. But we do obviously visit back to the point there of obviously Gen.G and Nongshim finishing out that 5th match at a scheduled time offline. Means that obviously you saw there, like it'd be so unfair for either of these teams. It seems to be not just Gen.G, but obviously Nongshim having an issue with their phone, where their heroes are just stopping in place. And if you have first place or at least upper place bracket placement riding on this, you definitely want to be feeling that you are being heard and fair adjustments are being made so that you can actually play and even potentially get to that top placement as well within Group S. So definitely props to tournament organizers to come into this the conclusion, and obviously to the teams agreeing together that this is going to be the best case moving forward. So we don't only just have the action with Honor of Kings Esports, we have the sportsmanships. Everybody wants everybody to have that best opportunity within this KME fall season 2025.
Yep, that is very important, especially you don't just need to know how to play games, you need to learn how to respect each other, respect your teammates, learn how to talk to your audiences, learn how to be sociable among your teammates, and learn how to manage your own temper here. It's not all about yourself, it's about the full team and how the team gets the best scenario out of these situations, such as these uncontrollable situations per se in the competitive environment here. So right now, we're just probably waiting for the end day results to be gathered from our production side. So this will be the pop-up here. Due to a severe technical issue, both teams have agreed to keep the 2-2 score and the 5th game ban and pick and common skill selection here. So everything will be the same. And then a rematch of the 5th game will then be played off stream on a scheduled date here. So everything will be kept fair and square, just that maybe the mental, the mood, the drive or the adrenaline going to the game number 5 will be slightly different here, but in terms of skills, heroes, and even down to common spells, everything will stay the same.
Exactly that. So just keeping it completely fair for you guys at home, so we're knowing that we are taking the right procedures to make sure that this is fair for both of these teams, that there is obviously nothing completely going on wrong here. It just seems to be a bit of a technical issue with a phone that just doesn't quite seem to be being solved. So it's for the best for both of these teams. They've agreed that it's for the best for both of these teams. And as I've already alluded to earlier, is the fact that it's getting late for some of these guys as well. I mean, these are still quite young players as well. So sleep is detrimental just as much as preparation for the morning as well, right? Like sleep is just as more important than obviously breakfast you have in the morning, making sure you're on the right diet, making sure you're having enough fruit before you get onto the gorge as well. So definitely the best outcome for both of these teams. So we'll obviously see them once again tomorrow. They will be the first matchup of the day. It will be Nongshim going to get the Gen.G once again, and then obviously we'll have some more banger matches for you guys to sink your teeth into as we get into day number 2 of the survival week.
Yeah, day 2 will be even more important for these teams because it's starting to get even more feisty and spicy, because it's starting to matter of placement, it's starting to matter of survival in the tournament, hence why it's called Survival Week here. And here are today's matches that has been played so far. We have Nongshim starting off the day 3-0 against the KJL representatives, Crazy Raccoons, into Scarz being 0-3 against RA Esports. So not a good day for KJL fans from the Japan region. And to end of the day, sadly to say, it is at a stalemate of 2-2 with an unresolved tech issues, but they will be playing on the game at a scheduled date with the same setup here. And this is the current standing so far for the Group C Survival Week. We have Nongshim leading the pack at Group S, and then we have Group A with RA Esports with that convincing win beating the pack as well.
Yeah, exactly. So that's nicely that here. Obviously, we don't see a match point going here for Gen.G because it still could be concluded that there may be a match point there for Gen.G tomorrow or whenever that match gets scheduled. But RA Esports at the top there, 3-0 A-Star, second place within Group A Survival Week. So really, tomorrow is going to be a battle for that second place there between Scarz and A-Star offline. But our online matches will be a rematch that hasn't been concluded yet between these two teams. Nongshim against Gen.G, and then following that up, it's going to be RA going against CMF. So RA potentially going for another series under their belt, or can CMF cause more of an update and more of a stir here for their team because they took one round off of A-Star on the offline broadcast. And then finally, finishing off the day is going to be Nongshim going against Crazy Raccoons, the rematch of yesterday as well. So we are going to be going off now, guys. So thank you very much for bearing with us. It's been a long day. Get some rest. Get primed as we get back into the survival week tomorrow, guys. So see you later. It's been Blam and Sagi signing out.
the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a head, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel.